Welcome. We are doing our first live stream of the year. Welcome everybody to MOA, our group coaching. Oh, I see all the new guys that just joined us. Welcome, guys. We're excited to have you guys on here. And we're going to explain to you what it is that we do on these calls. So this is basically a Q&A session. If you guys have seen other content creators, they do live streams, and we do live streams. We love that kind of content. The difference with us is that we do our Q&As over Zoom so that you can see people live. One of the things I do not like is this whole idea of talk about it, but don't be about it. So we want you to ask your questions live, because I think one of the main components is when you see guys asking these questions, you don't have all the context. You don't understand that, there's a bunch of other weird stuff going on, right? One of the other things that we like to go over on these calls is the fact that you're able to broadcast your voice normally, and the fact that you're able to understand things like lighting when it comes to content creation is so fucking important, guys. And so that's the reason why I make you ask questions live on the call, whereas other people will do super chats. And we could do that too, by the way. You guys can hit us up on super chats if you want to. Let me see if I can post this on here. I'm going to post the link to the call on YouTube. If you guys want to join us on YouTube, you guys are still welcome to come on and join us from there. But the point of these calls is not for me to make a bunch of money on super chats, or not for me to get a bunch of followers on YouTube. The point of these calls is for you to improve your ability to communicate. So one of the things we have is we have a lot of different girls. We have several models come on the call. We have guests. We've had, everyone from Spencer Cornelia to Rollo Tomassi. We have had Justin Waller on the call. We have plans for a bunch of future people today. We're having Rollo on, and we're going to have Ice White on. Ice and I are going to go over some stuff as far as Social Circle is concerned. You guys are going to ask your questions, and we're going to go till 11 o'clock at fucking night. We'll do 7 hours if that's what it takes for me to answer all the calls. I do one of these calls twice a month, and you guys are always welcome to come on these calls for free. And another thing I encourage you to do, and very few people take me up on this, but I always encourage you, bring girls on the call. One of the things that we do that's very different than other programs is we don't hide in the fucking shadows. We're not creepy little weird fucking dudes who hide in the shadow. Oh my God. Oh, hold on. Let's talk about our pickup shit. Oh, shh, there's girls around. Shh, let's be quiet. They'll discover our secret group of pickup technology. We don't do that loser shit in MOA. So we want you to bring girls on the call. There's nothing I say in MOA that I won't say in front of women, because everything I say is true. Right? And you guys have seen me on Fresh and Fit. You guys have seen me on those shows, right? So it's not a function of accountability or blue pill simp or any of that shit. We say things because they're true. So we ask people to come. Well, okay, Rollo just joined. All right, beautiful. Hold on, let's get Rollo on here. Guys, the Godfather, hold on. Here we go. Before we start, there he is right there. Gentlemen, he is the author of The Rational Male. He is author of The Rational Male Preventative Medicine. He is author of The Rational Male Positive Masculinity. He is the author of Rational Male Religion. He is the author of the Player's Handbook, and he is the godfather of Red Pill. Welcome, Rollo Tomassi. I had your entrance music. I forgot it, man. My bad. You're muted.
Oh, there you go. Is that better?
Beautiful. Got it.
All right. Are you good?
Look, guys, look at Rollo's new mic, bro. He has got money. Dude, they got money over there at the Rollo Tomassi studios. You see this shit?
It's Red One Studios. Yes.
That's alien technology. That microphone has got.
Yeah. Yeah, it's heavy as fuck too.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not some lightweight thing. This is like it's an old school Rhodes. I don't know. Acoustically, I like it the best. So
I love it. Okay, so I'll tell you what. We'll just just so we're not promising people things we can't deliver. Let's go ahead and start off with the statement that Justin had.
Okay. You
want to read that out loud?
You want me to read that, or are you gonna read that?
No, I can read it. I can read it. I don't know if you can pull it. Hold on, let me see if I can get it here. Where's it at? He just sent it to us.
It's in our group. Here.
Okay, here we go.
I can read it if you want.
There we go. I got it. All right, here we go. Justin Waller he posted this. This is on Twitter. I've spent countless days, weeks, and months at a time with Andrew and Tristan Tate. Never have I seen Andrew or Tristan act or speak or otherwise insinuate anything illegal. I believe in further support and love both of them. They are innocent. I have zero doubt. So that's what he's saying. All right. So let's go over just a couple of things that are going on here first. So I before we respond to that whole thing, obviously Justin is close with Rollo and I. We had a conversation with him on the night of the 31st. A couple of things I want to go over. First off, you can see the extreme spectrum here, where you see kind of guys like Hassan, who are just like, yeah, I told you this was going to happen. And then you see guys like, Myron and Fresh, and they're like, he's completely innocent. And let me explain to you why. Then you see kind of a moderate level, like where Patrick Bet-David is, and where you see where Spencer Cornelia, which is, this is fucking stupid for us to comment on this unless we have all the information. And so let's go over a couple things. First off, Rollo, you had a show yesterday where you went over some of the rumors that you dispelled. Can you talk about that?
Yeah. I did. I did about a 5-hour podcast and I generally go for a pretty long time as it is anyways, but I haven't done that long a podcast. And I think the first probably a third of the show was dedicated to just the Tate doing a breakdown of what happened with the Tates. I can't say I spoke with Andrew on Christmas, but I had some texting. We're just saying, hey, pleasantries and stuff, Merry Christmas kind of thing. That was the last time that I had any kind of like personal contact with him. And people are saying, well, how come you just don't call him up right now? I'm like, well, I don't know.
Jail, dude. What does someone call him up right now?
Phone right at this point. So, but I think both of us are. I mean, you and I both have personal contact with them, and certainly Justin does as well. There's a lot of guys that are involved in Hustlers University. Sterling Cooper is one of those, and of course Justin is another. Justin is very, very close with Andrew, and I think Andrew in particular, but also Tristan as well. The last time I was, last time I saw them face to face was about a year ago on Fresh and Fit. We did a show, myself, Justin, Sterling Cooper, and Andrew. And that's really the last time I think he's been in the United States. As you guys know, and since we're in a private Zoom call here, I can actually
no, we're on YouTube.
Oh, we are. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
well, then I'll reserve my word. I'll try to be careful with my words a little bit here. I was asked to do a daytime talk show that we foolishly did a Access Vegas style breakdown of later on, but they really wanted.
Hold on. They asked you to fill in as a guest.
They
wanted you on this daytime talk show. They wanted you to fill in. Okay, got it. Okay,
yes,
sure.
Got it. Yes. Anyways, the premise of it, of course, was are we corrupting the youth of America with the red pill, and they really wanted a proxy for Andrew. And I went in there and I went to bat for Andrew. I talked to him right after that. I talked to him before that. He wouldn't go on the show simply because he couldn't. He won't come to the United States. He has, I think that's pretty much common knowledge at this point. So I broke that down. I said, here's why he's not coming to the US. And then, of course, the producers of that particular show asked me if there was any way I could get him on a particular remote. And I said, no, he's not going to do that, because it was right when he had converted to Islam. And he didn't want to take any chances with doing more westernized, I guess, talk shows or podcasts or anything like that. At least that's what he told me. However, I know that he was planning on relocating to Dubai permanently. And I think he was trying to establish residency. And one way to do that, of course, is convert to Islam. So I think, again, this is all speculative. I tried to be as clear as I could be with respect to what we know now, and what I've got sources that are sort of behind the scenes, and I'm also looking at people on Twitter, and I'm looking at some news sources and seeing what people actually know and how that gels with what I know from other people, such as Justin, such as Sterling, such as there's some other people that I know as well that are sort of in the Hustlers University as well. And a lot of the guys in HU right now are actually kind of in the dark as well. So it's an interesting situation. I think that the response right now from accounts and podcasts and entertainers who really wanted to jump on the Tate bandwagon back in say June or May or June of last year, and wanted to be a part of that, just simply so they could put Andrew Tate in the title of their videos. Now you're seeing who's really on board and who's not. And I was pointing this out yesterday. I said a lot of people are either too happy or they're too pissed off that Andrew got arrested and Tristan got arrested. As it stands right now, they're still arrested. There is a possibility that they could appeal the 30-day detention on January 5th. That's the earliest that they can do that. That I know for sure. They had a let's see, they had and I don't want to call it an arraignment because they're technically, and I didn't know this, Mike, but they're technically not arrested yet, because the way that the Romanian legal system works, I guess, is they can hold them for up to 30 days and as much as 100 and I think 180 days maximum is the most that
Okay,
they can
so
detain them. So they
that's
haven't been
interesting. Okay,
charged per se with a crime yet, but
yeah.
they have enough evidence to convince a judge that says, look, we need to hold these guys for at least 30 days. They can appeal that. And of course, Tristan and Andrew have a lawyer in Romania, and they're going to appeal it, but they can't appeal it until January 5th. So there's a possibility that they get out on January 5th. If not, then they're pretty much there for the next 30 days. The charges that are on them right now is there is it's sexual assault / rape. There is human trafficking, which I think is pretty much everybody already knows about. There is an organized crime charge of some sorts that they're trying to make stick, which I think is kind of interesting because the organized crime part of it is an international thing. And they're talking about how it goes from the United States to the Great Britain and then to Romania itself. The Tates have been trying to get, I guess, residency in Dubai for a while. I don't know that they necessarily saw this coming where they're at right now, but they have been talking. I mean, Andrew's been talking about like getting picked up since as far back as when I was interviewing him in like 2018. So when he starts talking about this stuff in September of this year, I'm like, I gotta, kind of got to take it with a grain of salt because he's always talked about that. But I think the timing of the arrest is also, or the detention, I should say, is also key because they picked him up like the 30th, I think. So 2 days before the end of the year. I think the prosecutors, and I think that DICOT or Interpol or whoever's picking him up did it on purpose. Like they had to do that for a reason. And they were going to hold them for 24 hours and then decided they wanted to hold them for 30 days. And they went right up to the wire. Like, I think it was like 22 hours or 23 hours. And then they got the judge to detain them for another 30 days, like a solid 30 days. I don't know where they're at. I don't know exactly if it's a prison. I don't know if it's a detention center or whatever, wherever the heck they are. They were also picked up with a female former Romanian police officer. She's been arrested, and I forget. I think it was Tristan's PA. Was it his girlfriend or is I don't know if it's his baby mama or whatever, but she was picked up as well. She was released, but so now they have Tristan, they've got Andrew, and they've got this Romanian female police officer that are being detained for whatever these crimes ended up being. The other part is, I don't think a lot of people realize this, is they did not pick them up at their house. They did not pick them up at their, like where they do the podcast and everything. Andrew and Tristan own lots of different properties throughout Romania, and they picked them up at one of these other properties. The raid that you see on the video is them going into that house, but they were not there when they were actually picked up and brought into the detention or wherever they're at right now. So as far as that stands, that's what I know now. I can go and I'll pick up the news feed here and I'll read it to you if you want me to.
Yeah, please do that.
Okay. Let me go look for it. This is what I was sort of relating to everybody on my show yesterday. And let's see if I can find it here. There's been some updates since then, but these are, you got to remember when I'm reading this to you, remember this is like from like 3 days ago or 4 days ago. So if it sounds a little weird, that's why.
Okay, so I want to go over one thing that you brought up before. So in the United States,
well, let me look this up. Go ahead.
So for those of you from the United States or not familiar with U.S. law, one of the things that we take more seriously in the U.S., according to our Constitution. Obviously, you can say, do we do this in practice? You can make an argument we don't, but according to our Constitution, the right to the right to private property, right, and also the right to a jury trial, and also a speedy trial, and also the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. These are core tenets in our U.S. Constitution, right? And so one of the things that we have in our law is this idea that we cannot hold someone for a long period of time unless we charge them with a crime. We have to tell them what the crime is. And when they go to trial, they get to face their accuser. Okay. This is not like on Instagram where someone can take your account down by mass reporting you, but you never get to see who these people are that get to report you. In the United States, that's where the whole believe all women thing came from, because the idea was a woman was supposed to be able to charge a man saying I was assaulted or raped by this man. And then when they go to trial, she should not have to face her accuser. When the United States, you do have to face your accuser. Okay. So
I've got an update here for you too.
Well, hold on, let me just say this real quick. In the US, they can only hold you for, I believe, 72 hours. It depends on the state. Apparently in Romania, they can hold him for periods of 30 days, depending on the judge's, whatever the judge feels. And they could, in their added periods up to days, up to 5 periods of 30 days that equal 150 days. They continue to hold him without charging him. That's not something we can do in the United States. You would need to have sufficient evidence in order to charge. And then when you charge them, then that charge then goes in front of a grand jury. And then the grand jury then states, okay, whether or not this charge is going to go forward, and you could go to trial if you plead, if you say that you're innocent or whatever. I'm getting the order of operations out of order, but that's the way it works in the United States, right? It is a jury of your peers and a grand jury that chooses whether or not to charge you with certain things. Anyway, keep going.
Okay. All right, I've got this for you here right now. Okay, so this started on December 30th, and I have some updates here that's going to actually I didn't even know this until right now. This is December 30th. The Tate brothers are currently at a hearing. The prosecutors requested the 30-day detention, which you already know. The legal opinion, I expect the judge to approve of the prosecutor's request, which they did. Let's see. Right now, where are they at? You guys already know that they're holding them for 30 days. They were going to appeal it. The appeal was overturned, by the way. I'll read that to you here in a second. The accusations expand beyond Romanian territory. They are suspects in committing crimes on an international level, including the United States and the UK, at least for the sex trafficking part of it. Judicial sources claim the Tate brothers were wiretapped and under satellite surveillance for months. So all that shit you hear about Greta and the pizza box is just bullshit. Okay. So like, they wanted to create a narrative and they wanted to have their kind of like, haha, gotcha moment. But the pizza box.
There's 3 things here. Number 1, immigration would have known that they were residents of Romania. Immigration would have known they had come into the country. Okay. Number 2, they had posted on their social media that they were already in Romania, but after they got back from London. Remember, Andrew had done a had done a recording with Pearly Things in London. That was not live streamed. Pearly Things posted that several days later, so it would become her 100th episode. After it was posted, Andrew was already back in Romania around the time that was posted, and he posted on social media that he was back in Romania. And 3, there were people already investigating him. Greta Thunberg had nothing to do with this, and anyone who posts that just automatically. The reason why Rollo and I are bringing this up is that I'm not trying to proclaim innocence or guilt. What I am trying to proclaim is now you know who the fucking idiots are.
Yeah.
Now you know who the fucking idiots are. The ones who were saying he was captured, like. Even Hassan is like trying to hold on so tight. Like, no, it was partially because of the pizza box. I know if I gnash my teeth and clench my butthole, I know the pizza box had fucking nothing to do with it. Okay. Had nothing to do with it. So I just want to make sure. But the reason why, is that really that big of a deal? No, he was still arrested. The point is, when you see people proclaiming it was the pizza box, now you take a big fucking X and you say, this is not a reputable source for anything. You can now say, okay, now I know this is not a reputable source for any subject whatsoever, because they run off half-cocked and they spout rumors that are not true. That's one of the reasons why we wanted to bring up some of this stuff. We want to impeach the credibility of some of these people. I still haven't even talked about whether or not I think he's guilty or innocent. We'll get to that later. But I want to start with what the things are that are clearly not factual. Okay, let's go over that first. Keep going.
Okay, so yeah, I wanted to point that out too. I try to do. I always put a caveat out in front of all my shows if I'm talking about stuff like this, because a lot of people will say, "Hey, you said this." I was like, "No, that was the information I had at that particular time." As you guys know, I always try to stay as objective about things as possible. I'm close to the Tates as well. I've never been a part of Hustlers University, but I have known Andrew and Tristan since dates as far back as 2016. So in the interest of fairness here, all I've been trying to do up to this point is to just relate the news. Okay. I just work here. I'm just telling you guys what's going on. So what we know right now, though, let's see. They were the Romanian press are going we're going crazy over this. Of course, he's got private jet. He's got all. By the way, he's got 6 different passports. I think people need to remember that too. Let's see. Okay. So they said, where'd it go? The court had an issue with their translator, so this would delay the decision. But then now they are being held for 30 days. It looks like they might be being held longer than that now with the updates that I'm looking at. Arrested for 30 days, although I don't know if it's arrested or it's detained at this point, with the potential of 150 days as the investigation continues. Some of the stats that could give you an idea of what the Tate brothers could expect so in Romania, prosecutors opened 552 new trafficking cases, indicted 234 alleged traffickers, and got convictions for 142 traffickers, as per the United States U.S. State Department. Andrew and Tristan Tate lawyers have already appealed the decision for the 30 days, but that got overturned, as I'll tell you here in a moment. Andrew and Tristan Tate, as well as the ex-police woman, are still under arrest, but Georgia Nagel, I don't know if you know who she is, Mike. She is Tristan's PA, was released. So apparently they arrested her and then they released her. Let's see. The judge that they have.
So apparently she wasn't using the lover boy method.
No, apparently not. I know that's been.
By the way, we're gonna go over that later on. Yeah, we're gonna go over that later.
All right. So. Okay. Andrew and Tristan are facing a very tough prosecutor. This guy's name is Mr. Raris Petrustan, is a chief prosecutor behind some of the biggest cases in Romania. He oversaw the case of the biggest drug trafficker in Romania, and it gets worse. One of the toughest anti-mafia prosecutors who dealt with famous cases, including the fire in Collective Club. I don't know anything about this. So if you're from
I remember this. Collective Club was the one in France that burned down.
Right.
Is that the one?
Yes.
I think so. I could be wrong, but I believe there was some American rock and roll band.
186 wounded.
Yeah.
He's used to working under stress, as he's received death threats multiple times, and has 24/7 security special forces watching after him. So they're up against a pretty interesting prosecutor to begin with. So that's that. Let's see. Moving on. Where's the rest of it? They were supposed to appeal the 30-day detention as of like January 5th. They did not accept that there was any justification to expedite the process, although in cases where they feel it is warranted, they can hear an appeal within 24 hours. Now, this is the update that I didn't know about. The latest update. Unsurprisingly, the appeal has been rejected. This isn't surprising considering Tate brags about his many passports. Today, they announced the seizure of Tate's mansion and his car collection in Romania. So this is a new development that I did not realize. And where did this go? Okay, here we go. If you want to know what his car collection is, he's got a Bugatti, a BMW, a Ferrari, another Ferrari, a McLaren, a Porsche, a Lamborghini, a Huracan, Mercedes, Rolls-Royce, Aston Martin. So that's what they've got. Let's see. Andrew's Romanian mansion will also be seized this week. The former warehouse turned bachelor pad hosts massive parties, the podcast studio, Hustlers University room, and Tate's gym. This was also expected considering the severity of the charges the Tate brothers are facing. So that is where we're at right now. I had no idea that they were going to seize the property at this point.
That's Rollo, before you go forward, again, in the United States, for those, because there's a lot of people on here who watch this that are from Eastern Europe. A lot of my clients are from France, other countries. You guys don't have the same respect for private property that we do in the US. If you commit a murder and murder 50 people and you have a car, the state can't just take your car. I know it's crazy. In China, if you commit an act of treason, the state can't take your house. In the United States, unless there's a legal precedent for it. Now, they can eventually sell it if you go bankrupt. but they can't take your assets, even if you're guilty of a crime, and get the death sentence in the United States. Your assets are your assets till you die, even if you're convicted of a felony. In other countries, I've seen this in other countries. We have the guy who created Hex, Richard Hart. When he came on, he talked about this. When he was in certain South American countries, the state just takes your shit. Okay. In Romania, maybe that's the case. We don't know. I'm not sitting here pretending to be an expert on this, but one of the things I want to do is compare and contrast how this would be going on different in the United States versus here. He would have been charged, Andrew and Tristan would have been charged sometime before 72 hours, or they would have been released. They would have been put in front of a judge. The judge would have said, you are charged with this crime and bail is X amount. Now, because Andrew and Tristan are of means and have multiple passports, there's a possibility that they were a flight risk. They may have seen the same thing in Romania and say there will be no bail because of that. I don't know. We're just speculating, but I just want to bring up, I'm just going to compare and contrast what would have been like in the United States versus what they're going through here. Because even like in the situation with Myron on Fresh and Fit, Myron talked to somebody from the Romanian legal official about this whole situation, because Myron used to work in law enforcement in the United States. So he's just like me. We're not, we don't really understand. However, Romania is a representative democracy. We do assume they have a constitution. People do have rights, but we don't know if they have, like, for instance, the right to not incriminate yourself in the United States. That's the Fifth Amendment. The right to illegal search and protection from illegal search and seizure. That would be the Fourth Amendment. The right of freedom of speech. That would be the First Amendment. The right to bear arms. That would be the Second Amendment. We don't know if they have those exact same rights in Romania.
Yeah, okay. So now that's as of I'm just quoting one of my news sources here. This is another one. This is Nick Sotor. This is from Twitter, and this is Nick Sotor. This is unconfirmed, but a source close to Tate has told us that Tate's arrest is in relation to money laundering, not rape. Tate will reportedly be held for an extended amount of time. Human trafficking is still an ongoing investigation, but it is on the lines of money laundering. The terrorism charge, there's an associated terrorism charge here, is in regards to a conversation about the Taliban, which were posted online, including some videos. I think this is bullshit. They're just fishing for this. That's why counterterrorism got involved. The money laundering charge stemmed from finding 10 million euros in cash in the house. That's why they brought him in on money laundering charges. Authorities have been digging into their crypto wallets on Binance as well. This had nothing to do with the Romanian pizza box. We already know that. And I thought this was I wanted to point this out too, because I think this is kind of getting lost in the weeds here. Is there are also money laundering charges, and that might be another reason why they're seizing property and they're seizing the cars. I know for a fact that they were going to seize at least one or two of these cars. I didn't know it was going to be the whole collection, because they had, according to sources,
Rollo, what if this was the whole point?
That's what I was going to say. So here's my, okay. So that's rumor control. That's what we know up to this point right now. And I think it's, I think too many people don't really do their homework on all of this. I do it because I know the guys and I want to know exactly what's happening. Now I also have to point this out and I know Justin has confirmed this. I have seen this myself. I know I've actually, in interviews I've had with Andrew, I know for a fact that they own two casinos in Romania, and you don't buy casinos in Romania because you really like gambling. Okay. So, I was going to say, you also don't have to watch too many episodes of Ozark to know that casinos are a primary business for money laundering. I don't know what's going on. Again, this is sort of me connecting dots, speculating on what's going on at this point. I'm thinking, and this is me spitballing here, I'm thinking that the sex trafficking charges and the everything up to this point has sort of been a cover, some reason to get them and to detain them, arrest them, and hold them so they can get them on something bigger. And it would appear, at least from what I'm seeing right now, that the something bigger will probably be a money laundering charge. And that, if that's the case, then you get international law involved, depending on who the players are. So again, those are out there. The word's out there. They did find 10 million euros in cash in their place. I don't know how normal that is in Romania, but is Romania part of the European Union, correct? Am I right about that?
I don't think it is. Is Romania part of the European Union? I don't believe it is. Is that?
It is. I'm wondering why there would be euros there if that's the case.
Well, no, I mean, you can spend euros anyway. Just you can spend dollars in Qatar.
Okay.
I mean,
I was just,
yeah.
okay,
I mean, that doesn't
I was
necessarily
just
mean
curious
anything.
as to like,
I would
sort of
imagine you will see
currency.
US dollars and euros in Turkey. I would imagine you would see them in like all countries all over the world. I would imagine you'd see them in Ukraine, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I was not aware of this. So forgive me for not knowing that. I was not sure if Romania was part of the EU.
Yeah. So anyways, that's the facts up that we know up to now. I had no idea that they'd seized the car, all of the cars. I thought maybe they were only going to pick up like one or two, because they mentioned that there were car carriers there as part of the raid. And I had up until just now, I did not realize that they were actually going to, I guess, seize the property as well. Again, I don't know Romanian law. I don't know anything about DIICOT as far as like what they can get them on, Interpol, that kind of stuff. What I find very interesting, though, is like you were saying before, you've got these guys who are trying, like, for instance, I watched Patrick Bet-David's take on this whole thing with Adam Sosnick and those guys, and they're kind of fence riding right now. And then you see someone like, say, Jedediah Bila, or you'll see Leah Heilpern, who are the true believers. And so everything's the Matrix and everything is they finally got him kind of thing. Or, he said, it was going to be like this. And I'm wondering what, as far as processing all of this, once, all of the facts come out, and what, whenever they're going to trial for whatever it is that they're trying to get them on. I'm very much concerned for my friends, of course, but like, I'm also, I think this is a critical time, as you were saying before, to watch what other people are doing and watch how they're either scattering right now and they never knew who Andrew was, or else they are like all out, they're all in, they're doubling down on it. So
Jedediah Bila is doubling down. I wasn't aware.
Absolutely.
I didn't look at her videos.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. She just I think it was like right after the arrests, she was I won't say conspiracy theory, but she's like very much wrapped up in the whole Matrix theme and the narrative that's sort of been crafted, really, I think, since like about August or July or August this year. So again, I think it's important to stay objective. I think it's important to be like sort of realistic about what's going on. I'm not, again, I hope I plan for the worst and I hope for the best. So that's pragmatism as far as I'm concerned. I want to know what's going on. I want to see what's happening, especially when I see narratives like the Greta Thunberg thing and the pizza box thing and everything. And then you see someone like Hassan, or you see like Ethan Klein. They're jumping on it and from the extreme up one side, and then you got like a Leah Heilpern, who is really kind of a zealot for Tate, right? For all the Tate's period right now. And so somewhere in between, I think is where we kind of need to be right now, just to sort of see what's going on. Either way, it's not reflective very well on what's been sort of promoted as this big narrative that's been going on for the last, the year, 2022. Well,
I think it speaks poorly of YouTube in general. I think it speaks poorly of a lot of talking heads in general. So I'm not going to say whether or not, what I think. I'll say this. Spencer Cornelia had made some critical videos about Andrew. And in his video that he made the other day, he goes, it doesn't seem likely to me that a guy was making $10 million a month and was surrounded by women all the time was trafficking women. That doesn't make a lot of sense to him. And he doesn't like Andrew. And he said that, right? And then the same thing where they came at it from two different angles, which was Patrick Bet-David and Lucario and Hassan all saying, you know what? The reason why he did this was because he poked the Matrix. They all three agreed, even though, Hassan doesn't like him and PBD does like him. They all said, you kept poking the bear. You kept poking the bear. Guess what was going to happen? You kept poking the bear. I'm going to talk about this. This is real morbid. And I want to talk about this because I just want to bring it up. And I want to bring it up because I don't want this to happen to him. You understand what he said? He has 3 lives, right? He said the first life was that they were going to cancel him, and that happened. The second life was that he was going to go to jail. And you remember what the third one was. And I just hope that him being so public about, him getting hit with a suicide gun in prison, the fact him being so public would possibly inoculate him from that happening. Because I'm not saying the Romanian police are out to kill him. I'm not saying that. But I think someone is. I definitely think someone, I definitely think the level of just insanity that we've seen from both sides, to be fair, from both sides, the level of fucking insanity that we've seen. I do understand why he walks around with 6 huge bodyguards.
Mhm.
I do believe that on some level, there's some crazy nuts that are out there that may want to do something to him.
Mhm.
I don't think Greta Thunberg had one thing or nothing to do with it. But
I
that's my
agree.
only concern. I just hope
I
him
agree with
talking
that
about it
take.
publicly.
I agree with that take. And I also think that, and I had this conversation with him when OnlyFans started to become something bigger. I had him on my show. Let's see, I've had Tate on my show twice as an interview. I've had him on a Q&A once or twice. I've had Tristan on my show once. Of course, I've been on Fresh and Fit with them. But in that time when we were talking about, like, they've been running cam girls forever. Okay, so this is nothing that people don't already know about. They've been running a cam girl operation since at least 2017 when I first started interviewing him, because that's what we talked about. How do you make your money? That's how they were doing that. And then right around the end of 2019 into sort of 2022, it's like I was like, hey, OnlyFans is starting to become I hate to say it, but it's kind of like going to put guys like you out of business, because now girls can just do it themselves, right? All over the world. And it's like the number one, shift or pivot for women to, get out of whatever they were doing during the pandemic. And now they want to, make money as sort of digital prostitutes on OnlyFans, whatever it is. However, I asked him this. I said, how does that impact your business? He says, well, it's us running things from behind the scenes, and the most successful OnlyFans girls have like sort of handlers or digital pimps or whatever it is you want to call it. But it was all above board. He's been talking about this forever. So that's another reason why I don't think that the sex trafficking charges are really all that legit. That's why I was saying they wanted to get him on that so they could get him for something bigger and go fishing. And that's why they needed to seize the properties. That's why I needed to get him off the property so they can go hunt for whatever it is that they were looking for. Also, I should point this out. You want to talk about narratives? I talked about this on yesterday's show. The videos that they were showing on like Sky News and the BBC and some of these other European news sources, they had to show you their arsenal, right? And so they've got like I forget what the guns were. They look like Glocks to me, but
it looked like they had a couple of Glocks
9mm or something. Yeah, yes. And so they have these on the table, and then they had their phones, and they had stuff. So that's legit. They had those, and then they were showing like all of these pictures of like big like collectors' knives and axes and stuff, as if that's their arsenal and they're going to go medieval on someone. And then they were showing sort of this this table, which is an art. It's like an art table or whatever. They had there was a gun that was sort of sandwiched in between this glass, and there's shells and some euros and stuff. It's like sort of tough guy furniture kind of thing. They're trying to portray that as if that's what they found, but that's actually just the table that is part of part of the coffee table, basically, is what it is. So you have to remember that what you're like, believe like nothing that you see from the news, and believe half of what you hear right now, including myself. So, because I could be wrong about this, because I'm only getting it from other people as well. But the thing that I think, now here's my spitballing speculation side of things. I agree with you 100%, Mike, because I think that there's something bigger to this. I don't think it's the mainstream. I don't think it's the Matrix or whatever. I think it's possibly whoever he owes money to. If in fact the money laundering charges are legit, who are they? And who is he laundering money for? Who has he been laundering money for, if that's a case? Yeah. And I think that if anybody wants to kill him, it's probably the people who he owes money to, or the money laundering thing was not panning out, or something. Something went down, something went bad. And I mean, maybe I'm going all Netflix, documentary here, but like that's my main concern, more so than say like the sex trafficking thing, because everybody knows he's been doing cam girls.
Yeah. So the issue is where he, talks frequently online about being involved with rough people, right? Mm-hmm. He talked about this frequently, and then there was a complaint. I mean, this is what Patrick Bet-David said, is if you consistently talk about that, so also what Hassan said, if you consistently talk about that, at some point, some of those people might be like, hey, bro, stop talking about us. This is what happened with John Gotti, is he got out of prison, and he made his what was a very private battle with the federal government into a very public battle, right? And other mafia bosses were telling him, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. I'm not making an argument for or against what he did. I'm just saying this is an argument that I've heard. The other one was, a couple of things. The idea of they thought he was going to move, again, this is just speculation. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but the idea that he was going to move all of his assets to the United Arab Emirates, Romania realizing that they were going to lose like what, the 20th or 10th wealthiest person in their entire country, to move somewhere else. So let's abscond with his cars. Let's get a $15 million bond. Let's get a bunch of money from him so that when he leaves the Emirates, at least we have all this. That's a theory. I'm not saying that that's essentially what happened. But I mean, there's a bunch of other things. And then the last one, and one that I've discussed with you before, of course, I'm not saying that this is what happened with Andrew, because I don't know if he's ever done anything illegal. But what I am saying is, what about the possibility of him getting, so I know that back in Texas, if you wanted to get involved in, like, say, owning a strip club, there were certain people you had to like hand envelopes to. Okay. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I used to work as a manager at a strip club in Texas. There were only certain people that could own strip clubs in Austin, Dallas, Houston, etc. And so in order to break into that racket, you had to know one of these people. I would imagine getting a casino in Romania is a similar type of process, probably a little bit more intense. But at the end, what happens when you have let's say we have a casino, and the casino's making me $2 million a month or $1 million a month profit, okay? But I still am beholden to these individuals that let me get into this industry. Now I start Hustle University, the real world. Now I start the War Room, and I'm making 10 million a month, 20 million a month. And I kindly go to these other individuals and I'm like, hey, sorry, I'd like to not be involved with these casinos anymore. I'm going to move to Dubai. Peace out. And then they're like, no, the fuck you're not. You're not leaving. I'm just saying this is a speculation, a possibility.
Well, that's a theory. That's a theory.
It's just a theory. And then they go to the police that they've already bought and sold, and like, oh yeah, the guy Andrew who thinks he's going to leave, he did this, and this. Yeah. And then another envelope is passed along.
So Tate had the seized car collection: a Bugatti, the BMW, 2 Ferraris, a McLaren, Porsche, Lamborghini Huracan, Mercedes, Rolls Royce, Aston Martin. Do you think?
Do I think they got them from cam girls?
Collection?
No,
do you
that does not seem likely.
Does he have that car collection and the money to buy that car collection from just cam girls?
Let me ask my producer, Kylie. Do you think he got that money from just running cam girls?
Absolutely not.
No, she doesn't think so.
So there clearly has to be. I happen to know that at least half of those cars he's had for quite some time. I know he's had the McLaren for a while. So I've always asked this. I've said, do you make that kind of money? Are you living that kind of lifestyle? Are you going to, lounging around on super yachts in the Sea of Oman, and having a private jet based only on a cam girl business? And I'm not saying that you can't make millions off of it, but you're not making that much off of it.
I think you can.
The rest of the money coming from?
I think you can make that much from affiliate marketing.
Yeah, but remember, his affiliate marketing only.
You're saying because it was a long time ago.
Last 6 months, though. So
okay, so you're saying because he's had the cars for a long time. That's why what you think.
Well, I've always asked this too. I mean, this has always been sort of a curiosity of mine. It's like, where's the money come from? Because it can't just be cam girls. That was one of the things I said back in 2020. I said, how is OnlyFans going to impact your business? And they're really defensive about it because they were thinking that, people need to be behind it. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can make that kind of money off of cam girls. But now that OnlyFans is a thing, I'm skeptical at best.
Two guys in the chat just said he was doing Amazon FBA.
Amazon FBA, yes, of course.
He bought all those supercars from Amazon FBA. You too can make this much money from Amazon FBA. Join us right now. Pay $29.95 and join my course, and I'll teach you how to do Amazon FBA just like the Tates did. Is that what you do?
So I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat and go full Alex Jones on you right now. Let's just say, for sake of argument, he's got 2 casinos, possibly more. I've worked in casinos for pretty much half of my career. So I've worked with the Carano brothers in Reno. I know lots of people in Vegas. I know lots of people in Mississippi. I know a lot of people who I've worked for, and I know how casinos work, and I know the kind of attention, and it's like a full-time, it's an 80-hour-a-week job is what it is. Okay. These casinos that the Tates have are not like the kinds of casinos you would go to in Vegas. Okay. They're like gaming halls where they've got like video poker and slot machines and stuff like that. Honestly, why would you have casinos in Romania? Because you really like casinos? Because they're a revenue thing? Maybe that's a thing. But I mean, as I said before, you don't have to be a fan of Ozark to understand that casinos are a primary cover for money laundering. And now we have the money laundering charges right here. Okay, let's just say, for sake of argument, that's the truth. Who is he who would he be laundering money for in Romania? In the proximity between Romania and say, oh, I don't know, Ukraine and Russia right now, who would he be laundering money for? Speculatively speaking, again, here I'm going to put on the tinfoil hat. Let's just say, for example, like who runs the Russian company, the Russian country right now? Is it Vladimir Putin? No, it's mainly Russian oligarchs who have a need for money laundering. If that's the case and they go to war with the Ukraine, maybe the deal went bad that they had before, and now things go south. I don't know how, but perhaps the people who would like to kill him are actually the Russians who he owes money to, or for whatever happened with the money laundering thing. This is me going full speed. I'm not saying this is what's happening. I might be completely wrong with this. I probably am. But is that a working theory?
I mean, possibly. I mean, like, again, we can't, let's do what Patrick Bet-David said. We don't know shit. We just really don't know until some of this stuff comes out. I mean, I'll talk about what I do know. I find it, we talk about delta in trading. I find it maybe like a 5 delta, a 1 delta that he would actually do. Like, it's to me, the idea of Andrew Tate, like physically holding women, and Tristan, physically holding a woman down when thousands of attractive women, guys, I've been there. I've been sitting next to attractive women, literally asking me to send videos to Andrew on WhatsApp so that he'll write them back. I'll show you the videos. Okay. Really attractive women doing this. The idea that a guy making 10 to 20 million a month and having women throwing themselves at him is now human trafficking, to me, is equivalent to Warren Buffett robbing a McDonald's.
Yeah, there's no, like, why would he need to?
That's my point. Now, I don't know. Trust me, if the evidence comes out and I'm completely wrong, I reserve the right to be wrong. The thing for me right now is it just doesn't make sense if you told me that, Michael Jordan, he stole a pair of Jumpman Jordans from some kid. I would be like, hey, there doesn't seem to be a lot of motivation there. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So right. I would probably not believe that. And that is kind of where I'm at with this thing. Because what they're saying is the crimes were committed in March. He's still a very, very wealthy individual in March. Okay. That's what they're saying, right? And all the way up till recently. So I'm supposed to believe that this guy who, 200 million, even if he's worth 10 million, 20 million, is going off and doing this. I'm just having a hard time believing this. This would be the equivalent to me of a girl making $500,000 a month on OnlyFans and then turning tricks in a fucking casino for $50. It just doesn't, you know what I'm saying? It's like the motivation doesn't equal out. So it doesn't mean, it's not proof positive. It's not proof, I can't prove anything, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Part of the timeline, though, I think I neglected to cover is in April of last year, they were detained for 5 hours because they had one chick that was there that said something about like, oh, I'm being held here against my will. And it was interesting to see that, they were released within 5 hours. They held them for questioning and they let them go. And according to the prosecutors now, that was just what triggered or was like part of an ongoing investigation that had been going on for up to now about 9 months, I think. And they had one girl that had said something about that. Now there's a total of 6. So it may be that it took them a while to get enough women to corroborate stories or whatever so that they could pick them up on something else so they could get them for something larger. I think the very fact that they only had 1, that's one thing. If they have 6 that are saying that have the same story, then maybe they can hold them for, now 30 days so that they can investigate and find something else or hit them on something that they're really going after. It's kind of like Al Capone got picked up for like tax evasion, right? Al Capone's Al Capone, but tax evasion was what they needed to get him into prison, and then they get him for something bigger. That's what I think is sort of like the MO of this whole thing.
Yeah, again, this is all just speculation.
I don't know what the something bigger is, but it seems to me like that will be the process.
Yeah. Do you want to take any questions, or do you have any other things?
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
So here we're going to go.
As I know.
Okay. So a couple of things I want to do. Number one, if you have a question for Rollo and you're in MOA, cool. If you have a question for me and you're in MOA, let's take those questions tomorrow, or else we're going to be here till midnight. Okay. So if you're in MOA, the other thing is, yes, if you're no, once we get later on, once we're not talking about this subject and we get into more like, questions about lifestyle, social circle. If you guys are in MOA and you want to step up and answer some questions from some of these other guys, especially networking coaches, you guys have my full permission to do that. Okay. I want you to do that. All of you are grown-ups. You're allowed to unmute yourselves and do that. For right now, let's stick to questions specifically for Rollo Tomassi. Let's try to keep it to the Tate stuff. If not, if you want to ask Rollo Tomassi about Player's Handbook, that's fine as well. But let's stick to that. Or, maybe evolutionary psychology questions in general for Rollo and myself. Let's do that right now for this next hour. And then afterwards, we'll move on to other stuff. Ice White is going to hang on, and he and I are going to do a Q&A at the very end. Okay. So we're going to start off right here with Hey Sumali from Austin, Texas. What's your question, brother?
Yep. How you doing, guys? I'm kind of in a recession, like work hole right now. So making money is the number one thing. But I want to maintain my relationships with like successful entrepreneurs in Austin. I was out during New Year's, and some of them like didn't recognize me because I've been so focused on like solar sales the last couple of months. So I want to ask you guys, how do you go about maintaining work relationships or with entrepreneurs that could be valuable down the line?
So when I'm maintaining my relationships with anything, whether it's friendships or it's business, I think Mike, you probably agree with me on this. And I know, I think it was Justin that brought this up, is Justin likes to hang out with people, not only he shares common interests with, but some like people that he knows that he can sort of build something with, like whether it's a business or it's to build on something.
He doesn't want to be friends unless we can make money together.
Exactly. Yeah, more or less, right? Yeah. And if it's funny because like we started talking about putting together a white label brand of bourbon one time, and I'm like, yeah, because I've worked in wine and spirits for a while now. And so I thought that was interesting, but we also have like, personally, we're good friends. I host them up in Lake Tahoe in August, and we go ride jet skis too. So like we have lots of things that we like to do. My personal opinion on all of this is find something that that you do that the rest of these guys also do. As I said, I used to work in wine and spirits. I played golf pretty much all the time I was in Orlando, Florida, when I was working and living in Orlando, Florida. And I got better at it because that's all these guys wanted to do. So the only time you were building business relationships and networking is when you were on the golf course and you were talking. And so you're there and you're doing something, but you're also communicating and networking as a result of sort of this, shared interest or hobby or sport or whatever it is that you do. The best advice I've ever I think I've ever taken or I've ever given as well is find things that other guys do, but also use that as sort of like the environment or the context in which you can actually talk to other guys and then see who you can work with and who you can't work with. And then that also maintains the relationship. So like I said, it doesn't have to be like golf. It could be you meet these guys at the gym, right? That's like I have workout partners. So I have actually done business with guys who I met at the gym who ended up being my workout partners. So I know I'm seeing them there at a particular time of day. We're working out. We have a mutual interest. And then we're also having conversations as we're doing things. So my biggest, like, I have these guys who say like, Rollo, we really want to make this rational male book group, and we want to sit down and we want to read the book and we want to have questions. I'm like, that's great, please do that. But don't just do that. Like, go fishing and talk about the rational male. Go to the gym and talk about the rational male. Go and like fix a car or something. Like, have something that's going on right there, because men tend to communicate better when they're doing something. And that also translates into networking as well. So find something that you're doing that you can do on a regular basis.
I love that. Oh, sorry.
So here's what we do. Number one, if you have engaging social media, you're able to maintain relationships with thousands and thousands of people very inactively. It's one of the things Bilzerian talks about this in the setup. He's like, social media is a way of showing high status without looking like you're try hard, because you're passively showing high status. Okay. If I post a meme, there's a bunch of people that I usually network with on a regular basis, and I'm just I'm top of mind because they saw a funny meme that I posted. also, so that's one of the things, is having engaging social media is a way to maintain relationships. Whenever I see people I haven't seen in a long time, first thing they say is, dude, I love your podcast. Dude, I love it. Okay. So you see how I'm maintaining a relationship with someone that I don't send them text messages. I'm not sending them fucking chocolate covered apples every fucking month or whatever. You know, I see all these, send them notes, or what Patrick Bet-David said is he sent a box with one shoe in it, right? These are all great ideas, but in order to keep contact with thousands of people, the most scalable thing you can do for free is YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Snapchat. Okay. That's the first thing. Second thing I'll tell you is that these events that I throw. So for instance, if I have somebody who wants to hang out with me, I get these questions all the time. This week, there's so many people here for CES and there's so many people here for ABN. And they're like, hey, Michael, just want a minute of your time. Let's go have coffee. Like, I don't have 500 clients, right? There's right now, while we're doing this, there's 700 people watching us on YouTube, and there's 100 people, there's 90 people in this fucking chat room. And I'm just supposed to pick up and just go have coffee with you. It's ridiculous. But I can hang out with you at Babes and Ballers, where we raise money for troubled youth. I can do it then. So we throw events, and at those events, those charity events, then you would invite all of these high status individuals where you're raising money for autism. You're raising money for domestic abuse. You're raising money for human trafficking. You're raising money for animal rescue. You're raising money for troops overseas, and you're raising money for homeless children. That's what I would do. Does that make sense? So social media is scalable. Social media is scalable. Charity events are scalable. Everyone would have a great time at a charity event. If like, for instance, if there was somebody that Rollo didn't really like, and I wanted him to like settle, like bury the hatchet, I would do it at like a Christmas charity event. I would introduce Rollo to some like piece of shit and be like, okay, now, because they can't fight, because we're at a charity event, right? We're at a charity event. And maybe we take an unironic, funny picture at each other with them choking each other, something like that. That's what I would do. Okay. So I find networking at charity events to be fantastic. And a third one, this is just for me, I like pageants. Obviously, Swimsuit USA is a massive networking event. The judges, there's 61 judges in Swimsuit USA. The judges are, every one of those judges is worth eight figures. And all of the judges there, they get to network with each other and they've built businesses and built ideas based on that type of networking. Okay, so that's for pageants. Not most of you guys aren't going to run pageants, but that's another way that I would maintain relationships with people. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds great. Charity events, that's the way to go for sure. One more thing, I did apply for the high ticket position, got prior experience. I'm in stage 3, Miguel. If you're on this call, I'm trying to work, man, as soon as possible. I'll drop all my other offers.
Hey, Somali, have you finished the program?
No. So this is my second free call, but I do want to take the program.
Okay, cool. At some point, yeah, that's the thing. Well, you will have an advantage if you take the program. That's just one of the things we like to hire from within. But I love it. I love that you're excited about doing that. Cool. The other thing I want to tell you is, just as far as networking is concerned, like when you think about how did I meet Rollo and Justin? So Andrew he connected me with Justin Waller. So I had Justin Waller be a judge at the bikini competition. And then with Rollo, when he came in town, I wanted him to hang out with me and be an officiant, if that's the proper word, at my fucking birthday party, just in case, somebody had to bail me out of jail. And then Jason Hartman came to that as well, right? And so did Miguel. So those are the kind of things I use these events as networking opportunities, because networking is an evolutionary adaptation, and that's what I teach in MOA.
Yep, things to do.
Awesome,
beautiful, man. Let's go to Anton. What's your question?
All right, so you can hear me, right?
Yep, sure can.
Yeah. So I got a business question and a evolutionary psychology question. So with respect to the business, I really look up to like you and Justin. You've built like, very great businesses. And, I'm trying to start an app development company. I even got the name tattooed on my arm. Like I'm really, that's my goal for 2023 to get that started. So how would you go about like finding clients? Like what channels and what avenues would you use? Like I'm thinking maybe like I'll go somewhere like Facebook groups, like LinkedIn. I've actually found musicians on Facebook, on different Facebook groups, but like what would be your approach to like getting the business started and, finding people I could, write apps for and write software with?
Anton, so a couple things that I need you to do. Number one, we have no fucking idea what your business is.
Yeah.
Right.
App development.
There we go.
Technology.
So this is really important. Why I bring you guys on camera, why I make you fix your lighting, why I listen to the way that you speak, is because you have 2 sentences to make me fully fucking understand what your business is. You understand?
Sounds good.
You get 2 sentences. You don't get 5. In 2 sentences, really quick. You have 30 seconds with me on an elevator. I'm worth $400 million. Go. What do you do?
Gotcha. I'm trying to start an app development business. How would you go about finding clients?
One more time. I am worth $400 million. I am on an elevator with you, Anton. Close your eyes. Imagine the scenario. You have 30 seconds to describe your business to me. I have $400 million and I am looking for things to invest in. You have 2 sentences, 30 seconds to explain to me your business. 1, 2, 3, go.
I write apps. What can we build together? I guess that's the best I can do.
Anton. So now this is the first thing we've discovered, because this is why I love coming on these. The first thing we discovered is you did not describe what your business was when you asked us the first question. Number 2, you have nothing fucking approaching an elevator pitch. No, you are batting 0 right now. You are not even close to an elevator pitch. Okay. A men of action. What is men of action? Well, I try to teach networking, but it's an evidence-based approach using all evolutionary studies to teach men how to become better networkers. That's men of action. That was 2 sentences. That was 30 seconds. Do you see what I'm saying?
I see. That? I got you.
Anton, if you can't, it doesn't fucking matter what I tell you as far as getting leads. It won't make any difference about what I tell you as far as getting leads, because I don't understand your business. It has to make such clear sense to me. The other thing is your audience, no matter what you think, even smart people are becoming 12-year-olds with ADD on TikTok. Everyone has this very, very short attention span. And so because of that, you have to be very careful and you have to get it out there very quickly. If I were to explain to you what the rational male was, it would not take very long. I would be like, it's an explanation of intersexual dynamics using evolutionary studies. That's it. That's what the rational male really is. It's the truth when it comes to intersexual dynamics. Do you see how I can do that in 2 sentences?
Yeah.
Thoroughly.
I feel like
there's no like or like. There's just
it's very different over the call versus in person. I'm used to like approaching people and talking. Over the call. It's different.
Anton, that's the 3rd lesson that I want to teach you. Get used to this. Your business for app development. Where do you think you're going to be having your meetings, buddy?
Zoom,
on
most
Zoom.
Likely.
That's right. So you need to have a Zoom studio, Zoom lighting, a Zoom microphone, Zoom headphones. You need to make this motherfucker perfect. Do you understand? You need to look like you're living in the Matrix, like Rollo does right now. Rollo looks like he's in Tron right now. You know what I'm saying? He's about to blow up your. he's about to blow up your fucking motorcycle in Tron. That's where he is, right? Do you see the difference?
Good. Yeah.
Okay. But we haven't even got to your question. But those are 3 things that you need to learn beforehand, because the pitch, bro, the sales pitch or the app pitch or the sponsorship deck, that is my specialty. That is the middle of my wheelhouse of the things that I teach in MOA. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Go ahead, Rollo, go ahead.
Sell me this pen.
Yeah.
You have 5 minutes. Go.
Exactly. So Anton, I will tell you real quick, the way people perceive you on social media, LinkedIn would probably be LinkedIn and Facebook would be more important for you than Instagram. Instagram would not be very important for you. Twitter, probably next after that.
Okay.
The way people perceive you on that is going to be more important than the meritocracy that you believe that you live in. What I mean by that is, if you were asking me to be an app developer and for me to invest in you, if I saw you as a talking head on CNN and MSNBC, anything from even Rachel Maddow to Tim Pool to whoever the fuck, if I saw you as a subject matter expert on that, on your podcast or someone else's podcast, I'm way more likely to listen to you rather than sitting there and judging your code. Does that make sense?
That sounds good. Yeah. I guess I need to work on that. It makes sense.
But dude, say it with me, Anton. Networking is an evolutionary adaptation. Okay. Networking is an evolutionary adaptation. Networking is not this side thing. It's not this thing we sort of do as humans. Networking is part of survival. Okay. Make sense?
Yeah.
And what people think of you matters way more than what you can actually do. There's a lot of people who look like they can fight. There's a lot of people who look like they're good with women. There's a lot of people who look like they're really smart, and they really aren't. And they make a ton of money on social media because that's what matters. And Anton, I'm going to ask you a question, right? This is a trick question. Everybody in MOA knows the answer to this one. Anton, you're throwing a party. Ready? You're throwing a party. What's more important? What's more important? The photos and videos of the party or the party itself? What's more important?
The photos and videos, obviously.
You got it right. You're ready. You're ready, bro. You're ready for your fucking elevator pitch. Using that analogy, that's how this works. Okay.
Right. And also have that. Yeah. I have the evolutionary like biology question also.
Okay.
So you talk about a lot how Disney shows us like a fairy tale. I feel like the biggest like lie is that, you know, they show us like Prince Charming, that's what you need to be. But can you go into like how like actually as a man you need to like be competitive? Is there an evolutionary like biological reason that like women are drawn to assholes? Because that's like what I've realized, and I'm sure like you've seen it too.
Rollo, you take this, and then I'm going to let my producer Kylie answer this.
All right. So I've had this a lot of time. Okay, so are you familiar with a word called, a term or a phenomenon called hybristophilia?
I've heard hypergamy, but I haven't heard
hybristophilia is actually, you'll find it in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for psychology right now. And so what hybristophilia is it's a tendency for almost uniquely women to find convicted criminals sexually attractive to the point where they will I know how this is in California anyways. They will separate the prison guards in California, the female prison guards in California, from the male population, because they had so many incidences of female prison guards falling in love with convicted, like rapists, killers, murderers, and breaking them out of the there you go. Breaking them out of prison. So here you go. Sexual interest in and attraction to those who commit crimes. In some cases, this may be directed towards people in prisons for various types of criminal activities. There you go. And that's from the Weish-ass American Psychology Association. Now, primarily, this is women creating fan clubs for guys who are like, say, let's say Anders Breivik, if you know who that is, or Nicholas Cruz, or what's the guy from the Boston Marathon bomber? I can't remember the guy's name.
The Night Stalker in Riverside. That was the biggest.
So those are now the reason I gravitate towards that as an example first is because those are the most extreme examples. You can see that. Why is it that like it's primarily hybristophiles are female and they're looking for like guys who are like the bad boys, to the point where it's like, I don't care if he's a criminal, that's hot to me because he has the capacity for violence. He has the capacity to kill another individual. And in our evolutionary past, the highest form of demonstrating higher value is to kill your rival. And so there's a part there you go. There's a part I think of women's evolutionary firmware that finds a guy who has the capacity for violence. I'm not saying he has to actually have gone out and killed somebody, okay? But you'll hear even people who I generally disagree with on time to time, like say Jordan Peterson, will tell you that it's important for you to be a dangerous man. It's important for you to actually have the capacity for violence and then sort of use it judiciously, I guess. But the point being is that every man should be able to defend himself. Every man should be able to have a capacity for violence. And that's also something that up until recently, I think, has been part of sort of the evolutionary code for human males for a very long time. Our propensity for aggression is not something that we learned. It's something that is innate to us. It's part of our evolutionary firmware. Women respond to that because they are looking for, primarily when in a long-term mate, they're looking for protection, provisioning, and parental investment. And when things were a little bit more balanced, a guy who was muscular, a guy who could demonstrably be violent with other people, with other men, could prove that he was also a good protector against, say, the woolly mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers, as well as an invading tribe. So there's always going to be a muscularity is always going to be selected for a capacity for violence is always going to be selected for attraction cue or attraction trait, simply because it implies security. Can this guy protect me? Can this guy protect my children? Can this guy protect other people who are part of our tribe as well? And how invested is he in that? It's one thing to be sort of like the berserker psychotic guy. It's another thing to be able to have that and to use it in measured doses so that when the time arrives that guy will actually be someone who can confidently kick ass when he needs to. That's where I guess the germ of the idea comes from. That's where when we say, oh, chicks dig jerks. No, they dig jerks because there's an evolutionary reason for those guys, for women to want to get with those guys in the first place. Taken to its most illogical extreme, it becomes hybristophilia at that time. So it's really a protection instinct. And by the way, it's selected for. So when we look at like traits like jealousy for men are moved to anger and violence when it comes to jealousy and mate guarding. So that's that links in perfectly with the idea that women are looking for a guy who has capacity for violence. They want a dangerous man, not to kill them or beat them up, but to beat anybody else up that might actually want to harm them as well. Because we used to live in very chaotic, uncertain times, and that was at least a cue for long-term security for women.
I agree. That's awesome. I feel like going through hardship is also a part of it. Like, and I've actually fought for my life, so I agree completely. That's awesome.
Hold on, let's ask Professor Kylie. Kylie, what do you think about this? Why do women like guys like that?
I think that, I mean, women don't want like a puppy dog guy that's just gonna like follow around and listen to everything that she tells him, because that's not attractive to any female. Like no female finds that attractive. So yeah, like what Rollo said about like it's like a protective, like, I mean, it's a mindset like women get into, like, this guy's gonna protect me, like if he cares about me enough, he's gonna make sure I'm okay, my family's okay. So it's kind of one of those things as well. It just makes it more attractive.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah.
Let's go fuck serial killers, man. Let's go do it.
Yeah, you guys are my heroes. Thank you for clarifying that. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Hope it helped, Anton. Hope it helped.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Let's go to the next question. Mark, what's your question, brother? Mark Munier.
Mark.
Like usual, you caught me in the middle of eating.
What are you eating?
The question is, if you...
Bro, are you sure? It looks like we caught you in the middle of sex. Are you sure? You were just eating? You weren't just sitting there fucking on the side? You sure?
Go ahead, Mark. What's your question?
Because if you dated somebody famous in the past, can you use that to boost your status for dating other people, or does it look creepy?
Say it again.
Famous.
If you dated somebody famous in the past, could you use that to boost your status for dating other women, or does that look creepy?
So if we weren't on YouTube, I would give you specific examples. So if you guys who watched the Carlotta Champagne episode that just came out last week, she talks about a certain rock star that was trying to dance with her on the dance floor at the Playboy Mansion. And this guy was, he's just out of touch. There's a bunch of guys who come to some of my events that were famous back in the 80s and 90s. And they just expect you to, one, know who they are. Girls don't. A lot of these guys have blown all their money. They're not wealthy at all. And then they just expect people to like them. And you will find so occasionally like a 42-year-old girl who starts going after, I'll just say it, like, Corey Feldman, who comes to a bunch of my events, or someone like that. Or I love the guy, but Pauly Shore is another example where Pauly is. But by the way, Pauly's still, he's still relevant. Like he still goes out and does stand-up comedy. But there's a lot of times where, and I'm not talking about them specifically, a lot of guys will go out and be like, because I was the drummer for this 80s band, then therefore you're going to let me into every club from this point forever. And like a lot of people know now that's just not the case. Like, do you understand how famous Jenna Marbles was? And now I bet you if Jenna Marbles went out and fucking Los Angeles, hardly anyone would recognize her. It's just like, you're famous for a little while, then you're not famous anymore. So it's, I don't know. It's weird, Mark. I think it could help, but not with a younger girl, a girl who's like, if I were to ask, like I'll give you an example. Kylie did not know who Pamela Anderson was. She doesn't know. One more time.
Watch.
Kylie does not know who Pamela Anderson is. Okay. So Mark, that's the thing, right? So I think to a certain extent, it probably wouldn't matter that much. I wouldn't depend on it.
I think it's I don't think it's the flex that you think it is. That's another thing is I have and I know people will give me shit for this, but I've always been against guys saying like what their notch count is to their girlfriend, like when they're asked like how many girls.
Which rule is that, guys? Which rule is that in MOA? Keep going.
Yeah. Anyways, it's iron rule number 2, I believe, or yeah, 2 or 4. I can't remember which one. Anyways, the reason why I say that is because a lot of guys say, well, if I have been sexually successful in the past, and I can broadcast that or I can telegraph that to a girl, then she'll think that what they're trying to do is generate social proof. They're trying to generate pre-selection by saying I've fucked 40 women, right? 40 women have approved of me so much so that they would have had sex with me. And I think that in some ways it kind of is an insult to the woman in the first place, because the woman wants to figure you out. She wants to figure out if you can fuck. She wants to figure out if you're actually a high value guy. And you don't, by you going and just broadcasting that, it sounds really try hard, or it sounds, in some ways it might be creepy, but it sounds like try hard for sure. But the reason why it sounds that way is because you're trying to generate social proof and pre-selection that needs to be generated from a third party, from somebody that's outside. So if you're rolling into the club like Mike does, if you got like 3 girls around you, you don't have to say, hey, I've fucked 40 girls. It's right there. It's self-evident. So it's like demonstrate, do not explicate. And that's a primary thing that I talk about in my books is if you feel like you have to sell yourself or say, hey, I'm a rich guy, I'm a king, I'm a whatever it is. If you have to tell people that and they can't figure that out just by seeing who you are and how you hold yourself and what your presence is and like what your conversational style is and who you are, personality, professionally, whatever else, if they can't figure that out, you telling them is going to sound like you're trying to, that we call people tryhards, because what they're trying hard to do is create pre-selection. And that's another thing. So this is kind of like, to me anyways, like if you want to say, hey, I dated Pamela Anderson, my wife, Morgan Fairchild. I used to hang out with her. I used to be famous. I used to rub elbows with famous people. That sounds like you're trying to generate social proof. And that is something that when women are trying to figure out, is this guy really who he says he is or he isn't? Why would he need to tell me that? If he was really that way, I would be able to figure it out on my own. So it's a form of trying to generate your own social proof. And that always comes off as like kind of try hard or creepy.
One thing I was going to say is like, it's the other way around with this particular person. I'm going to give away who it is, like without saying their name. When I knew them, they were a stylist for a rock star. Now they are on the cast of SNL this season.
So you nailed one of the chicks on the show?
Yeah. Somebody who's on it now wasn't then. This was back in 2010 when I knew them. So.
Okay. So it was a while back. So you're talking a decade ago.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, that's not a flex anymore.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Hey man, almost none of it's a flex. The only thing that matters is how everyone feels right now at this moment. Nothing else matters. It doesn't matter how cool, if you won a Super Bowl in '83. It doesn't matter if you were in the Lost Boys. All that matters is how do people feel about you at this moment? Make sense? Yep. Make sense? Oh, right. Do you understand? For those of you who are over the age of 40, right now, Andrew Tate is more famous than Joe Montana.
True.
What? The thought of that is fucking mind-blowing to the 13-year-old Michael Sartain. Andrew Tate's more famous than Joe Montana. You want to know something even funnier? She has no idea who Joe Montana is. No clue.
She didn't even know who I was till half an hour ago.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
that's funny. I bet you this. I bet you she knows. I bet Kylie knows a lot of people who have blue check marks.
You anybody with blue check marks?
Kylie, do you have a blue check mark? Does she have a blue check mark?
No. Kylie isn't really on social media.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She's a unicorn.
Well, it's funny. It's like when I was on Fresh and Fit, like my Fresh was trying to get me a blue check mark. I'm like, do I need one?
Was he trying? Did he tell you how he was going to do it?
Yeah, purchase it. Okay. That's pretty much how a lot of people do. Because like I just turned 200,000 subs on my YouTube channel yesterday, which was great. Yeah. And then I've got, what am I at right now? I'm at 70,000 followers on Instagram, and I'm over 120,000 on Twitter. I have no blue check marks on any of those. It's like, do I need them? But apparently you do. I didn't realize just how big a deal like having a blue check mark was for
some people it is. To some people it definitely is. To some people it definitely is. Oh, one other thing, guys, just from this point forward, you guys are going to all follow Kylie on Instagram, or you're kicked out of MOA. Just real quick, you're going to follow her, or you're going to follow Kylie, or you're kicked out of Men of Action. Okay, just want to let you know it's a requirement to join. You're going to follow her, or you're dumb. You're done. Also, she only has 700 followers, so Kylie's really not that big on social media. Yep, that's it. This is the thing. Otherwise, realize.
Man, I feel like I should do a plug for Torsia now.
Yeah, you definitely should do. Let's do one for Torsia too. Torsia should have way more followers than she does.
I helped her get off of TikTok and onto YouTube. So she's doing good.
Yeah.
I'm getting to the point where I think she's like probably outgrown me, but she's doing well for herself.
You guys should definitely,
She's got more people. Scroll back up again. Fucking 27,000. That's not too bad. Not too bad.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay, guys. Very cool. Let's get to the next question here. Let's go to Gabriel. Gabriel, what's your question?
Shoot.
Hello.
Hey, first off, Gabriel, we got to do something about your IG handle. That's not, we can't really do anything with that.
What? Scrotum?
Beat Sheldon Latin. It's just an old gamer tag. I'll change it after this.
Yeah.
All right. I'll do a quick elevator pitch real quick. I'm Gabriel, 20 years old. I'm trying to create a new convention in Florida, trying to get Rollo Tomassi on that.
Yeah, if you know my history of conventions in Florida, that's going to be a real hard sell. Like, I'm willing to listen. Go ahead.
No, that was just a joke. All good. My question is when doing stuff for like research and stuff, because I was trying to find data on like paternity fraud and stuff like that on like Pew Research, I'm having a hard time finding data on that. Is there other sources I can look for, or?
Do you mean paternity fraud in the sense like cuckoldry, like deliberate, like proactive cuckoldry?
Yes.
Okay. That's going to be really difficult for you to find. And I think the reason why you're having a trouble finding it on Pew Research is it's not something they really want to publicize. I think even if they have done the research themselves, you might be able to find, like, I think you have to get creative with stats like that. Look state by state. That's the first thing. Whenever I do a show on, like, say, abortion, it is like impossible to find accurate abortion, like the reasons for why women have abortions, right? Unless you go state by state. So, because in some states, they don't even collect that data. Florida is one of those. So I look at Florida as my first kind of go-to place. So it might behoove you to go and look and see if there's state data as opposed to like Pew Research. Look in other places. Pew's okay. But here's the best thing you could do. There's a site called Statista, I think is what it's called. And I think it's STASTISA. I believe it's a pay site. You will have to pay by monthly kind of thing, but it's an aggregate of like research and studies. And so, like, if you're in like doing research papers for school or something like that, it's fantastic. If you're one of these people who has to write like blogs or has to write articles and you're looking for particular statistics, if they exist, Statista will have it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then
let me say this real quick as far as the cuckoldry thing. So there are some studies that are out there, but one of the problems with the studies is they're using profiles from people who contact genetic testing services.
Mm-hmm.
The likelihood of you suspecting that your partner is cheating on you, if you suspect your partner is cheating on you, the likelihood of you contacting one of these genetic testing services is higher. So the population that they're surveying is sort of skewed in the relation of being cuckolded. Does that make sense? Every man who thinks he's being cuckolded is going to go to these genetic testing services. So when the numbers come out that say like 20% of men are being cuckolded, well, no, these are 20% of men who suspect that they're being cuckolded. And so they go to a genetic testing service. You see what I'm saying? What
do you need the information for in particular?
I just got bored and like writing stuff down, just make sure I get good grasp of the praxeology and stuff like that.
Go check out Statista then. I thought maybe you had some research paper or something to write for it.
Oh no, it's just okay. I like to keep track of knowledge and stuff like that.
Statista will have what you're looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Beautiful. Justin, what's your question?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. So the last 6 months, I've been creating sales funnels for course creators and coaches, been very active in Facebook groups and building a personal brand. But something I'm struggling with is really finding those good qualified leads. So those people that have successful businesses that would need these kinds of services, even though I've been engaging a lot on Facebook. What would you recommend to do to find more of these people?
Rollo, do you have anything?
So I would say develop an email list. Does that apply to what you're doing though? I mean, do you have a giant email list? I know that, like, if you're talking about like funnel marketing, you want to get into something where it's like you're trying to develop leads. I know that a really strong email list is key. The other thing is I hate to say it, but harvesting other people's email lists as well, so that you've got those leads to see what it is that you want to get with. Also, remember that there are certain leads are going to be more, let's say, valuable to you or fruitful to you, I guess, than other ones. So if you've got somebody who's like sort of a big fish, those big fish tend to have other little fish that follow along with them that might also want to be a part of like whatever it is that you're selling to them. So for your particular I guess business or whatever it is you're doing, I would say like a really strong email list. That would be the first thing I would think of.
All right, Justin. So it's going to be all of them. If you want me to get specific, the guy who taught us how to find a lot of leads is Cole Gordon. Okay. Cole Gordon does 30 million a year in sales with his sales team. He teaches other people. He is a sales trainer. He takes home $1 million a month from his business. Like I went out with him the other day for his birthday. The guy's insanely good at what he does. He's given us and my sales team incredible ideas on how to up our productivity. Now you want leads specifically. So I'll tell you where we get ours from. The number one thing is the organic brand that I built, but my brand is built differently than other coaches in my arena. Do you know why, Justin? Do you see why my brand is different?
Well, there's a lot of different ways I could answer that, but what's the reason?
My brand is different because I rarely talk about it and I only show you.
Yeah.
Demonstrate, do not explicate.
I only demonstrate with my brand about what I do. I do not talk about it in my organic copy. I only show you what I do. I do not talk about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, so that's the first thing. That is the first moat that I created. That's a little bit different, right? The second thing is the testimonials were like probably the greatest thing to generate leads for me. I tell people to be skeptical. And when they're skeptical, one of the problems is, Justin, a lot of guys that go do sales, they're doing sales for things that they don't believe in. My sales guys, I love it when they come from inside my program because they're fucking animals. They want to sell the program because the program helped them so much, right? So one thing that I do, and I'll tell you, a lot of businesses would not feel comfortable doing this, right? A certain guy that is in a lawsuit, well, I'm not going to say what his name is, but he would not want you he would not want testimonials after you finish his product. For me, I put a bunch of Instagram testimonials and I copy and I paste them and I send them to everybody. These are Instagram testimonials. Also on MOA Mentoring, you're going to find 50 testimonials on there. So it's irrefutable and it's unassailable. You still with me?
Yeah, got it.
That's the brand I built. And then when it comes to the other stuff, you'll notice with my copy on my Facebook ad gets about 26-1 ROI when you count Facebook. It's a little different on YouTube. It's about 20-1 on YouTube. It gets massive ROI. The reason why, again, because I don't talk about it. Number two, you'll notice I don't ever touch any of the girls in any of the videos. They just touch me. That's something I told them. And the word dating is nowhere in my copy because I don't want fucking Facebook coming after my dick. So there's specific strategies when it comes to that. Okay.
Listen, what exactly do you do? Like, what's your area of expertise? I mean, I got a general idea, but what exactly do you do?
So my business is I build high converting sales funnels for course creators and coaches. So anyone looking to sell their coaching programs or any sort of info product.
Mm-hmm. So are you like an advertiser for them, or do you actually help them do like the video and the course?
He builds funnels.
I build the pages of the funnels themselves, help write the emails, write the copy, and do the design.
Got it. Okay. I was wondering like because there's so much that goes along with that. I was like unsure like what you were talking about as far as like the direction of what your business happened to be.
So Grant made this for me, Rollo. He makes this for other people. Sorry, it's loading slowly. He makes these for other people.
Yeah.
Right. So here's my opt-in, but also on my page, again, I show you. I don't fucking talk about it. I show you. This is one of the things that made this process so different for me, is that I show you. And so that was one of the things, Justin. The thing you have to understand is like when you first probably got involved in this, as of now, this market is flooded with scam artists and hacks, okay, that cannot produce anything like what they say they can. So all I do is show that for my marketing is basically showing I'm not a hack. That's it. That's all my marketing is. I'm not trying to impress you with anything I'm doing. Yeah. There's no, it's just receipts. That's the reason why our funnel does so insanely well. And if you want to take a look at what, our offer was written by Nick Cosman, And then our sales funnel was created by a guy named Grant Jordan. He's one of my partners. And then our sales team was trained by Cole Gordon. That's essentially what we did it. But as far as getting leads, the other thing I did is showing subject matter expertise. I probably made several, tens of thousands of dollars when Andrew Tate reposted me one time, several tens of thousands of dollars when I went on Fresh and Fit, several tens of thousands of dollars when I had Rollo Tomassi, because it's subject matter expertise. Do you understand?
Yeah, I got it.
I got a lot of leads from YouTube
Still waiting
channels.
for my residuals.
There you go. We got to get those residuals to him. I'm going to talk to the MOA guys right now. We got to get those residuals to you. And then the other thing is on Instagram, taking the content showing subject matter expertise, taking that content and then cutting that content up into 90-second digestible bits that other people can watch. Got it?
Got it.
That's the easiest way I've seen to generate leads now without spending a bunch of money. And then if you do need to spend a bunch of money, then I think the best way to do that is, for some reason, it is not letting me go to my page. If you do want to spend money, then the thing is to find an ad that is going to get you just some massive ROI and then just feed into it. Basically, here in my garage ad that Ty Lopez did, right? But just like really clickable, very, very clickable type of social media content that people will find shareable. This is another thing that helps. And then you'll see up at the top, it says, want to network desirable women, high status men, link in bio. That's where we get a ton of, this is still where I get most of my leads still from this. Make sense?
Cool. Yeah. And I'm sure it would help to incorporate some attractive women into my posts as well.
Well, sure. But it's not even attractive women. How about I sell whatever and I have a Lamborghini? Or I have a yacht. Like, seriously, there's a bunch of guys who do this without using attractive women.
All
There's
perception.
a ton of ways to do this. Well, yeah, there's a ton of ways to do. Look at Brad Lee if you want to see him do this without attractive women. Okay.
Yep.
Look at Cody Sanchez. Cody Sanchez is a great example. As a female, she's married. There's no attractive women in her shit. How about Alex Hormozy? It's a great example, right? Those are the ways to do it. Here's what happens.
It depends on your market too. I mean, if you're selling farm equipment, I mean, you want to see what you're buying, right? So it's.
So here's the other thing, Justin, is don't do what other coaches do and make a coaching profile. Those are fucking boring.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
I was going to say is like one of the things that kind of turns me like whenever somebody says, hey, you need to check out this guy's page. Hey, you need to check out this new guy. Hey, there's this new guy who's like doing these classes or whatever. Whenever I go and I check out like their landing page, or I go and I check out what it is that their program is, if it looks like a template, especially if it looks like a Joomla template, or it looks like something that's like they picked up where they just, insert your data here and now you'll have a thing. If it looks like it's been prepackaged, I get real turned off to that, because that to me says the guy's is trying to actually, produce something that is just a hustle. It's just it's formulaic, I guess. When for instance, I'm right now in the process of doing video for a set of, I guess, let's say a teachable, like a masterclass kind of videos right now that are based on my 5th book, which is the Player's Handbook. I could very easily sit here in the studio and do what I need to do, but I'm not going to do that because I want something that's a little more polished. I want something that's a little bit, it's going to stand out from guys who have those template kind of things, and maybe looking at, say, how can I do this a little bit differently? How can I make this not look like the standard sort of templatized, I guess, funnel marketing thing. Especially when you're looking for guys who are like higher end, who are really about it, as opposed to just saying, hey, this is my new hustle. I got out of this office gig and now I want to turn my side hustle into my main hustle.
Okay. Cool. So Michael,
go ahead.
I just wanted to say, because you mentioned a coaching profile, and not to do that, what are some of the components that would make up a coaching profile that
so the standard coaching profile has over 100,000 followers where clearly you don't deserve any. You've been posting fucking still photographs that show a Gantt chart or some kind of fucking matrix of how your program works, and clearly no one looked at it or liked it because you don't understand Instagram. When you posted it, it got like 2 likes, but somehow you have 200,000 followers and a blue check mark. I wonder how the fuck that happened. It just looks terrible. It just looks fucking terrible whenever I see that. It's the guy who clearly, like I had a guy the other day try to come on my podcast and he has 700,000 followers. He does not have a blue check mark. And I go look at every one of his posts and it has 10,000 likes. And then I go look and see who liked the post. And I have no common people that like his post. I go look at his followers, no common followers. His followers all speak Farsi or fucking Portuguese, right? Or they're from India. And then I go on his YouTube channel and his YouTube videos get 16 views. That's fake, Justin. That's fake as fuck.
There's
so many coaches are doing this. There's so many simple tells. There's so many, you can go on fucking Social Blade and I can see the day you bought your followers. Don't do that. Yeah. Just don't do that. Okay, Justin. I know if you have like 500,000 subs on YouTube and your videos are not good, getting above like 8,000 views or 14,000 views, you should be getting like seriously in the hundreds of thousands of views for that kind of sub count. So when I see somebody who's got 1 million subs and all of their videos are only doing like say under 10,000 views, I realize that they're purchasing those. They think that subs equal high quality or like the impressiveness. And if you know anything about YouTube, you'll know that well, first of all, subs are a vanity metric. You've also got comments and likes. You guys like the video. That has nothing to do with the impressions. It has nothing to do with actually pushing you up in the algorithm. The only thing that matters in the algorithm for YouTube is impressions and click-through rate and really audience retention, depending on what the video is. But those are the two main metrics that people should be focusing on. But to tell if you want to see if somebody's a hack or not, it's usually they overemphasize, oh, I've got 1 million subs. That doesn't mean shit to me, because I've seen shows like Fresh and Fit they've been under 1 million subs just up until about December here, but I've seen them make the top 10 most super chatted shows on planet fucking Earth. So they're making money hand over fist with under 1 million subs. So like subs don't make all that big. It don't mean that much to me as far as like conversion, but it does tell me when people overemphasize certain things like subscriptions on YouTube that they think that you should find that important, or that makes them a better show because they've got 5 million subs. That's how much what's the revenue you're generating off that show? It means nothing to me unless your actual views match what your actual subscriptions are. Yeah, Justin, the organic function of it is just so important. It's not a meritocracy, and trying to buy your following. I think it worked. Obviously, I don't know if you know this, Clever Investor, I think that's his name. I can't remember what the guy's name is. He admits to buying his followers, and it worked for him. And I think it would have worked. I think, dude, before 2017, if you bought a bunch of followers and got a blue check mark, good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for you, because it worked. It definitely worked. Buying a blue check mark right now is really a bad idea. The people, they're coming after people and they're taking those things back and getting rid of accounts. I really would not. I would not do that. Got it? In fact, dude, if I really hated someone, Justin, you know what I would do? I would go on one of these websites and I would buy them 1 million fake followers. Then they'd have 100 likes a post with 1 million followers. That's what I would do to just make them look like complete.
What a great idea that is.
That's what if I really hated someone, that's what I would do. I would just fucking destroy their fucking platform by doing that. Right. So that's what a lot of guys are doing. So that's what I would tell you, Justin. Just don't look fake. If you want to see some great examples, just you're welcome to just go through my funnel and see some of the stuff. The only thing that breaks in my funnel is I don't have enough salespeople. Other than that, the funnel has been incredible. And Justin, it's because we steal and copy and steal and steal and steal and steal and steal and copy and steal. And we have this much ego.
Learn to use AI. Learn to use Chat GPT.
Oh shit, that would be incredible.
Yeah, automate.
That's all the rage.
Automate. Let me tell you something, man. Get on that now. Get in. Be an early adopter for AI, because it will help you. It will help you grow. Everybody's going to get into it. It's going to be saturated, but if you get in now at the bottom floor and you start understanding this shit and you understand how it applies to what it is that you do, and if you can, as much as you can automate, man, automate.
Beautiful. Cool. Hey, so I just did something real quick. In the chat, somebody was saying that we're all scams. So here's what we're going to do. It's fine if you guys want to call us all scams, but I put the link right here in the chat. So what you guys are going to have to do is you're going to click the link and then you're going to tell us why we're scams. I'd love this, guys. You don't have to turn on your camera. You can make your Zoom name, whatever you want to call it. You can put a little picture of a fucking deer or a piece of poop or whatever you need your avatar to be. You can jump onto Zoom and then explain to us like, no, this guy's a scam. So some guy named Scott Mooring, jump on here, man. Click the link in the, don't talk about it, be about it. If we're scams, hey, I love it, dude. I love the skepticism. But stand behind your words. Be a man. Be a man. Stand behind your words. Jump on here, click the link, and then talk to us about it. Explain to us why we're a scam. And then I'll go step by step and explain to you how nothing either Rollo or I said is even a slight fucking exaggeration. Okay? Not even a slight exaggeration. Awesome, Justin. Thank you for your question. Henry, what's your question?
Andre.
Hey guys, I can't speak very loud because I'm in France right now, so it's nighttime. I think my question is more for Michael and Rollo or Kylie, but I might be wrong. Michael, I saw you talk about breaking value in one of your videos, so I was wondering what it was and how you can use it.
Are you talking about breaking rapport?
Oh yeah, breaking rapport.
Okay, so breaking rapport is my term. It doesn't mean it. So when if you listen to Jordan Belfort, it's a different. When he says breaking rapport, he thinks it's a bad thing. When I say breaking rapport, I think it's a good thing. So for instance, with Rollo, several people had wanted to do interviews with him. So what did I do? I read all of his books. I read every single book on evolutionary psychology. And when I did an interview with him, I had 80 questions, and I probably did the most thorough interview anyone had ever done. That's a breaking rapport.
4 hours long too.
4 hours long, 4 hours and 8 minutes. That's called breaking rapport, Henry. Does that make sense? Okay. You walk outside of a club. Okay. You're talking to this girl. She's stunning. She's so beautiful. She's sitting there talking to you, and she's kind of blowing you off. And then while you're doing this, Heidi Klum comes up and kisses you on the cheek. And she's like, "Oh, Henry, I love you. It's so fucking good to see you." And you're like, "Thank you." And then your fucking Bugatti pulls up. Then all of a sudden the girl who was ignoring you, her view of the matrix has changed. Her view, we're breaking what she believes is the status quo. Henry, you're just a normal looking guy. Normal looking guy comes up and talks to me. I'm a super hot woman. Therefore, he's low status. He's beta. Why did this super hot girl kiss him on the cheek? Oh my God, I follow her. Wait, a fucking Bugatti? Who the fuck is this guy? Watch her eyes get big. Her pulse will increase because you broke rapport. Whatever the status quo, whatever she believed what was going to happen, you changed what that is. So what's another great way to break a rapport? Humor. What's another great way to break rapport? Pre-selection. What's another way to break rapport? You take your shirt off when you're at the beach and you're fucking ripped and she didn't expect it. These are all ways to break rapport. Does that make sense? You walk into a party, she has 4 million followers, you have 30,000, and everyone at the party knows you and doesn't even know who the fuck she is. That's a way you break rapport. Does that make sense, Henry?
Yes.
You walk up to Zook inside of Resorts World, okay, or you walk to Omnia inside of Caesar's Palace. All the hosts know your name. They wave you in, charge you nothing, take you on stage to the VIP. You shake hands with Steve Aoki, and then the owner of Tau Hakkasan comes up and gives you a hug. She's like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And you don't have to be rich to do any of it. I can tell you firsthand. You don't have to be rich to do any of that shit. Okay.
Can I give you a story? Let me tell you a story. And Justin and Miguel were actually at this, so it's a very good example of what you're talking about. Justin, myself, Miguel from Dollar Cost Crypto, my wife, my niece, Tom was there as well, and another couple of girls that were there as well. But we were at the Chart House in Lake Tahoe. I'm sure you're from. It's like a very high end like seafood steak restaurant kind of thing, and this is in Lake Tahoe. It's like up on the hill. You can see the lake and everything. We're just there, and we have a nice table. It's already been reserved for us, and we're just sitting there. We're just kind of shooting the shit, and so my wife's there. Everybody there at the table is pretty much familiar with me. My niece is just sort of like, wondering what all this is all about, but she knows me and she's very familiar with me, right? Up comes a guy from one other table, comes up to our table and says, "Excuse me, are you Rollo Tomassi?" And I'm like, "Yes." And he's like, "I love your stuff. I love your work, blah, blah, blah." It comes up to the table. So up to that point, we're just having this very familiar, almost like a family dinner where we're sitting down there. And suddenly someone comes to the table and wants to get my autograph and wants to get like an Instagram shot with me, and then realizes that Justin Waller's sitting there too. And then Miguel's there. So Justin got a picture too. But when you have this sense of familiarity, or you're with someone who has this sense of familiarity, and then it's broken by this, like you were saying, breaking rapport. I would call that breaking familiarity, I guess, like the idea that you're comfortable and familiar with
subverting expectations.
Something from someone from the outside gives you pre-selection or gives you social proof, and they weren't expecting that. Oh, you are kind of a big deal, right? Another story, and so my niece was like she's like, you're kind of a big deal. Yeah, okay. I realize this is the first sort of incidents where this has happened. I wasn't expecting it to happen in Lake Tahoe. Also, I was at, I think it was, we're at the CME. We're at the Donovan Sharp's convention in Florida in May. And I've been working with Torsha for a very long time. Well, since August, the previous August. And so we're there. She knows me. I know her. We've been, back and forth. Kevin Sabo and the Sabo brothers are there. We have this familiarity and this rapport between the two of us. I get to the CME and I am swamped by guys wanting to have, and get a selfie with me, or they want me to sign their books or whatever. And Torsha comes up to me afterwards. She goes, "You're kind of famous." I'm like, Jesus Christ. And I hate it. It's all I could do, Mike. It's all I could do to go, do you know who I am? Like, I didn't want to say that, but it's another one of those situations where you have that familiarity and it's broken because people come from the outside and they want to be associated with you. They want to have something to do with you because they know who you are, maybe from the internet or from what. And it's not just necessarily me. It could be like a rock star. It could be an actor or whatever else it is. It's that familiarity that is broken. And usually it's in the positive because there's somebody from the outside who breaks it for you. So you've got social proof, or you've got pre-selection if it's the opposite sex. And now they're breaking into that. And now somebody else thinks you're a big deal when the other person that you were with, who was familiar with you, now can say, oh, I'm with somebody who's a little bit higher value. The idea of social status at that point. Maybe when you're familiar with somebody, people want to think that they're like even with you until you get that third party dread, is what I would call it, right? When somebody from the outside gives you that pre-selection and suddenly you're a big deal. Whenever I'm talking to guys who are married and they say, "Rollo, I can't get my wife to fuck me anymore. She's just not hot for me anymore. I'm in a sexless marriage, yada, yada, yada." Generally, it's because all of the things that made that guy very, very attractive before they got married are gone because there's too much familiarity there. It's familiarity breeds contempt, right? So what I tell these guys is this, especially after you get married or if you get into a long-term relationship, depending on what you do and depending on who you are as a person, but for most guys, it is insanely hard for them to generate any kind of social proof or to have like a third party come and say, "Oh, your husband's kind of hot," right? Or I would do him. If you don't want him, I'll take him, that kind of thing. It's that third party dread or that passive dread that is breaking that rapport, as Mike was saying.
So does that mean it's never something that you can do? It's like always something that's happening to you?
I think if it's something that I was telling the other guy a minute ago, if it's something that you have to say, "Hey, I fucked this really famous person over here," that sounds very try hard, because what it is you're trying to generate social proof and pre-selection for yourself. I'm not saying that it's impossible to do that. You can, but if you get caught, you're fucked. So okay. It's sneaky fucker game is what it is. But if it's better when it's organic and it's authentic and it's genuine, obviously. I know guys who have the ability to run game to the point where they've got like a wingman, or they got like a I forget what they're called, like an assistant that makes it seem like it's organic, but it's actually not organic. It's very easy to generate social proof. It's very easy to generate, especially in today's day and age on, selfies and Instagram and everything else. You're only getting the highlight reel of what your life is all about. Obviously, it's all about perception. And as Mike says, who cares? That's how things work. He doesn't want to go and put the dog filter on his face when he's doing reels on Instagram, but he does it because it works. It's not because it's authentic. You can generate that. But again, if it seems like you're trying hard to do that, then it comes off as creepy and then it comes off as disingenuous.
Okay. So Henry, you can build these things, right? You can build a lifestyle to where these things are just shown. It's like you going up and bragging that you're a plastic surgeon versus her like on the way driving home seeing your billboard. Does that make sense? You can, there's a different, it's really difficult. Not you specifically. I'm not talking about you, Henry, specifically, but your generation has a hard time between telling somebody and showing them. Your generation likes to tell. There's a lot of these rappers with fucking purple hair and face tattoos talking shit like they're going to shoot each other, like they're hard. And then they start snitching to the cops as soon as they get in trouble because they like to talk. They like to tell, but they can't show. They're not actually tough guys, right? So that's the thing you need to understand is when I say breaking rapport, you're showing, you're not telling, but you can do that by being funny. You can do that by the places you go. You'd be surprised, Henry. You message a girl and you'd be like, "Hey, I have a red carpet invite for the Maxim party. That's a break and rapport. She doesn't expect that. You're just a normal dude. She doesn't expect that from you, right? That's what I mean by break and rapport. Okay.
Okay.
A lot of times I'll have a girl, she'll come on my, on the red carpet and she's super formal. She's in a dress. She's like, Michael's going to ask me some tough question. And I'll look at her and be like, hey, you doing great? Awesome. How fucking drunk are you getting tonight? And she's like, what? That's a break and rapport. Okay.
I've seen that. Yeah.
You understand? That's something if you want to see some breaks and rapport, go and watch my interviews that I do with all those girls. There's over 300 of them on my YouTube channel. Just go to the playlist titled interviews and you can just see me breaking rapport literally for 10 to 50 hours. Okay. If you guys want to see examples of that with comedy. Okay.
Thank you.
Sense? Hey, Henry, why is marriage so expensive?
Because it's a symbol.
I'm sorry. Why is divorce so expensive?
Oh,
I
don't know.
Because it's worth it. All right, man. Take care, brother.
Okay.
That's a breaking report. Got it? All right, awesome. There you go. Let's go to Emanol.
Hello, Michael.
What's going on, man?
Well, first of all, Rollo, thank you very much. I know you receive this every day, but thank you very much for your work. It's really, I appreciate it. You changed my life. And also, Michael, thank you for the book of very important people. That was
You like that
good
book?
one. Yeah.
Yeah, I want Rollo to read that book. It's kind of like not quite in the wheelhouse. So Very Important People is written by a sociologist named Ashley Mears. And by the way, there is a very woke bent to the book, but her observations are 10 out of 10. But later on, her perception of it or her interpretation, I would give a 3 out of 10. She's talking about there being white supremacy when half of the promoters she was working with were black. She was talking there about there being a patriarchy when women are getting flown to France for free, drinking anything they wanted, eating like at 5-star restaurants, sleeping with celebrities, and then coming back home and then networking with people who got them jobs, but they're being exploited. Like it was there are examples of what she's talking about. She made very poor examples. I'm going to try to have Professor Mears on my podcast, but basically she was a model who went undercover for 2 years as basically a bottle rat.
Yeah, at the end of the book, I was like kind of seeing it that she was like mixing the feelings with the actual sociology or psychiatric
she needed
explanation
to get it published. She's at Boston University. It's one of the most liberal universities in the country. She had to get that book is a manifestation of her doctoral thesis. And so she just had to make it woke-ish in order for it to get published. Otherwise, it wouldn't have got published. If she had said at the very end, all this excess waste is an evolutionary adaptation for men to be able to, sow their wild oats and have sex with as many women as possible, and this is just a function of evolution, it would have never gotten published. She would have never gotten a PhD. But instead she writes, hey, all of this is a function of men being patriarchal and misogynistic. It gets published. She's now a best-selling author. Actually, wasn't a best-selling author. The book did terrible. And then she gets her PhD. And
wow, now it's getting better because of you.
Yeah, no, it's getting better because of me. Because dude, all the references to Rollo, I'm going to introduce you to Jason Strauss at some point. All the references to Jason Strauss in the book are fantastic. Jason Strauss has there are two Harvard business studies done on Jason Strauss. He is the
Ashley Mears. Okay. I was just trying to figure out how to sell. I was looking it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Incredible documentation, not quite accurate interpretation. But I think it was one of the best books I've ever read. It's really good.
Okay. So I have like 2 business questions. It's more towards you, Michael. Sorry, Rollo. But it's more towards you, Michael. Since you mentioned on one of your podcasts that you were like a videographer for like an event or something like that.
Yeah.
I just want to ask you, I am like a photographer / videographer. And I just want to ask you like, how do you manage like your time and clients as like when they come a bunch at the same time, like they want to ask you in the same week, in the same month, getting projects done and stuff like that?
One more time, say the question one more time, the first part of it.
So I am a videographer and also a photographer, and my question is like, when you get a bunch of clients on the same week, on the same month, and they're like just coming at you and saying, hey, I need this done by this day, or this other project done by this time limit. And I just want to ask you, how do you retain and also maintain those relationships as you progress to the project.
I mean, so it would be the same. You could ask Rollo the same question too. You have too many engagements, too many things to do. Rollo building a studio in his house and me building a studio in my house is a way for me to say yes more often and for me to extend my boundaries on what it is that I'm capable of doing. The reality is you have to learn to say no. When I got to go film at the Playboy Mansion, I'm never going to say no to that. That was incredible.
That's hard for me to do, by the way, to learn that.
Yeah. So many fucking celebrities. Of course, I'm going to say yes to that. But it has gotten to the point where there's some club promoters that I've been friends with for 10 years. And they're like, hey, man, we're going to go do this thing. And I'm like, man, I got to make money. I have a responsibility to my partners. I have responsibility to my employees. I have responsibility to my clients. Like, I can't just go to a party for nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's like some fuck all's birthday. I can't do that. And so I have to learn to say no. Eminal, that's the thing. So if you're at the point where you're in such demand that you have multiple bookings, you got to raise your prices.
No, right now, but I am like doing so much like strategizing and so many content that is in the back end of my computer right now that I'm about to publish. And I just like worry that I will get so many people that is like.
So let's the actual problem is, and I'm not saying you're neurotic, but the actual problem is a function of neurosis. You aren't, it's like, have you ever heard the guy who's like, I don't go to the gym because if I go to the gym, I'm going to get too big. Have you ever heard guys say stupid shit like that? Really, really stupid shit. Yeah. This is not something you have to worry about, Pam. You're telling me that you're worried about being too successful. Stop. How about just become successful first, and then when you actually do have that happening, then hit me up. I had a guy the other day come on my on my show, and it just drove me crazy. No, it was on my show. It was on the Thursday call. He came on and he was telling me, "Hey man, what do I do when so and so starts complaining about me?" I was like, "Has anyone complained about you?" And I was like, "No." And we're all just like, "What the fuck are you talking about then?" He goes, "Yeah, what if that happens?" I'm like, "Bro, you have so many problems in your life. What's your bench press max? How much money are you making? What the fuck are you worried about this stupid shit for?"
What if the meteor hits tomorrow? Yeah.
So this is not a problem. There is a correct answer. I'm not going to give it to you. You need to fucking get to that point first.
Okay. It's just that, I'm planning to do a certain video for TikTok. And since TikTok, the algorithm is so crazy, I just like worry that gets too many people trying to DM me.
No, most of TikTok is fake.
Of course. Yeah. But it's just because of the algorithm.
TikTok means less than nothing to my business.
But you know what? I'll give you points though. I mean, at least you're planning big. Like, I'm going to be so fucking successful. I'm going to have so many people that are hitting me up. I need to solve this problem in advance.
It's just I already did the whole back end.
You push until things break, and then you fix what was broken. And in the meantime, you have money. Okay. It's better to have these problems while you have money in the bank than to have these problems when you don't have money and you're sitting there. You understand what I'm saying? I don't hire a bunch of salespeople hoping that I have a bunch of sales and then the salespeople have nothing to do. I hire salespeople when my current salespeople can't possibly maintain their pace. Understand? Okay. You're not there yet, so don't worry about this. This is not something worth wasting mental energy.
Keep that attitude though.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, I love that you think you're going to be this successful. That's great. Just don't worry about this yet.
Okay, yeah. Get there first and then worry about problems. All right, got it. Also, the second question. Since I read the book, Very Important People, I just wanted to ask you, how can I get towards promoters, helping them out with their girls, getting the pictures for the models, with the model, what is the word? The model organizations, the ones that manage the girls. I forgot what was the word for it.
I don't know what you're saying.
The model agencies, like
model agencies.
Yeah. So how can I, in a way, get to talk to the promoters first, so I can get to the models as a guy that gives value as a photographer?
Cool. Yeah, the answer to all these questions is going to be the same thing. It's the first 4 steps of MOA. Step 1 is fix your Instagram. Step 2 is build your list. Step 3 is find 6 events to take people to. Step 4 is find 6 girls to go with you to these events.
Okay.
Cool. If you, this is a question I would like for you to ask some of the networking coaches in the Discord server. They will walk you through this whole thing. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
We even provide step-by-step invites on how to do this in MOA Advanced.
All right. Cool.
Got it? Yeah, but just join the Discord. It's all free. Just in the free side of the Discord server, ask anyone. There's 500 guys in there. Like, there's at least 40 club promoters. They'll all help you.
All right.
Got it?
Thanks. Yeah.
Beautiful, man. Let's go to Ryan Ingram. Ryan, what's your question?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
What's going on?
Okay. So first of all, thank you for taking my question. And my question is, how are you able to give away your best strategies, for success in business and relationships, without feeling like you're creating competition for yourself?
This is a great question. Rollo, do you have some of this? Because you
I've
do
gotten
create,
the-
Rollo, you do create competition for yourself by
Yeah,
producing a book.
constantly. Yeah, thanks. I'm the research and development department.
He's R&D for the red pill. And the rest of us are just using his shit.
You'll know you're successful when people accuse you of plagiarizing yourself. that's when you know you made it. It's a constant struggle. It's a constant battle for me because I've got a lot of irons in the fire right now. I mean, we're doing Access Vegas. That's one. I'm working on I've just finished the outline for another book that I'm working. I'm hoping to have that out by maybe the beginning of summer. I think it should be more easy to do than the last two. And so I've got a lot of I got people who want to have me on their shows, people who want to debate me. People who want to throw shit at me, people who want to, pick my brain so that they can use that to start their own podcast, or they want to start their own red pill thing. And some are better than others. Let's just be honest. I had to at one point say, you know what? I know people are going to lift my material. I know people are going to use my work. And it's, and I have to start taking it as sort of flattery, but I'm also creating my own competition. The problem with that is that you can't be in the public light and you can't be in the public eye. You can't, especially today, you can't be on Instagram. You can't be a quote unquote influencer without somebody influencing someone to actually do the kind of stuff that you're doing as well. So there's a lot of people who want to imitate Fresh and Fit, for example, or they want to imitate my writing style, or they want to imitate, they want to maybe, quote the same sources that Mike does when we're talking about evolutionary psychology. That's free for them to do. Some do it better than others, but I have to also sort of take it with a grain of salt. And what it does for me anyways, is it motivates me to be better, like to get back to work, to go and do something that's new and more. Most people are not innovators. They're fast followers. So they're I work with innovators. Mike is an innovator. There's a few people that I could name. I can name names right now who I would consider idea guys. There are, I don't know if you've ever, maybe Mike, have you read this before? Have you read the biography of Steve Jobs? Steve Jobs.
I read the biography of Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs dated a bunch of supermodels. Wore the same goddamn 8 Issey Miyake sweaters every time he went up on stage. Wouldn't acknowledge his goddamn daughter. Kept driving around in Porsches. And then finally, when he was older, he met his Assyrian father who owned a goddamn restaurant and found out that both of his parents had fucking PhDs. And people want to tell me intelligence is not heritable.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you.
He also died of pancreatic cancer.
Read it. Okay.
He died of pancreatic cancer on my birthday.
Right.
Well, one other thing, hey, Rollo, did you know this? You know Alan Turing is, right?
Yeah, Turing test.
You know the whole idea that the reason there's a bite in the apple in the back of the Apple computers. Alan Turing committed suicide by putting cyanide in an apple and eating it. In 1955, he was found out to be a homosexual. He was a professor at Oxford. And he was a socialist and an atheist. When all of this came out, he had lost his tenure and he committed suicide. And that's why there's an apple on the back of the Apple computers.
I had no idea.
Here's the whole thing. Steve Jobs says Alan Turing is his biggest idol. And when he asked, is that the reason why there's a bite in the apple? He goes, that would be a cool story, wouldn't it? He did not say he was or was not true.
Confirm or deny. Well, so the reason I'm bringing that up is because I've found this to be true working in the liquor industry for sure. But one of the concepts that Steve Jobs brought up, he said there's 3 kinds of guys when it comes to business. There's 3 kinds of people. There are ideas guys, there are salesmen, and there's the guys with the money who are going to be able to bankroll and fund whatever your ideas are. And then you need the sales guys to sell the ideas, and you need the money to actually produce the stuff that the ideas guys come up with so that the guys can sell it. And so it's sort of this, this symbiotic relationship between those 3 types of guys. The companies and the brands, the businesses that work the best are when those people all know what they are, right? I'm an ideas guy. I'm in no way a sales guy, because if I was, I'd be a lot better paid than I am right now. But I produce books. I'm about the ideas. I always have been. Even when I was working in the liquor industry, I was about the bottles. I was about the product. And I work with guys who are sales. The problem was in every single business I was a part of, when that business imploded, it was because one of the sales guys thought they were going to be the ideas guy, or it was the guy with the money who says, no, I got a better idea than you. And those ideas never panned out because they're not ideas guys. They're just the guys who are very good at the business and they're very, very good at the back end. And then there's the guys who are the sales guys who don't give rat's ass about whatever the fucking product is, whether it's good or it's not. Their skill is in selling. So when you have those three guys lining up and you've got this perfect kind of symbiotic relationship together, that's when you have really good, successful businesses. The problem right now is I have to be the ideas guy, the sales guy, and the guy with the money. So if I'm going to be a one-man show and I'm going to be an influencer kind of thing, then yeah, you have to remember that people who are salesmen are going to use your ideas because they want to sell your ideas. They're not coming up with anything new. They're going to take your work and they're going to repackage it, and they're going to try to outsell you because they have better networking or they've got something else, but they're not really doing anything original. You come up with something that's a new idea and you can move things forward while they're still stuck trying to sell last year's model. So that's the way I kind of look at it right now.
And Chaz, the book is called, I believe, Jobs, and it's by William Isaacson. I believe that's who wrote it.
Yeah.
It's really good.
I love that book. It was great.
Yeah. It was a Walter. Well, sorry.
And I actually read that book like with like the book instead of listening to it.
Yeah. Ryan, does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
It's tough. It's tough. It's really tough. But
hey guys, a couple of things before we go on, because we've been on here for 2 hours. So like, I definitely want to make sure you guys all you all need to make sure that you subscribe to the Rational Mail.
Get me up to 300,000 subs.
Yeah, get him to 300. He got 200,000 subs yesterday. I need you guys to get him up to 300,000. So make sure you all subscribe to the Rational Mail, and make sure you subscribe to my favorite channel, which is Rational Mail Clips, because I keep ending up on this motherfucker all the time. Make sure you guys subscribe to Rational Mail Clips. Make sure you do both of those things. As far as I'm concerned, for those of you who are not in MOA, put a 1 in the chat if you are not in MOA. You're not in Men of Action. There we go. Beautiful. I love it. All you guys, man. We'd love to meet all these new people that are not in MOA. Love it. Ryan, there we go. Got it. Beautiful. Awesome. Schedule my discovery call.
I was hoping a hater was going to come on.
Beautiful. All right, guys, check out that link right there. If you guys are interested, I want you to click that link. You don't have to schedule a call, but I do want you to go through there, opt in, so you can look at all the testimonials. We have a bunch of videos for you to watch. And here's the other thing. If you are the slightest bit skeptical out of this, I will give you 20, 30, 40 clients that you can talk to, and you bring your skepticism to them. Tell them all the reasons why you know this is wrong. This is a scam. Nothing in MOA works. All the shit that he does is fake. That's fine. Do that. I'm totally fine with you doing that. But just stand behind your words. Don't be a bitch. Let me say that one more time. I know we're going to get platform YouTube. Don't be a bitch. Stand behind your words. If you want to call, if you want to say something I'm doing is scam, that's fine. Stand behind it. Click that link and then just join on. Here we go. Just joined a few days ago. Amount you learn is unreal. Yeah, man. There's over 2,000 hours of content in MOA now. We add 11 hours of content every day. There's 116 modules in the program, MOA and MOA Advanced. Plus, there are a bunch of networking coaches that will come help you. And each one of the networking coaches specializes in a different field, and they'll help you with different stuff. Okay. Awesome, guys. Let's keep going. Nathaniel, what's your question?
Thanks, Ryan.
Hey, Rollo. Hey, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything. Amazing value today. I had a quick question. I think this might be relevant for both of you. I know you're really big on proof. What's your thoughts on creating a swipe file of stories that you could tactically deploy in like business scenarios, networking events that have like subtle displays of high value, like the prime directives, like willingness to emote, risk taker, protector of
it's funny. Like willingness to emote is literally who taught me the thing that you're asking me about.
And yes, I just wanted to know your thoughts on that.
Swipe file, go.
Okay, here we go. So the answer is obviously unassailably, unbelievably, irrevocably, absolutely, and totally yes. I use it for everything. If you look on my Instagram right now, you're going to see highlight packages that are up at the top of my IG, and I use those highlight packages for sales. I actually don't. Most people don't go through my highlight packages. Those highlight packages are when somebody says, "Hey, man, what was Babes in Toyland like?" I just send them a link to the highlight packages on Babes in Toyland, and now there's 100 clips that show irrefutable visual evidence it was the best party in Los Angeles. Does that make sense, Nathaniel? I also have this is kind of petty, but back when back in the day, if a girl like stood me up, I had a folder on my phone called Fire. And if a girl stood me up, all of a sudden, Michael's in Ibiza on a fucking yacht with 40 girls. What the fuck's going on? You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, when we were supposed to be on our date, during that time, I'm posting on IG story the most petty shit you could possibly imagine. So yes, 100% I agree with doing that for sure. Whenever I would definitely do that, because that's one of the things you want to use in order, again, it's not you specifically, Nathaniel, but your generation likes to talk. They don't like to show. You're going to be different. One of the ways you guys stand out in this current environment is by not being a scam artist. Just by not being a scam artist, you stand out. If you're a person, you sell a product for $50 and you just provide any value whatsoever, you're already in the top 10%. You know why? Because the other 90% are scam artists. There's no way, doesn't matter what the price is, $1, $50, $500 for a technical analysis product, because technical analysis is fake. It's not real. There's no price on a fucking Forex product that you could possibly pay that's going to be worth it. They need to pay you because Forex, retail trading in Forex is a scam. So you just not being a scam is helpful. Now, with pickup, is it a scam? No, but you're just getting really good at 2% of game. You're really, really good. You understand? Taking pickup would be the equivalent of just doing calf exercises every day when you go to the gym and never doing bench press. That's what pickup is. It's definitely necessary. You need your calf muscles to do shit, but it's almost like just inbounding the basketball in basketball. There's so many other parts to game besides pickup. And so that's or cold approach, not pickup specifically, just cold approach.
Yeah.
Gus, J Mob disagrees. Oh, sorry, I said his name. Don't sue me. Don't sue me, Pep. Don't sue me. Yeah. So that's what
are in the mail.
that's what I would do, Nathaniel. Does that make sense?
And when you can't deploy the actual proof on your Instagram, would you create actual stories that you could?
I mean, you could do. So we steal in MOA. We steal from each other. We steal each other's stories all the time. When guys throw events, they show images from MOA or for Baby's Toilet all the time. Yeah, one guy will throw a photo shoot with another guy, and the other guys will loan him irrefutable visual evidence for his photo shoot. Happens all the time. We share in MOA. We are a team in this program. Okay, that's why teamwork is one of the things we talk about in Men of Action. Men of Action is actually teaching you, kind of in a weird way, as a civilian, to be a U.S. military officer. I'm kind of teaching you that level of like discipline, leadership, organization. That's what I'm doing. Now, the reason why you guys join the program, because you like hot girls. I get it. I'm not stupid, but that's not the point of the program. The program is to teach you entrepreneurship, social networking, a winning mindset, evolutionary psychology, and how to be leaders. That's what I really want you guys to learn.
You're gonna get to the point. I mean, all of us in the chat and everything, we're gonna get to the point, right, where we're not going to be able to distinguish what's been created like through like artificial intelligence, or like if there's like right now I see people use this all the time for like Twitter storms, like tweet storms. Like they'll have Chat GPT will create you say, okay, Chat GPT, create a Twitter storm for me and let's talk about Andrew Tate and what's going on and blah blah, and include these words, yada yada yada, and it'll populate all of these things. And what you do is you simply take all of those and then you put them into a program like Hype Fury, and then you schedule them, and it seems like you're freaking fucking genius, right? You didn't do a goddamn thing. You had GPT do it in like 3 seconds. But here's the thing is like when you were saying, oh, should I manufacture my own stuff? Should I, even if I'm not living this, fantastic lifestyle, I think we're going to get to the point where it's going to be so easy to generate that kind of imagery and that perception. And it's not even just you like stealing anything. It's like you using, say, an AI program of some sort, some kind of app where everyone else is going to be doing it themselves. And they're not technically stealing, they're getting it from an auto generation. So how is that any different than, say, like, oh, I'm going to go and manufacture, this public persona, and I'm going to put this out there, even if whether I use like an AI to do it or I did it myself. What if you can't tell the difference? Then does it really matter?
Nathaniel, like, you probably think that Kylie is real. She's not. Kylie is actually, I'm in a room by myself. This is an AI generated body. It's not even real. There's nothing here. It's just like she's not even. See how this works?
It's a hologram. Yeah.
That's a pretty good deep fake, man.
It's a deep fake. This is actually a 59-year-old Asian man sitting next to me.
He has to turn me on and off every day.
Yes, I need that filter. Can I get the Kylie filter?
You want the Kylie filter? Yeah, for sure. Let's get that for you. All right, Nathaniel, that answer your question?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. Alejandro, what's going on? Alejandro.
Come on, man.
Jim right now. What's up? How you guys
Come
doing?
on, man.
Jim, there you go. Go to the front.
My question is to Rollo Tomassi. What is feminism's purpose through the lens of evolutionary psychology? Or if it has a purpose, if there's a nuance to it, or
I have thought about this question.
Yeah, I've thought about this question. Yes,
Go ahead, Rollo.
All right. Well, as far as, I mean, you can apply this to a lot of different things, but feminism is pretty easy. Primarily, it's to, I'm from an evolutionary lens. Feminism is, I could give you the real vulgar way and say it's just so that fat chicks can actually get laid, right? Like so that they can reproduce. It's like to help women who wouldn't otherwise be able to solve their reproductive problems if they can control the game. And I've said this before. I'll give you the example here. When the WNBA became a thing, there was talk of lowering the baskets in the game so that the women could dunk, because at that point they thought, we're going to go bankrupt because we can't put enough asses in the seats because the game is fucking boring because all these women are it's like, it's no better than like say high school, volleyball or something like that. So what they were talking about doing is lowering the baskets. What happens though is you fundamentally change the nature of the game to suit the skills of the player. That's what feminism is. It is a changing of, it's an attempt anyways, to change the fundamental nature of men's nature and women's nature to put women at the advantage so that women are the primary selectors when it comes to reproduction, when it comes to who they get to select. When we talk about when I've talked about hypergamy in the past, it's a social adaptation that is meant to solve an evolutionary problem. And so what happens is when you have feminism, by the way, is just one step in gynocentrism. So if we're talking about, we need to talk about equality, we want to talk about women's right to vote, all this, there's these little sub issues that go along with that. But when you take it into total, it becomes what we call gynocentrism, which is it's what I've called the feminine imperative. It's a social imperative. The way to experience life is through the lens of the female, the feminine, right? It's like the anti-patriarchy. Up to this point, it's a man's world. Well, it's no longer a man's world if we live in a gynocentric social order. And so what happens is the fundamental purpose for feminism or gynocentrism in total, I guess, is to solve a reproductive problem that puts women as the primary sexual selectors in the human race. And we've done that pretty well, I'd say, since the sexual revolution. There's one invention that has facilitated that, and that was hormonal birth control. What that's done is it's allowed women to be, for the first time in history, the sex that gets to decide who gets born and who does not get born. And so, until we have like a male pill or we have something else where men can sort of level the playing field, the social imperative of feminism, if you're going to look at it in a nuts and bolts perspective, it is to promote if you look at hypergamy, you look at the alpha fucks and beta bucks. The beta buck side is, of course, the security side. We've got provisioning, protection, and parental investment. Get that. And then once that's been settled, then we're going to look for who we want to be entitled to, the guy who is the best looking, the best genetic specimen that we can get with. That's what feminism ultimately leads to when it comes to a genetic evolutionary perspective. Now, I can talk about the psychological, I can talk about the social, but we're just going to boil it down to evolutionary principles. It's meant to put women into the position of being able to decide, to facilitate their mating strategy. That's really what feminism comes down to.
Alejandro, you there?
He's there. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let's not. Imagine when you're a little kid and the first time like your big brother like pushes you or whatever, and you go cry to your mom. And when you do so, you notice that you get a little bit more attention. Now you legitimately got pushed and you had a legitimate complaint, but you recognize, wait a second, there's a little bit of power in being a victim. I wasn't aware of this power, but you legitimately are a victim. Don't get it twisted. Yeah. In the beginning, when we talk about civil rights actions or we talk about feminism, there was a legitimate need for feminism at one point when men could just impunity, just beat the fuck out of men could kill their wives and not be charged with a crime. That's a little too far. Okay, that's a little too far. The idea of marital rape wasn't real. I think you can rape your wife. That's just me. I think that's the case. Okay, so I think there's some cases where feminism, I think, went a little bit too far. I do believe women should be able to vote. These kind of things. So you need feminism for sure. You did. Then it was one of these things. It was like, wait a second. Whenever we cry, we get legislation passed. We get money for this shit. We write books and people read our fucking books. And all we do is like play like we're victims. It's fucking incredible. Okay. So have you ever watched Patrick Beverley? He's the backup point guard for the Los Angeles Lakers. If you ever watch him play, what does he do? He throws his hands up in the air. He flops all the time. He's trying to get calls from the referee. That's what a lot of, I'm not just going to pick on feminism, but by the way, there's several different types of feminism. I'm not just going to pick on feminism just for this, but there's a lot of these ideals that are based in victimhood. Okay. Yeah. And when I put the cloth of victimhood around me, I'm protected. Okay. Ready? We're having a conversation. You disagree with me. And then I'm like, hey man, check your privilege, bro. You're white and I'm brown. And that's why you disagree with me. See what I just did? Victimhood, bro. Look at this fucking armor I have on me. It's incredible. I'm a woman and you start disagreeing with me. Oh, you're disagreeing with me? That's because you're an insecure fucking stalker with a small penis, a small dick energy. You see what I did? I'm a victim. Look at me. I'm oppressed. And I just put this armor of victim and now I'm safe. I'm safe. Just see the ref. Safe. You can just do anything you want. Now, when they went after Andrew Tate, did Andrew Tate go, yeah, pretty much you canceled me because I'm black? He didn't say that. No, because he's not a victim. They didn't fucking do that. You understand? When you watch David Goggins pisses so many people off because he's 47 and he's out running ultra marathons with fucked up knees. Okay. My guess on Wednesday is Zion Clark. Do you guys know who Zion Clark is? He was born with no lower body and he just won his first MMA match a couple of weeks ago. MMA. He kept taking this guy down. He was a collegiate Ohio wrestler in Ohio at Kent State University. This guy went like 18 matches in a row without losing. He doesn't have fucking legs, Alejandro. When people make excuses in their victims and they see somebody like Nick Santonastasso, or they see somebody like a fucking when they see somebody like Zion Clark, and it's funny, whenever you meet Zion Clark or you meet Nick Santonastasso, they always have mindsets like I have, like Rollo has. I never have to ask. People who will survive shit like that always have this fucking mindset. Because they're about survival. They always get this. And so in this situation, that's where feminism lies. So now here's the thing. Now, what do we want as human beings? We want higher sexual selection and we want higher status. Look at this way for me to get higher status and higher sexual selection. I get more attention because I have cried foul, flop. Technical too, flopping. They actually made a rule in the NBA that you could get a technical foul for flopping. Because these European players would come into the NBA and they would flop every time they got touched. That's kind of like what you do when you cry foul. This is why I said there's a difference between BLM and BLM. BLM, the idea, after George Floyd got his neck stepped on, you better fucking right. Yes, there was a problem. There was a problem needed to be addressed. But BLM, the organization, were a bunch of fucking thieves. They weren't even socialists. They didn't even believe in anything. They were just thieves. Okay. So that's the thing we have to understand. We've used the victimhood mentality. While we're doing it, we're stealing money from you. We're taking away your power, right? You understand? And then we weaponize words. We weaponize words by calling, again, you know what? I make a lot of money at work and I have a deep voice. And I like to, in my relationship with my family, I like to teach my children the religious beliefs that I had. And my wife leads my wife follows when I lead. I'm toxically masculine. Do you see that? See that just 2 words, throw them together, and then you don't even have to make an argument against me. You've weaponized these words, and then by de facto, ipso facto, I just lose. I lose because you weaponize these words already, and then you just use these words against me. These words already have power baked into them. Why? Because of the victimhood mentality that we talked about before, and then you just Hadouken. Toxic masculinity. Hadouken.
Emasculating someone by shaming tactics. Emasculation by shaming tactics.
Yeah. So I'm explaining to you why I'm explaining to you why feminism feels good to feminists. What I'm not explaining though is that where does this fit in evolution? Yeah. So what it does is it gives you higher section. It gives you higher status. It gives you higher status. And so by mistakenly this higher status, they think they're going to get higher sexual selection. But of course they're not, because what they've done is conflated higher sexual selection. Just like a man sends a woman a dick pic because he believes that non-contextual views of private parts is attractive to him. So if a really attractive woman sends pictures of her naked body to you, Alejandro, you might be like, that's strange, but you're not going to be like, fuck this dumb motherfucker. You'd be like, oh, that's nice. Like, those are nice tits. Nobody doesn't like nice tits. Nobody gets mad. No one gets mad when you send them pictures of nice boobs. No one gets mad when you do that. But because we're men, when we see that, we're like, oh, that's nice. Well, she was nice enough for her to post those pictures of her boobs on social media. Here's a picture of my dick. So we're confused. But we're confused as men. We're confused. So women get confused too. They're like, why do I like this man? Because he's smart. He makes a lot of money. He does he's a leader of men, all these things. So we're just going to acquire those same characteristics on ourselves. And we're going to be boss bitches. Yeah, I'm a boss bitch. I make more money than you. Why don't you want to fucking date me? My dick is bigger than yours. Why don't you want to date me, fucking loser? I'm a boss bitch. Like Cardi B say, I fuck them, then I get the money. Just like Cardi B said, why don't you want to date me, you fucking loser? Because my dick is bigger than yours. You know why you don't want to date me? Ready for it, everybody? Because you're insecure. Hadouken. You're insecure, man. Hadouken. You see the power in that word? It's a victim word. That's it. We use that word. We baked a little victimhood into it. And now we can just use it anytime we want. You know what? You want to know something? Republicans did the same thing though. What did they do it with? Do you guys know what it is? If you support Democrats, you're a child sex predator. They did the same thing. They did. Not all Democrats are child sex predators, and not all Republicans are fighting against the child sex predators, right? It's ridiculous. Like, you know what Epstein's good friends was? Donald fucking Trump. It's not like that. But Republicans did the same thing. They got tired of being called racist, so they fight back with child sex trafficking thing. By the way, child sex trafficking is a real thing. It's a serious problem. I did a on my show yesterday, in addition to doing the Andrew Tate thing, I was also doing a breakdown. I was riffing on the video. It was Vice, and Vice got I think about a dozen women together. Two of them I knew. One was Sydney Watson from, well, I think she's still at the Blaze anyways, and the other one was Pearl from Pearly Things. And then the rest of them were all sort of dyed-in-the-wool feminists. And of course, the conversation for about 45 minutes was about feminism, and it was this back and forth, and you could just see the vitriol. It's basically YouTube blood sports is what it is. But one of the things that, and maybe this is like relevant to your question here, one of the things that kind of hit me when I was riffing on this is that the women who were feminists, who were very pro-feminist, all were of a mindset that they were entitled to certain things just because they were female. So when you look at the women, like, I think one of the more common complaints you'll hear from guys today is like, women are very hubristic. It's hubris. Like, I'm not going to settle for anything less than the best. That right there, I'm not going to settle for anything less than a high value guy who's 6 feet tall, 6-pack abs, a 10-inch cock, and makes 6-figure income and has drives this kind of car, because I'm entitled to that. It doesn't matter what I look like, because I'm sexy at any size and sexy at any age and whatever. It doesn't matter. When I talk about like how women want their sexual agency to be evergreen, they want to be sexy at 22, at 32, at 42, at 62, whatever. They want to have that same level of control and power that they did when they were 21, 22, 23 years old, because their sexual agency is their key to power. Feminism at least sells the idea that can be perpetuated as long as by doing what? By changing the nature of the game. If men don't find you attractive, Paulina Porzakova, at 57 years old, it's not your fault. It's not because you are 57. It's because men need to change their idea about what is beautiful and what's arousing. It's like trying to convince you that a morbidly obese woman should pass the boner test, right? It should be someone that you are aroused by. On a social level, feminism has led to the idea that women are entitled to the best of the best. They should never settle for anything less. And one of the reasons why women are going to be single and childless in great numbers by 2030, according to Morgan Stanley, is because of that mentality.
Well, what is the source? What is the reason for that mentality in the first place? Alpha fucks and beta bucks. The best of beta bucks has to be taken care of. And now the best of alpha fucks has to be taken care of too. And nothing less than the best will do. How does that relate to evolutionary standards? It is, I get to decide how I'm going to feel about these things, first of all, socially, but also I get to decide that I am entitled to the best of the best, irrespective of what my quality is and what my value is on the sexual market, in the global sexual marketplace right now. So when we look at feminism as a social imperative that relates to women's, and evolutionary principles, it is to give women maximal control over their mating process while putting maximal restrictions on men and their mating process so that women can facilitate the best of the best all the time, the top shelf alpha fucks and the top shelf beta bucks. That's what feminism is supposed to do. Now, I also put this in the chat here real quick. This was from my fourth book, which is called Religion. There's actually a part where I get into feminism a little bit. Feminism upholds two conflating principles or positions: that womanhood is both a superpower and a disability, knowing that it leaves their audience in perpetual confusion over their own worth. The end goal isn't liberation. It's about submission. So you'll get the boss bitch message. You'll get the Captain Marvel message that was it the Mary Sue character, Mary right? Sue, yeah. You'll get that. You get the super powered one, but by no other virtue than the fact that she has boobs and a vagina. Or so you can be anything you want to, girl. We give the message that you can go be an astronaut, you can go be a surgeon, you can do this stuff, but you're also a perpetually oppressed victim all the time. And I'll tell you, man, there's nothing more damaging than that, while simultaneously telling women that they are entitled to the best of the best alpha fucks and the best beta bucks, because that's what feminism is. That's the sales pitch for feminism, is you deserve the best of the best, irrespective of what it is that you actually do. Not only are they superheroes, they are also victims at the same time.
Does that make sense? Also, like think about Kyrie Irving. Think about Kyrie Irving and Kanye West. Okay, I'm a victim. I'm oppressed. Wait, pay no attention to my hundreds of millions of dollars, but I'm oppressed. Do you understand? If they're rich, if Kanye West is just a billionaire, he doesn't really have any victim power anymore. He can go back and adopt victim power by saying that you're racist and he's being oppressed, even though he has hundreds of. Just don't look at the hundreds of millions of dollars. All these Jewish people fucked me over. Just don't look at the hundred. That's the way he has to do it. Otherwise, he doesn't have a chance. Does that make sense? And victimhood, bro, you can get so far. You get all the way to the Supreme Court with victimhood. It's incredible. You can make a lot of money with victimhood. I just choose not to do this though. Now, here's the thing, Alejandro. As a man, victimhood is not quite as effective as a tool for you as it is for a woman. As a man, you get very little. You can use victimhood, but you're still going to be broken alone. Got it?
Understood. Yes, sir. Beautiful. That was great. Good answer.
Beautiful. Awesome. You can't use Hadouken when you're fucking Blanca. You have to use it only when you're Ryu or Ken, or maybe. I think Sagat can do it also. Sagat. All right.
Sagat.
Yeah. Here we go. Val, what's your question?
Hey Michael, hey Rollo, pleasure to meet you guys. Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys a quick question, a hypothetical actually. Let's say you had to start over from scratch, maybe at a situation like the Tate's where all your assets were being seized. What would you do knowing what you know now to quickly build a substantial social profile / business? And what are the most critical skills and components to focus on based on what you've learned and experienced so far?
You want to go? You want to go first? You want me?
Yeah, man.
That's zeroed out to me, so I got that one already. But you go ahead.
Dude, 100%. I do high ticket sales.
High ticket sales.
I would go back and do high ticket. Yeah, for sure. I do that. I would do it from home. I'd build something like this studio. Like we probably made over 3 million off MOA, and I made it in this studio. This studio is $800 for me to build that I'm sitting in right now. Yeah, there's no, that's 100%. That's what I would do.
Yeah,
I would do fucking just off the first program. That's how much we made. So like, there's no 100%. That's what I would do. High ticket sales, some kind of setting. I'd probably get into copywriting. Just something like that is where I'd start from. As far as building a social profile, I would just go find out the greatest thing about social media is you can just copy. You can just steal the good shit. And a lot of you just don't do it. I highly recommend you guys just go steal shit. That's what
What
I would
about
do.
like copyright infringement and things like that?
No, you don't copyright. No. I mean the theme. Like make photos like my photos. There's nothing to stop. If you
Oh,
go
I see
take
what
a
you're
picture,
saying.
if you take a picture
Stylistically.
in front of the fucking Louvre in France, you can't. There's no copyright infringement. You have the right to take that fucking picture. It's for your social media. Do it, man. It's fine. Just steal. Val, that's what I would do. I would do what other people are doing that's been very successful. That's all. That's as far as the social media profile. So right now, what's successful? Reels. I'm telling you, Reels won't be successful very soon. It'll move on to the next thing. It'll be fuckagram, or we'll all be on. I'm waiting for Instagram's.
I want fuckagram. I'm not copywriting that now.
I want the Instagram equivalent to Rumble. I want the Instagram equivalent to Rumble. When the Instagram equivalent to Rumble comes out, and when people post lascivious shit, they just get not safe for work. There you go. Once we get that, and people start moving over to the Instagram equivalent for Rumble, Instagram equivalent for Rumble. So basically, you post whatever you want. You're not taken off the platform for making political beliefs. And if you post a picture of your titties, they just put a not safe for work sticker over your shit like they do on Twitter, and life goes on. People don't fucking die just because, oh my God, a nipple slipped out. Shut the fuck up. Like life would go on. It'd be fine, right? So if you go back to that, and we can all just express our views, and as soon as that platform gets a couple people with a couple 100 million views, what TikTok did was the smartest thing. TikTok was an irrelevant platform that made up a bunch of views and engagement and comments. So it made you think it was relevant. And because you thought it was relevant, then you're like, dude, you got to get a TikTok. Has anybody come to any one of you? Guys, you got to get a TikTok. You got to get a TikTok. Why did you get a TikTok? Because you had a buddy who had a video that had 10 million views. If you think your buddy really had legitimately 10 million views, you're a fool. None of that shit was real. There's a company right now that we're at $36 a share. Now they're 66 cents a share because they put their entire marketing budget into TikTok. TikTok engagement is almost entirely fake. It doesn't matter. At some point, it will be real. At some point, TikTok will legitimately pass Instagram because they picked this whole marketing style. This is what's going on. So that's it. So that's the thing. That's the thing you have to understand. So that's what I would do. I would just pick, okay, what is the thing that is hot right now? And I would just copy. And then the other thing I would do is I would go through the first 4 steps of MOA. Step 1, fix your Instagram. Step 2, build your list. Step 3, find 6 events that you can take people to. Step 4, find 6 girls that will go with you to those events. We go with those in depth. You can just go on the Discord server and they'll teach you the whole thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, so as I was saying to the other guy, there's sales guys, there's ideas guys, and then there's the money guys. Clearly, if you've been zeroed out, you're not the sales guy or the money guy. I don't have any problem with generating new things and new ideas. Would I get into something else? I'll go write the next book. That's all. I have been zeroed out several times in my life and had to start over from scratch once again. And have but here's the thing is I have the confidence in myself to know that I have generated income and I've generated good ideas that have become income in the past. And I know I can do it again. I have creative intelligence. So what following Mike's lead here, go with what is sort of like the zeitgeist of the era, what's going to make you max, especially when you get like to my age, like when you get up into your 50s or something like that, it's harder to sort of recover from being zeroed out. But when you're 20, no problem. When you're 40, you can go, okay, well, I can rebuild, right? But when you get a little bit older and stuff, at least if you have the confidence that you have generated options in the past, you know that you can generate them in the future. It's very much like when women ask you, or you ask women, what are you looking for in a guy? And they'll say, oh, I want a guy who's confident. So guys think that confidence is this magical freaking, manna from heaven or some bullshit. It's not. Confidence comes from options, being able to say, you know what, if this doesn't work out, I got 3 other things that will. So how do you do that? How do you generate those things? How do you have confidence? It's no, like you don't go to, if you have a job and you're going, hey, look, I got a job from Joe down the street here, and you go to your employer and say, I need a raise, or here's my 2 weeks notice. You don't do that unless you have the option to go out and do that, or you think you have the options to be able to go out and do those things. So if you have irons in the fire and you have options, your confidence is derived from the ability to know that you've got those things going for you in the background if you can. Now, if you get zeroed out and you have no options, the best position that you can be in is to know that you've generated those options in the past and you can do it again in the future. So when I have been zeroed out in the past, that's what kept me going. I can come up with a better idea. I can come up with something new. The best part of this is, yes, go and steal. Go and let good artists borrow, great artists steal. Thank you, Pablo Picasso. Okay. Go with that. Everything is perception. Knowing what you know about like your own particular market or whatever it is that you're into. Like for me, it's going to be, I'm an author. So I'm going to write another book. I know I can write another book. I probably got several more in me. That's what I would do, but I ain't you. So if you guys get zeroed out, the idea is this: is having the sort of having the mentality and the mindset, and I hate to even use the term mindset, but have the psychology that says I've generated success and options in the past, and I can damn well do it in the future. I can rebuild this, and I can make something better in the future. But you have to also know within the environment and the context that you're talking about. So right now it's digital media. Now it might be, funnel marketing. Now it might be whatever. I keep bringing up AI. Maybe that's the new thing. Stay on top of that. Maybe that will help you create options in the future. What impresses me most about guys who are like, these success stories isn't that they're making a shit ton of money right now and their successes now. It's, did you have it in the past? Did you lose it? And did you remake it again? That guy is always going to earn my respect more than the guy who's just like, yeah, I always had this money and I always had this great idea. And it's like, that to me is marketing. Whereas a guy who's lived it, lost it, and built it back up again, that guy shows creative intelligence. And I think that right there is probably, you want to talk about something that is the most valuable asset what's the most valuable asset in the world? You, everything about you. Can you make it happen again? You are your most valuable asset. Are you an ideas guy? Are you an innovator? Or are you just going to sit there and copy stuff until you come up with the next great idea? Being able to generate options also is how you can generate confidence as well.
Got it. Thank you, guys.
Got it.
Nice. Let's keep going. Jay, what's your question?
Hey, good evening, fellas and a young lady. So I do have two questions, if I may. First one, I'm hoping it's going to be a pretty quick one. So I do know a lot about you, Mike, and I also do know a lot about Rollo and what you guys do. But what I don't know is who you are as people, right? So my first question is, what's the happiest day of your life and why?
I'm supposed to say either when my daughter was born or I got married, right? That's what you're supposed to say. Happiest day of my life, probably when my daughter was born. I guess that's probably the happiest day of my life, because I didn't realize how happy I would be when that happened. I mean, it's yeah, I would say probably when my daughter was born. What do you say, Mike? When were you happiest? When I walked into your life. When I did 4 hours with you.
Honestly, man, it would probably been in like May of 04. My dad, it was like the year before he passed away, a little bit more than a year before he passed away. He came and he saw me get my wings at Randolph Air Force Base in Randolph Air Force Base in Universal City, Texas. He showed up, and as a father, you got a lot of questions. Is my son going to end up being some kind of fucking weirdo and living off me for the rest of his life? And is he going to, did I raise him right? And my dad got to watch me get navigator wings pinned on my chest, in front of him. And from that point on, I was a military aviator. I think that was probably, I don't know, if I look back on it, it's probably the happiest memory I have. Probably the happiest day of my life was probably my last birthday. That shit was fucking madness.
And I was there.
Yeah, my last birthday was fucking madness, bro. That was, or the year before, that was fucking mad. Like, I'm just sitting there and just I got to be honest with you. The look on the people's faces around me that Bilzerian was sitting at my table drinking tequila was so precious to see. But that was pretty good. Man, there's so many. Like, I will tell you, there was a concert where I was on stage with Skrillex for like 3 hours and almost dislocated my hip from dancing so much. I was pretty fucking happy. There's a lot of them, man. There's a lot of super happy times that I've had. But you know what? I honestly, the first time I hosted the Maxim party, I hosted the Maxim party and I got to interview Joe Jonas. That was pretty amazing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was because I was a nobody, and I through a just complete accident, I'm the host of the Maxim party, which opened up so many doors for me. I ended up hosting Babes in Toyland in part because of that whole situation. So that was all pretty good. And also, I actually feel like coming back to Babes in Toyland, for those of you who don't know, there was some drama. It has nothing to do with Babes in Toyland, where I wasn't there for one of the things, and I came back because somebody told some lies about me. And then I stood my ground, and turns out I got everything back. So that was pretty amazing. And there was this fucking girl from Arkansas I kept annoying when I was in Mexico a couple months ago. That was pretty fun. That was pretty happy making.
Nice save.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. The second question I have is, so I've been following you, Rollos, about 10 years from now. That was the very first time I read The Rational Male, the book number 1. I'm on number 5. So I've skipped in between and now reading number 5 halfway through. And a lot of what you guys say does make a ton of sense, right? And especially in what you write in your book, it just makes absolute sense, right? So the issue now I'm having is with the people that I love and respect. And anytime this type of a conversation happens, and anytime I voice my opinion, or anytime I'm short, when I see somebody's is kind of going the wrong route, and I'll say no to someone, they get alienated. How do you guys deal with that? How do you deal with keeping the people that you love and respect close? Not necessarily the outsiders that will come and leave your life, right? Basically.
So you're worried about being called a jerk? Is that?
No, I'm not worried about being called a jerk. I'm just I just want to have the family people that are close. So it pretty inseparable family through thick and thin. I mean, growing up with food rations all the way coming to United States. I mean, they've been there for me.
So,
but they're noticing, they're like, oh, you've changed, you know?
Yeah, you're gonna get that. This is very common. Guys, they go through 2 stages. One is the one you're going through right now, where it's like, you've changed or something. And honestly, sometimes it's hard to take that as a compliment, particularly when people are expecting you to be the same person that you already are. And one of the reasons why people will try to discourage you, or they'll say, oh, that's misogynist, or that, or, especially when you're like sort of changing your life. I've had guys who have literally saved their own lives because they read something in the book, right? And they really want to be evangelists for the red pill. They want to like tell their brother about it, or they want to tell your dad, or whoever, because I mean, why wouldn't you, right? They're just simply not ready to hear it, because, and then the alienation part of that comes from them wanting to see you be predictable. They want you to have your same personality all the time. So when guys like, and this is, by the way, this goes all the way back to like the mid 2000s, when like the game was a thing. Guys would learn this stuff and they would literally become different people, because they're like, oh, now what I'm doing actually works. I've changed my personality so that I can get the results that I want from life. What happens is the people who knew you before, they think you're a poser, right? They think, oh, stop being someone you're not. You'll hear that all the time. You're trying to be somebody you're really not, right? And it's like, no, I get to decide. It's my personality. This is me, and this is how I get to decide who I get to be. Like that's personality is mutable, right? The problem is like especially your close friends and your family, they're expecting your personality to be consistent over and over and over again. And the problem with that is when they have this, you have given them this sense of predictability all the time, and you break that predictability, they're uncomfortable with that. They don't know who you are. They don't know what to expect of you. When people tell you you're trying to be something you're not, it's usually because they want you to go back to being what you used to be, because they could put you in that box. They can put you in this category. He's an extrovert. He's an introvert. He's this way. He's that way. He's always depressed. He's always happy. Whatever his thing is, they want you to be consistent, because human beings have an endless need to see consistency. They want to have security. They want to know that the seasons are always going to be the same. They want to know that that we see, we're very good at pattern recognition. We want to see normalcy. We want to see this thing. We expect that from the personalities of the people that we're with. And when we see that change, it's usually because they think, oh, he's on drugs, or for instance, if you go on deployment, and you go and you see combat and you come back and you have PTSD, you're not the same person that you were before you left when you come back as when you come back. And I'll tell you, it's funny, is people are more willing to accept the fact that perhaps you have PTSD from a combat deployment than they will for you to actually change something about yourself. Maybe you're on a diet. Maybe, you know, I'm sick of being fat. I'm going to go to the gym and I've changed my mind about myself and I'm going to get in shape. That right there, people will fight you on that. They won't fight the PTSD. They'll fight you on that because like, oh, you don't need to do that. Here, have an extra scoop of rice, you know, here, you know, you're getting too thin, right? They don't want you to improve, not necessarily improve. They just don't want you to change because they like the predictability that they already know about you. And it's comforting. It's rapport, right? That's what we were just saying, breaking rapport. If you're unpredictable, that's hard for people to process, particularly people who've known you your whole life. So it's just, I mean, maybe knowing about that, like, you know, knowing's half the battle, knowing that that's going to be the response, adjust your own response or your own expectations for people who are giving you that, you know, that back and forth and say, look, I know where I'm going. Don't worry about me. I'm still the same old me. I'm just changing the way that I'm doing things right now.
Thank you.
Mike, you're muted. Go.
That sound good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions?
No, thank you so much, guys. Like, whatever you're saying, it makes total sense. You know,
I never got the happiness question. That's good. What's the happiest day of your life? First person to ask me that, Jay.
Let's do that again. Let's do that again on Friday. By the way, guys, we're doing Access Vegas on Friday.
Yep.
We got incredible paragons. I think the mayor of Vegas is coming on. I think we've got some incredible people. AOC might be coming. No, we probably just have 4 porn stars.
We're gonna have porn stars.
We're probably gonna have porn stars.
From Navy.
Sorry. Most likely. Sorry.
Thank you, gentlemen. I
Right.
appreciate
Awesome,
it.
man. Steve, what's your question?
Unmute, man. There you
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing, Mike?
Good.
I'll be quick because I know you're busy. So I built a website. It's a therapy website out here, and so the question is for you, Mike, because I know you built this by like the ground up. I've seen you like hustling online for years. So yeah, the question I have is basically I built this therapy website for the Caribbean. It's been actually gaining a lot of traction, well, amongst like therapists out here. So the idea is to make a safe space for people of color with mental health issues, because there isn't really like a better help or anything like that in the
This is
Caribbean.
in Jamaica. This is specifically in Jamaica.
Yeah, in Jamaica. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
So yeah, so I built it, designed it. Like the group of Jamaica Jam Psych, the organization of therapists, the head of it likes it. So the idea I have now is to kind of build traction for it. Now I'm struggling to figure out how to market it because I'm doing the whole thing. I built the website. I've like reached out to the therapists and like for them to sign up. So now I'm trying to figure out how to help build it up in terms of like SEO, or how to build it up marketing wise. I'm struggling to figure out how to market it properly.
Well, the thing is, one of the issues is like when you do something like that isn't really sexy, because for a lot of people it might not be, you're going to have to ask for public money sometimes. That's where, you know, where a lot of that stuff will come from, Stephen. So it's going to be difficult for you to do that. The thing is, like, I'm just curious, like, how is that perceived in Jamaica to do something for a safe place for people of color when, you know, the country is about, you know, over like 89% African? I'm just curious, like, how does that work?
Yeah, mental health is not really, it doesn't have a
not mental health. You said for people of color. I just like it just seems like you wouldn't see something like that in like Lagos or Kingston, you know. You might see something like that in Johannesburg, but like not in. That's why I'm a little curious.
Oh no, man, people. So when you say people of color, I mean, normally when I tell in Jamaica, it's just Caribbean people, but the majority of people in the Caribbean are black. So normally when I'm saying it to like Americans or, you know, I just say POC because it just
it's still in Jamaica, right? So that's why I'm a little confused.
Yeah, it's still in Jamaica. It's marketed specifically to Jamaicans, and the plan is to expand it to the entire Caribbean. But sorry, go ahead. No, because like you're very good at marketing. Like you've really marketed your own company to a very, you know, it's built enough traction. So I'm just curious as to how, you know, what would be good advice.
I just don't know that I do a mental health people for like one specific gender or race or socioeconomic class, because it's mental health. You see what I'm saying? It's like we all deserve to eat and be happy, and that's the only thing I would be a little concerned about doing, is having like some narrow band for it. Now you might do it for like, say, teachers, mental health for teachers, or mental health for, you know, firefighters. I could see that possibly. it's going to be hard. It's not really a sexy thing. I mean, it would have to be some kind of public service announcement. Maybe a testimonial would probably be the best thing I'd look for. But Steve, here's the actual answer. Go on TikTok, put in keywords for the things that you're talking about right now, and then find an example of what you're talking about. I would just type mental health in Jamaica as 2 separate fucking keywords in TikTok, and I bet you'll come up with 50 different things.
I mean, yeah, man. So yeah, it's just there isn't any type of like resource on the island. Basically, that's the only reason why I built the site, because I know there was a gap. So I knew I could probably make money from it. That's why.
Dude, Steve, I understand it's a gap, but like most of those things are like publicly funded. I would talk to the government about that.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah, no, man. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. But yeah. I hear what you're saying. The government, yeah.
Most of the time, it's like PSAs discussing like mental health issues. It's generally not private practice. People who go to private practice stuff for that, it's a lot. It's very expensive. But you don't have a degree in it. You're not a therapist. I just don't know. I don't see how the model works.
Oh, okay.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I get you, but I mean, I'm pretty sure it's gonna work. But like, yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. All right, let me just ask you a second question.
The first thing, if you had brought this idea to me, the first thing I would ask you is, have you asked for public grants? Because it would be the government's responsibility to do something like this.
Okay, so the government out here doesn't have it, but I am gonna apply to USAID because I have some friends that work for the U.S. Embassy and like PAHO. So yeah, I'm gonna apply for U.S. grants.
That's what I would do. This is not really a supply and demand issue. You know, it's a terrible. It speaks to how the world works. It's not a good thing, you know. But for the most part, when you're like, oh, I have mental health issues, one, I expect to get help and not have to pay for it. Seriously, I mean, it is the case, you know.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but no, man. So 100%, I'm gonna apply for some USAID grants. Like, a friend of mine works with USAID and he's willing to support, but I still have to build it. So that's why I made sure I built the website, built the resource. But yeah, I understand it's not really a entrepreneurial subject, or it can not really make as much money. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, let me just ask you a second question then, since there's a friend of mine. I don't know if she's interested. She's like been spending a lot of money on me, and I've been like, she hasn't really like shown any, like when we go out, she hasn't really shown that much physical interest. You know what I mean? We dance. You know, I don't know. You know how Jamaicans dance, but it's like she's spending a lot of money.
You guys get pregnant when you dance.
You breathe on them when you get pregnant.
What'd you say?
You guys like share biome when you dance, like bacteria.
Yeah. I mean, it's very, but that's very casual dancing. You know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily mean the person is interested. It's just dancing.
Yeah.
You know, but she's been spending a lot of money, and I'm kind of been like
a lot of money.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of like, is this person really interested in me? You know what I mean? Because like, if a girl spends money, would you take that as interest? Like she's actually interested in?
Kelly, what do you think?
I don't know what to think of this. I've never
I've
never heard of this. And
you've never like spent money on your guy friend?
Is she way older than you? Because I'm confused.
Nah.
I'm gonna say that was my first question. Is she older than you?
She's my age. Yeah. We've been going to like there's like a bunch of expensive concerts this weekend in Jamaica. She bought my tickets like over $500.
How old is she?
She's like 36.
There it is. How old are you?
I'm 37.
37.
Yeah.
Does she have any kids? Was she
no,
before?
She's in the Army. She's actually in the Air Force. Yeah, she's in the U.S. Air Force.
She's probably
I don't know. I just
time.
So wait, you guys think that sounds like interest to you guys? Because you've never spent money on a guy?
Has she seen you naked?
Has she seen you naked?
No, we're just friends. I thought we're just friends. Like I thought we're just friends.
The thing is, you're 37 and she's 36, so you're actually younger than her.
Yeah, technically that's
technically.
true.
You are younger than her.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, I get you.
That's part of what this is.
I would say it's her trying to check. She sees you as an option for sure. I mean, if a woman's spending money on you, she's 36 years old. She has no kids. She's never been divorced before. If she's looking for a long term, huh? She has
She's been divorced. She got divorced in the
Okay,
army.
so there it is.
Guys,
how long was she?
hold on, I have
How
an
long was she
announcement.
married?
Hold on, I have an announcement, Rollo. Everybody, get ready. Everybody, hold on to your dicks. Ready? The porn star Bridget B will be interviewing Rollo Tomassi and myself at 11 a.m. at the Adult Video News Awards. Hall of Fame porn star Bridget B is going to be interviewing myself and and Rollo Tomassi. You guys excited? You guys excited? I'm gonna see if we can live stream it.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. It's called the Dirty Blonde. Her name of her podcast is called Dirty Blonde, and she's gonna be interviewing both of us.
Whoa. I just Googled her. Okay.
I would say there is definite interest there, Steve, but it is most definitely motivated from the fact that she probably wants to cash out. She's probably trying at 36. Does she look good? How does she look?
No, she looks good, yeah.
Right,
and she's paying for shit, right?
Steve, she's trying to see if you're like, well, if you want to be like a baby daddy or something.
Yeah, it seems to me like at that point, here's what you do, Steve, go read my second book, which is Preventive Medicine, and look at the timeline that's in there. You'll see where she lines up at about 36 years old. She's looking for a future security at this point, especially if she's already been married before. How long was she married?
About like 5 years, 5-6 years, yeah.
5 or 6 years. So
yeah, she was in the army.
Got married at 29. She's done with him at 36. Yeah, that's right on schedule. But is she interested? Yeah, probably. But I would be very careful with that because you are in a prime position of selectivity, and she is not. As Mike was saying, you are actually younger than she is in this situation.
Okay.
There you
go.
go.
Here's another idea. You live in Jamaica. Just go find another girl.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Yo, I wasn't that interested.
Go work at hedonism. Go work at hedonism. I thought it was just a sex with the fucking. They pay you to have sex with the swingers. Go work at hedonism. Get a job with the entertainment staff, and they pay you to have sex with the fucking swingers that go there. Got it?
There you go.
I'm trying to come back to the States, man. But yeah, I hear you.
Level up, Steve. Go work at hedonism.
Don't do this.
All right, yeah, man. Blessings.
All right, man. Daniel, what's your question?
Yo, what's up, everyone?
Yeah.
So I forgot. So there's a fashion event coming up for a charity for domestic abuse. Is that the kind of event where you just invite all the girls from the list, and I'm also going to invite personal friends as well?
Yes.
And then just pretty much do everything, how to win friends and influence wise, and then value content wise.
Find the organizer.
Mm-hmm.
Give them a list of influencers who you're trying to bring. Girls get in free, guys have to pay. Yes, it's exactly right.
Okay. And then when
trying to bring like 30 dudes and 70 girls. That's what I would do.
Okay. So because
you're not going to be able to do it. You're not going to be able to do it. I'm just saying try.
I know, but we have a list of like 1,000 people. I can't just send. I know, but I'll send the invites, but I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm going to invite. Well, I could. I'm asking, would I just say I'm going to invite 1,000 people? Because that to me sounds weird if I say that.
You're not going to tell him. He doesn't need to know what your inner mechanics are. He doesn't need to know you invited 1,000 people. Daniel, you won't get 100 people to show up if you invite 1,000. You won't get 70 people to show up.
Yeah, no, I'm just using random numbers. The question I'm asking is like, because I'll have to say in a certain amount of period of time before who's confirmed.
I'm bringing attractive women. Generally, when there's an event and you're saying I'm bringing attractive women, they don't tell you how many. They just like keep putting them on the list.
Okay.
By the way, Daniel, if they don't, pick another event.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
If I went to Steve Fowler and be like, hey man, I have 100 really pretty girls coming, the idea that he would say, no, don't bring them is so fucking absurd. Of course not.
Okay. Cool. And then
pick another, people are that close-minded, pick a different event.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
And then just get as much content from it to then post it on Instagram for whatever.
Any dude who wants to come with you needs to have his fucking phone out the entire time, filming at 60 frames a second in HD and fucking 4K. And he needs to be filming every fucking step you take and every step every girl takes. And the lights need to be on the whole time. You guys need to look like fireflies with all your cameras out filming everything. Yes.
Cool.
100%.
That's it. Appreciate it.
All right, let's keep it going. Ghislaine, what's your question?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rollo. I just finished the Player's Handbook, so it was pretty great read. Thanks for that. And I also like the long form content that you run. So it's not just the clips that are good.
Thank you.
So
It's
I guess
with those.
yeah. So I'm a little bit more of a writer like you, Rollo. I'm a copywriter, but maybe Mike, you could handle this as well. I was wondering, well, Mike, you especially talk about like the sliders for our video game characters, right? And trying to get them all to 99.
Yeah.
If your social skills are average, right, and maybe you're still battling with social anxiety, then what can you do to work on that social skills to bringing them closer up to the, your level? And it's for men and women, just to clarify. It's not just women.
Yeah, it's immersion. So the trick is immersion. The trick is to put you in the fucked up situation over and over again. I promise you, the sixth or seventh time you jump out of an airplane, you won't even notice it. Yep. You'll be halfway down and be like, man, I forgot to pee. And then you just pull your ripcord. It won't bother you. It's immersion. The answer is immersion. The answer is immersion.
You want to learn how to speak Spanish? Move to Mexico for a month. You'll speak Spanish. Eventually you will. Social skills are skills. They're learnable. That's actually what it is. It's social learning. It's learning to read. I think one of the, I don't know how old you are there, Gillian, but I think that probably from the look of you, you're what, probably Gen Z. So yeah. You're probably been brought up online, and a lot of your social skills, I'm not going to say are retarded, but I mean, in a clinical sense, but like stunted, let's just say. And so you probably don't have the opportunities to go out and learn face to face, talk with people, understand, body language. And there's a lot more to social skills than just like holding a conversation. Cause it sounds like I can have a good conversation with you already just by the first 5 minutes here. But when you're out there and you are, and again, it doesn't have to be in the clubs. You can go to the gym and talk to people, make eye contact with people, learn body language, get out there. And as he was saying, immersion by doing. Start at the gym, start at your school, start at, whatever it is that you like to do. Get out of the room, get out of your room, go outside, touch grass or snow, as in my case, and get out there and find something that you have like a mutual affinity for. If it's like fishing, if it's snowmobiling, if it's sports, if it's a hobby, whatever, go to the game store, talk to those guys down there. Whatever it is, you'll find that when you create tribes and when you have like a regular thing that you're doing and you're immersing yourself in social situations, you have no other, you can't help but get better, at least, by margin, by little. So I 100% agree with Mike on this. It's all about getting out there and doing. Guys who are clinically depressed, guys who are like introverts, guys who are who complain of that. I've seen these. I just got these research numbers from, I forget who was doing it. It was I forget which university, but they're saying that people who were depressed, when they got into social situations and they got into networking, I'm not saying it cured the depression, but their depression certainly went down as a result of them being out there and doing things with other people. Depression gets worse. Social anxiety gets worse if you don't go out there and you don't actually put yourself out there. It's like not so much a fear of rejection as it is getting out there, going and doing it. And, maybe you fall on your ass occasionally, but you come back, you go out and do it again, you get better. Wax on, wax off.
Ghislaine, like I have a fear of girls with big boobs. So I hang out with Kylie because she doesn't have boobs and it makes it easier for me. You understand? Do you guys get it?
There goes.
I think so. Yeah.
Just immerse, because I'm afraid. I'm just trying to get over my immersion. Make sense? I'm also afraid of women from Arkansas who stab you.
I'll tell you what's fun here. I'll give you one last example here. People, when I went on that certain daytime talk show back in November, people said, "Hey, you're going to go on commercial TV. Wow. And you're going to be on with this guy. Are you nervous?" And I'm like, no, I'm not nervous at all. I do this all the time. And when I got into the studio and they sat me down and I looked around the audience, there couldn't have been more than 200 people in that audience, maybe 3 max. Man, I have more people in my waiting room for one of my shows than was in that studio. I'm looking around going, let's do it. There's no nervousness, no nothing there. It's once you get to the point where you're comfortable and you know what you're going to say, there's confidence in what you're going to, the material well enough that you don't need a fucking PowerPoint. You're going to go out there, you're going to be confident about it. And when you see that, you're no longer going to be nervous. You're not going to have that anxiety anymore, simply because you've done it before. And it's not even that big a deal because you played to bigger audiences.
Interesting.
Immersion,
Thank
man.
you.
Thank you. Our program here in Vegas, where we bring guys down, it's called Vegas Immersion, specifically for that reason.
Come out to Vegas, Gillian. We'll get you over it.
Yeah, there
Sweet.
You go. Woody, what's your question, Woody?
Woody, go. You've been waiting a long time. I've been watching you.
Oh,
Like,
I have been waiting. I have been waiting. Yo, Mike, what's up? Good to see you again. Rollo, nice to meet you. Quick thing before I answer the question, I had one takeaway on Ghislaine's question on that. It's something I experienced when I first moved to Miami, and it was literally me getting a job at a nice restaurant in the heart of Brickell in Miami. I immersed myself into the social scene in Miami, and I was forced to work, pay my bills, and literally connect and meet people every day. That's how I basically
restaurant Moxie's.
Moxie's in Brickell, yeah.
Fucking A, yes. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So I worked at Moxie's for about 8-9 months. That's actually, I met Fresh there. I met Myron there. Met the Nelt Boys there. Surprised I didn't see you there, Rollo. I know you posted up there a couple times.
I've been in Miami probably every month since, from August all the way back to actually December of last year. So,
well, shit, we'll have
Moxie's is the only place I go, man. Are you kidding? That's where I get that's where I go to eat.
Dude, Moxie's is the best.
It's the Fresh and Fit podcast cafeteria. It's Moxie's.
No, it literally is. That's where I met Fresh months and months and months ago. But that was just my little takeaway was I got a job at Moxie's and literally my life entirely changed. Flipped my whole network. All my friends are from Moxie's. But yeah, anyway, just thought I'd give that little anecdote. So my question, it's a little broad. Really, I just want to understand from your guys' point of view, like, I think I have a lot of potential in life, right? So 24 years old, running a marketing agency, which I kind of recently just started. But I think I have a lot of unlocked potential, a lot of untapped potential. I'm like doing the statistics. I really think I'm only utilizing like 10% of who I am as a person, and not even scraping that other 90 right now. Asking both of you, Rollo and Michael, any resources, any strategies, like what would you recommend to like start to unlock that potential and really kind of like dive into that rest of that 90% of what I really have? Because like I want to start like doing like modeling and stuff too, not even for like a job or for business, but just for the status sake of it. And then I also want to like get on a reality TV show as well, things like that. I just think I have so much unlocked potential that I haven't tapped into yet. And mostly it's because of like finances as well, because like I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm not like swimming in money yet. We're working on it, but so any resources, strategies, anecdotes? Say what?
Do you want the concrete answer, or do you want the mindset answer?
I mean, preferably both, but you give me whatever you think suits best.
Wait, shoot, go ahead, Mike. You're on.
See the chat?
Oh, that it? There you go. Those are your reading list right there.
All right, cool. Reading list. You got 29 books to go through. I don't want to hear any fucking excuses.
There you go.
You want to unlock the other 90%? It's in there. I promise you, it's in there.
You've already got the very fact that you're on this and you're talking to me and you're talking to Mike leads me to believe you've got a fire under your ass. So that's here. Let's count the pluses first. Okay. You're 24 years old. You're Gen Z. You just by being in this and relating all that to me right now, that makes you an outlier already. Okay. So because most of the people most of the guys I encounter and women that I encounter of your generation they're listless, they're lazy, especially guys, right? They're kind of purposeless. They're what Jordan Peterson has called the Lost Boys generation, right? They don't have a purpose. You have the fire, you have the motivation. If you went fucking to Orlando or excuse me to Miami and started working at Moxie's, clearly you've got something going on for you, and you want to start a marketing agency. I think at this stage, I'll give you he's giving you the concrete stuff here. I'm just going to say this is that look for opportunities and be ready for those opportunities when they hit. A lot of times when you see guys who are like overnight successes, it's not because they had some like brilliant idea or something like that. They were in the right place, the right fucking time, in the right fucking niche, and they were ready and they were prepared to go and do it, and they hit it. Like I was talking to Big Mo on Rule Zero on Saturday, and his story is this, is he's probably, what is he, 28, I think, but for the longest time, he wanted to get into sound engineering. He missed opportunity after opportunity. He got rejected for like audio schools and stuff like that. And he was just like biding his time, learning his shit, learning his craft, and waiting for that opportunity. And sure as hell, it came up when Trey finally left the show. Myron put this one single Instagram reel or whatever saying, hey, we need a new sound guy. He was right there. And now he's been a part of the show for, well, just over a year right now. So look for those opportunities. My other big deal is this, is like, always say yes. Like, do you want to be in a movie? Yes. Do you want to do this? Yes. Do you want to, even if you're like, I mean, do things that you want to do, obviously, but like say yes to things that you would not necessarily be part of your field. You like, hey, do you want to take a improvisational acting class? Yes. Do you want to you want to go deep sea fishing? Yes. Do you want to have this opportunity? Yeah, whatever it is. Even if you hate it, you can say, hey, I did it. I know I don't like it. I'm going to move on to the next thing, because a lot of times, when I have, like in my past, when I have said yes, even if I didn't like it, it might lead me to something that I did like. And I might meet somebody and go, oh, okay, I can go and do this. There's a lot of little sub-related areas. That's why I say networking is very important, right? But always say yes, because even if it's bullshit, then the part of that bullshit might be something that's real, and you might want to move on to that. And then you're saying yes to that and moving on. I think that's one of the problems that a lot of guys who complain about like not having a purpose or not having like, people stop looking for meaning. That's all horseshit. Okay. Look for a purpose, look for something to do. Guys who are depressed, you know why they're depressed? Because they're not fucking doing anything. They're not out, right? Your depression will be instantly cured if you actually get out there, get off your ass and go and do something. You'll be too busy to be fucking depressed, right? You're dealing with discontent creatively rather than destructively. So I mean, keep that in mind. As far as like marketing and what is it exactly that you do specifically as a marketing guy? What do you want to do?
So right now I have a couple different offers, but mostly we focus on production. So we do short form video content, photo, video, podcast, etc. Okay.
Hit me up. Give me here's your yes moment. Hit me up. Email me. You can find it's in my descriptions of my videos.
I'll find it. Yeah.
I need somebody to do short form. So hit me up. Maybe
hell yeah. If you want to do short form,
let's go.
Let's go. If you want to do short form for me, we can do it too, bro. But you start off as an affiliate, and if your shit kicks ass, then we hire you.
Email me. All right. You know my
material
material already, so email me.
He doesn't have. He needs somebody to post in shorts on his shit every day, like on mine.
Yeah. I need my TikTok to explode.
Yeah, I got you. Do you need someone who does like manages your stuff too? Because I have like social media managers.
Manage, but like, see, I'm in a really weird position. I think probably Mike's in the same position too. Is like, I've got people coming out the yin yang who want to do this shit for me. They don't know my niche. Right. And they're people that I can't really trust implicitly. I need a Tom is what I need, Mike. I need a guy like Tom or Pavlo.
Woody, I hire guys who've done the program. So the guys who didn't make my 10-minute clips they watch every episode of my podcast. The girl who does my shorts watches every one of my podcasts. I hire people who are like already in the culture. I don't really try to go outside the culture to hire them. That's why
you know what, Woody, I'll put my email in the chat here real quick.
Yeah, I'll send you an email right after the call.
Okay.
Beautiful.
And instead of a yes, that's a fuck yes, Rollo. That's a fuck.
Fuck yes, exactly. Bro, if you still have any capacity, you can do it for me too. Nate, what's your question, brother?
Let's do it. All
right, brother.
Appreciate you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Of course.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's happening, man?
Real quick, my name is Nate Santos. I bring you the famous dancing horsemen, the famous dancing horses, creating unforgettable memories for you and your loved ones. I'm also the most badass cowboy plumber out here in the West, aka the Pipe Wrangler. Happy to be here.
Awesome, man. Kylie said she's about to leave me for you.
That's what. The ladies call me Mr. Plumber because I lay the pipe.
That's exactly that. She told me that. She said she was checking you out on your OnlyFans. And that's what she told me. Yeah, don't let that dirty Nate Santos on here with his dirty ass pipe.
Nobody got time for that. Nasty Nate. She'll tell you about it.
Okay. All right, man. Nate, what's the question, brother?
Hey, I got a couple questions for you guys. Earlier, you guys was talking about you briefly mentioned something about late count and whether you should speak on it or not. And I was just curious on your guys' opinion about that. I know Freshman Fit says something like 50 is a goal. Donovan Sharp says 35. So I was just kind of curious to get your guys' perspective on what your opinion is on that for nowadays.
These two don't know their lay count.
Oh, I know my lay count.
It's too high. What are you
Trust
talking
me, it's
about?
public knowledge.
Oh, Rollo.
Let's see. I've said in the past, like I don't think that if you've read my 5th book, I've said this before. I said I don't think that lay count needs to necessarily be the metric for good game or bad game. Okay. The reason why I say that is because you come here to Nevada, you come to Reno, as a matter of fact, you get off the plane, you give me $500, and I guarantee you I will increase your lay count by 1. I will take you to the clubs, I will take you to the brothels in Mound House, I'll take you to Moonlight Bunny Ranch, and you will get laid. Is now you got laid, that's your notch cake, a +1. Is that an evidence of good game? Probably not. If you're paying for it, yeah, probably not. So should that be the metric for it? I think that when you're learning game and you're learning your social skills and everything else, I don't think that like necessarily your notch count should be the metric for that. However, game needs to have results. And so therefore, if you're not getting laid, then perhaps you need to like reconsider.
Hey, hold on, time out real quick. Nate, Ice, if you can stay on, I will keep going with you, buddy. I apologize. We should have gotten to this a while ago. So we'll get to you in a second, Ice. If you write yes in the chat if you still want to do some Q&A with us. If you want Rollo to stay on, let me know too. We can do that.
I got to bug out pretty soon here, but go ahead.
Cool. Nate, no, here's the thing, man. Have you know who Biggie Smalls is?
Oh yeah, Big Papa.
Okay. Do you know that song, The 10 Crack Commandments?
Yes, I do know.
Yeah, nobody needs to know where the fuck you live, homie. Nobody needs to know where you stay. Nobody knows where you be at. They need to know where the re-up is. They don't need to know how much cash you got on you. I'm saying if you're trying to apply for a home loan, then they need to know how much money you make, for sure. If you have a bisexual girlfriend and there's a girl you guys want to bring home, sure, you can talk about who you have sex with. Other than that, no one needs to know this because you're qualifying yourself. You're qualifying. Now, if it's an academic situation where a dude is like legitimately asking a question and it's like, hey man, I need to know because I was thinking about dating that girl. Did you sleep with that girl? And that might be a case where someone needs to know. But other than that, nobody needs to know shit.
For sure. For sure.
You're qualifying yourself. You're qualifying. There are attributes that you can have as a man that would make a woman believe, wow, that guy sleeps with a lot of women. And then there's attributes that you could say that come from a man that make her think you don't. Like bragging about how many women you sleep with would be one of those low status attributes.
Right. Okay.
Got it?
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I was just kind of thinking about that from personal experience and like based off of the numbers that, I think Rollo has said in a couple different videos, like around 40 for himself.
I mean, he's lying. He just doesn't want to disappoint you guys.
Only 40.
He doesn't. 240.
Only 40.
He doesn't want to disappoint you with his real number.
My lay count is. He'll tell you.
Shit. Well, like I said,
it's all been with biological females too.
Well, right on, guys. Right on. Another question I had is, I met you, Rollo, at the CME this past May. I don't know if you remember me. We talked about briefly. And I met Javari out there also. I chopped it up with him for a little bit, and just kind of like I really like what Fresh says when it comes to like providing value. With the dancing horses that I bring in and we show and we train, we've done some music videos with a couple of artists, and I wanted to offer that to you as well. I offered it to Javari, and I was like, I know you guys are more like rock style kind of music, but our horses got some pretty long ass manes like down to their chest. So like, imagine a horse dancing and his mane swinging around to a fucking rock song. No one has seen that. No one has done that. Pretty badass.
Thank you for the offer. I'll keep that in mind. I'm sure we'll be doing videos this summer and Trial of Ascension. So yes.
All right, Nate. If you want to promote that, just go to moamentoring.com. We'll teach you how to do that, man. All right. Here's the thing. Here's what I'm going to do. Scott and Faraz, we're going to hold on. We're going to get to you in a second. Ice, I'm bringing you up real quick. Ice. Here we go. What's going on, man? Ice, what were the questions that you had? You said you had one for Rollo, so we can ask it, then we can let Rollo go if he needs to go.
All right. Yeah.
Ice, you're in Lima, Peru right now?
Or no. Right now I'm in London again, so it's like 3:45 in the morning, pretty crazy, but that's what you got to do.
And you were the one who planted that evidence on Andrew. That was you.
Get you to bed. Let's get you to bed, Ice. Let's do it.
Well, anyway, I wanted to say first of all, while Rollo's here, we can make Michael a bit jealous here because he's the only one out of us three who hasn't written a book.
Yeah.
When are you going to do it, Michael?
At some point, someone's going to have to kind of
He figures out Chat GPT.
There you go. some AI that can write the book for me. I definitely will do that. The thing is, like, I don't really feel like I have like the arc. It would be a self-help book probably, but I don't feel like my story has the arc that like Netflix would look for. Does that make
Write
sense?
it when you're 50.
Yeah, the white passing guy who like makes money. Like nobody, that's not going to work. You know what I'm saying? It's always, if I failed, then it would be a cool story. I think that would be a better story, but that's not what's going on. Anyway, go ahead, Ice.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a way. Maybe there's just structure for it. Anyway, for Rollo, since I don't know too much about you, but good opportunity to ask this question, which I was going to ask Michael anyway. There's all this black pill stuff, which I see being very negative and being kind of like shooting yourself in the foot.
Kylie. Her name is Black Pill Kylie. That's what we call her. We just literally call her BP.
That's not a
Black Pill Kylie. Go ahead.
Yeah, black pill. From my perspective, it's really not really helping anyone. It's just complaining, a lot of whining. What's your perspective on this, and what kind of things should these guys do instead of making excuses, basically, or believing in this very narrow point of view?
Okay, so when it comes to black pill, the black pill is a prescription. I think that's the first thing that people need to understand. The red pill is descriptive. The black pill is prescriptive. Being a traditional conservatism, that's a prescription. This is what we should do. This is the best practices. The black pill is usually populated by guys who are asocial or antisocial. They tend to take the information that the red pill gives them, and their prescription is to do nothing, or it is to bitch and whine and moan, or maybe even worse. It's the same thing for guys who are quote unquote incels. That's a prescription. They take the same data and they take the same information and they interpret it through this lens that is like, I would like to say is like, it's like self-loathing, or it's this commiseration amongst themselves. So we can say, we're looks maxers and we'll never be better looking. We could go to the gym, but it won't fix our faces, it won't fix our jaws. We're chin cells, we're whatever cells, right? It's a prescription for your own failure. And it's a reason the red pill becomes a reason for them not to do something instead of a reason to do something. Now, if you've read my first book, or actually I think even my third book, which is in Positive Masculinity, I describe this as the abyss. Okay. So what it is when you are in this blue pill kind of delusion where you're believing that whatever your mom and dad, your popular media, pop culture, psychology, your religion, your school, whatever has taught you, these are the real truths, the Disney, truths about intersexual dynamics. And then you suddenly take the quote unquote red pill, and now your eyes are open and you're aware of how you've been living your life has been according to a set of rules that no one is actually playing by. And so now in the red pill, you say, oh, now I'm aware of intersexual dynamics. I'm aware of women's nature, of men's nature, and the confluence between those two natures. And instead of seeing that as an opportunity to live a better life and to change, like we were just talking about getting zeroed out a minute ago, instead of seeing that and saying, oh, now I know the rules. Now I can fucking level up and I can kick ass in this new red pill paradigm. Instead of doing that, what guys think is, I really wanted that blue pill dream, but I can't have it anymore. And I'll never be able to be a success because now I know my eyes are open and the world is just nihilism and despondency. And, let's read a lot of Nietzsche and beat ourselves up emotionally all the time and do nothing and sit in our rooms all day long. That's a prescription. because you've taken the data that is the red pill that's given you and made you red pill aware. And rather than taking that and seeing it as an opportunity and seeing it as something that is constructive, people see it as destructive, and they want to beat themselves up. And in the data age, it's very easy to find forums and long ass podcasts and user groups that will help you commiserate with other people who don't want to cross the abyss. And what I mean by crossing the abyss is going from that blue pill to the red pill, and then from that red pill seeing the opportunities that are in that, because now you are playing by the real you have actionable information. You have accurate data now that you can use either to burn your house down, or you can use it to warm your house and cook your food with it. When guys get into the black pill, it's because they don't see any hope for themselves in this new red pill paradigm. Whereas before, they would probably very much love to go back to their blue pill delusions because it was comforting. It was great. I can't have the white picket fence. I can't have the golden retriever in the front yard. I can't have a wife and 3 kids. No, you have to go forward with this new information, and you can build a new life in the red pill paradigm. They just don't see the opportunity, and they lack the creativity. So I'll leave you with this. That one thing that I've been noted for saying is that the human condition is defined by discontent. And that is a feature and not a bug of human nature. Okay. You will never be content. And that's a good fucking thing, because if you were content, you will stagnate. You will do nothing. You'll end up like, oh, I'm happy. I'm fat and happy, and I don't have to do anything anymore. Those are the guys that you leave behind and you keep going, right? So when I'm talking about discontent and contentment, you can be content for a little while. Like you go to 4 years, you get your college degree, you go, oh, fuck, this is great. I got my bachelor's degree. What's next? Oh, I want my master's. Okay. I'm discontent with the bachelor's degree that I thought was going to make me happy, but I'm happy in the process getting my next master's degree. Okay, great. I got the master's degree. What am I going to do with it? How about the doctorate? Let's go and get the doctorate. Like whatever the next plateau is where you think you're going to be content. And that's like I said, that's a good thing, because that levels you up. It progresses you. It's supposed to progress you. The problem is when people deal with discontent destructively rather than creatively, that's when you get the black pill. That's when you get guys who are doomers. That's when you get guys who can't cross the abyss, and they don't see the opportunities, and they don't know what to do with themselves. So instead, they are in this pit of misery. And there's a bunch of other guys that go, yeah, it really sucks. It really sucks for all of us. We're all fucked, right? If you hear that enough times, you're never going to leave that abyss, and you're going to stagnate, and you're going to be wallowing in discontent that is destructive rather than creative, I guess would be a better term. That's why I fall down on the black pill side of things. It's despondency, it's nihilism, it's reading bad Nietzsche, and that's really what it's about. And I think it's fundamentally the cause of it is this misunderstanding that you're never going to be content, and you weren't going to be content in the blue pill, and you don't see any possibility to be content in the red pill. The problem is not the blue pill or the red pill. It's your understanding of being content. You're never going to be that way. That's a good thing. It's okay to be discontent. Just do it creatively instead of destructively.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I never knew about any of these blue pill, red pill. I know it's kind of a metaphor based on the Matrix, of course, but would you be able to kind of give a quick summary for those who know nothing like myself before this call, what the red pill actually is, like a quick summary to someone who knows nothing about it?
Do you know what I do? I don't do quick summaries. There is no elevator pitch.
Rollo Tomassi, what's the red pill? Hold on to your dicks. You're not going to go to pee anytime soon.
Okay, the red pill is by my definition, anyways, is it's intersexual dynamics. It's understanding the evolutionary psychology, evolutionary biology, the anthropology, by the way, sociology, the psychology, political science. I mean, there's so many different subfields for the red pill. It's kind of hard to like say it's about one thing. When people ask me for the summation, I just say this: it's a praxeology of intersexual dynamics. It's understanding men's nature, women's nature from a evolutionary perspective of evolutionary psychology, biology, all that stuff I just said. And then how do those work together? It's the praxeology of all of that. And what I mean by praxeology is it's the study of human behavior in that human behavior has a purpose to it. That's how it dovetails into evolutionary psychology. To me, that is the red pill, and it is cutting yourself away from this blue pill idea of all the things that you thought were the old set of rules, and red pill is the new set of rules according to what we know now when it comes to all of the subfields that I told you about. And we're more aware of it now because we live in the age of the internet and we have access to studies. We have access to Dr. David Buss. We have access to books. We have access to all of the research data that everybody that we quote, we're connecting dots, and some of them might be accurate and some of them aren't, but it creates what we call a predictive framework. And in that predictive framework, we say, this is the red pill. This is how we can create best practices. Some people take it and they turn it into black pill doomers, right? Other people, such as myself and Mike, we say, you know what? You can live a better fucking life with this information. And here's how we're going to do it. So it's how it's one thing to have the data. It's another thing to interpret that data. I interpret data. He interprets data way differently than the people who want to say, oh, it's all doom, or trad cons or whatever else. Those are prescriptions. I don't deal in prescriptions. I deal in descriptions. And that's really what the red pill is. It's descriptions. It's a database. It's what Ryan Stone has called the Chilton Manual of Human Nature. That's the red pill.
Sound good, Ice?
Yeah.
The best part is when I, do something on my program where I have a guy who's like 5 feet tall and he's surrounded by women. It's the black pill guys who have the hardest time with it, because one of the things that happens specifically on my social media and with my clients is we disprove black pill. Like you can't go through my clients' Instagrams or hang out with me at immersion or come to a bikini competition with me and then believe black pill is real. There's no possible way. It's unassailable truth. Looks, money, status do not equal everything. And so when you explain to a Muslim person that there is no Muhammad, or if you explain to a Christian there is no Jesus, they don't shake your hand and say, thank you for the truth. They try to blow you up. They try to kill you. That's what happens. When you try to explain to black pillars, looks, money, status is a partial description of female attraction, but not the whole thing. And then you prove it to them. They get very angry, extremely defensive, and they triple down. Michael pays for all these girls. Michael, it's easy because you're a club promoter, not a club promoter. Don't pay for these girls. It's very hard for them to deal with it. Whenever Michael, obviously, they're only hanging out with you because you're rich. I'm rich. When did I become rich? Like they believe all this bullshit about you. And then that's the only excuse that they can have for your success and then when you show your client success, then they don't have any excuse and they're just fucking fucked. And it's very similar to when I have clients who have lots of excuses or victim mentality. And then I show them Nick Santonastasso, who was born without 2 legs and was born without his right arm. Or if I show them Zion Clark, who's a Paralympian, and he's actually going to become an Olympic wrestler, and he has no legs. When you see those guys and they strive and succeed, black pillars they go nuclear. They go nuclear because you've completely annihilated their safe. You know how they talk about some people want a safe space? Black pill is a safe space for people who are failures. It's a warm coat. It's this warm blanket of victimhood. And you take away their victimhood when you show them guys like Zion Clark, when you show them guys like Nick Santonastasso, who have been handicapped and then absolutely don't even fucking slow down and become millionaires because of it. That's when you really. That's why they don't like. That's why they want to call me a PUA. I've never been a pickup artist in my life. Are you fucking kidding? Or an MRA? Or they want convenient, predictable labels. They want to categorize you because it's easier for them to dismiss what you're saying. That crushes their ego investments in what it is that they hope is going to be true for them. An ego investment is a belief in a particular thing. It could be religion, it could be politics, it could be, especially when it comes to like intersexual dynamics, girls are this way, so I should act this way. And if I invest my ego into that belief, when somebody attacks that belief, they're not necessarily attacking the actual belief itself, they're attacking you.
because the personality is attached to that belief so intimately that they can't distinguish the two. So if you believe that the sky is purple and I say, no, the sky is blue, here it is, empirical evidence, it's irrefutable, here it is right there. What that is not an attack on the sky being blue. It's an attack on me personally, because who my identity is intimately linked with the sky being purple. So therefore, when they see me or they see Mike, or like, I get this from both ends, man. I get this from like guys who are trad cons, and I get this from guys who are like black pill doomers. It's like, I can't be red pill because I'm married, or I can't be married because I'm red pill. Or you're anti-marriage. No, I'm not anti-marriage. I'm anti the way that we do it now. I have to explain this over and over and over again. And the reason I figured this out finally is the reason why I'm always explaining it over and over again is because it's a new person for whom, when I say certain things, or when Mike shows irrefutable evidence of a 5'5" guy with girls like, or, you know, around him, here it is. What do you have to, you know, you can do this too. No, I can't. No, I can't. No, I can't. Right. And the reason, so that no, I can't part is I got to figure out a way why he's wrong, or he's fucking me, or he is tricking me, because I know what he's showing me can't possibly be true. Because if it is true, then my belief is not only false, but I'm false too, because my identity is linked with that belief that, oh, a 5'5" guy couldn't get what he's got right there. That's why they're so violent. That's why they want to create 6-hour podcasts and call me a dickhead, or him a dickhead, or whatever. You buy those girls. There's got to be some outside reason. It can't be what I believe. No, you're just wrong. And you just need to readjust your belief set, man.
Yeah. Speaking of money, Michael, I understand that you have become a millionaire and lost everything and built it up over again, perhaps a few times. I'm not so sure. What's the story behind this, and how did you manage to make a comeback and not wither away into some kind of depression or some kind of has-been?
You got zeroed out. Mike, I'm gonna bug out. I'm gonna let you answer this one, if that's cool. So
yeah. All right, brother.
All right, man. I'll see you guys.
Brother. I'll see you on I'll see you Thursday.
Bye.
All right, cool. So I was triple levered to the upside during the COVID crash, and I lost a lot of money, a significant amount of money. And I was still a good trader. I knew I could come back eventually, but that's when I decided to start MOA. And that was it. Like, I mean, it was significant, and then came almost all the way. Well, no, I'm all the way back now, from building this business and from trading. That's the short answer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was also going to say, crazy statistic that so many people may not know. 90 out of 10 lottery winners end up dead, in jail, or broke.
Yeah, for sure. Because
7 out of 10
you bought lottery tickets. But that's select people who buy lottery tickets select for that type of individual.
Yeah.
The reason why, if I won the lottery, I would have doubled my money in 20 years, is because I don't have the predilection to buy lottery tickets. Does that make sense? If I excessively drink, have a very low IQ, and see very little prospects for my future, what am I going to buy? Lottery tickets. That's the reason why 9 out of 10 people would end up that way, for sure.
Just 7 out of 10 of those alone end up broke, of course. How can this be prevented, aside from this applying to a lot of people who are not really working on themselves? What can anyone do in general to prevent this from happening by fucking up their own finances when they get a little bit of success with money?
It's a function of gratitude for what you have. Like, I live in a world where I can eat good food and it doesn't have to be super expensive, right? I can live a very happy lifestyle in Des Moines, Iowa, with you know, your wife and your 2 kids, and have a farm. Like, there's a bunch of ways to live your life, as long as you appreciate it. When you stop appreciating it and you start like going out because you think the grass is always greener, then you're going to end up in a situation like that where you need to keep giving people money. The other thing I'm going to tell you is rule number 6. If I won the lottery, I would wear a goddamn mask. None of you would fucking know about it. There's no fucking way I'd tell anyone I won the lottery. And I would just sit there and chill and be like, oh, that's cool. And then my homies, you know, law degree would get paid off and he doesn't know where it came from. Shit like that would happen. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I would not try to manipulate the world with the money I have or try to buy people's love or affection with the money that I have. Make sense? That's the difference. That's essentially what I would do, but it's a function of it's just gratitude.
I'm going to jump around a little bit here. The term alpha male is thrown around a lot these days. I noticed that many of the guys saying it are the same guys that are the complete opposite of what they are trying to describe. I've seen you comment before on something like this. Can you tell us what an alpha male actually means?
Yeah, so it's like a puff of smoke, right? It's like when you play King of the Hill, you're on top of the hill while you're playing the game and while no one's out knocked you off the hill. So an alpha male would be a contextual idea. If I take my friends out to dinner and they're all listening to me and I give a toast, for that moment, I am the alpha male. To an extent that a girl who doesn't know me might actually be a little bit more attracted to me because everyone's facing me and listening to me while I'm doing stuff. And then we all get up and we walk into a room, because this actually happened to me. Then we all get up and we walk into the room and Tai Lopez is giving a speech. Now Tai Lopez becomes the alpha male. It's like trying to hold on to a puff of smoke. The alpha male thing is you're constantly having to reprove it over and over again. You guys will be an alpha male, then he's 70 years old. And then he's like, he can't go out there and whip ass like he used to be able to. The thing about it is it's not really important. I think what's more important is like you have alpha tendencies that lead you in one direction, and then you have beta tendencies that lead you in another. And that's the only thing you really have to worry about. Like you will never, ever hear me call myself an alpha male. It is not something that I'll do. Now, will I do things where if my 20-year-old self was looking at me today, would he say, man, that guy seems like an alpha male? Probably, but I'm not going to ever call myself those words because that is not a function of alpha male. Like Tywin Lannister said, no man who has to call himself king is actually a king, right? If you're an actual king, you're not going to have to call yourself that. So that would be now when a guy lies, like for instance, when they come on YouTube and they start saying things about me that are like abject lies, that is clearly beta behavior. That is not, I can say that you are being a beta when you do things like that. When you lie for no reason, when you make excuses, that is beta behavior. Passive aggressive behavior is beta behavior. That's absolutely, making excuses is beta behavior. Snitching on your homeboy is beta behavior. Those things are actually beta behavior. Those things you can actually, you can call out. Now, I will say, I feel like the men who stormed Normandy in 45 are alpha males. But I can say that after the fact. And I can say that, but they can't say that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's how I would say it. The ultimate alpha quality, the ultimate masculine quality is willing to die for the people in your tribe. That's what I would be. So anything that comes close to that, service for other people, is essentially like the ultimate masculine alpha qualities. Now, you can have Machiavellian qualities that will lead you to making money and having sex with lots of women. I wouldn't consider those to be alpha or necessarily masculine, but they're adjacent. You need certain ones of those qualities. Like, for instance, being super cocky and arrogant, but you can back it up because you're physically strong. You're like an MMA fighter and you're undefeated. That would be considered masculine. That guy you would consider to be alpha. Right? In those situations, that would be the case. And then you have like ultimate alpha situations where like you're on another guy's yacht. He's the alpha male, right? You're on his yacht. You go into a fight and another guy knocks you out. He is the alpha male. But if you watch a basketball game, you'll see superstars dunking on each other all the time. Who's the alpha male? Well, it's going back and forth, literally going back and forth, changing. It's contextual depending on what quarter you're in. Who's the alpha male? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's it. So like if I were to say, in 1977, the fucking Washington Bullets won an NBA championship, those guys were alpha males and none of you know who they are or give a fuck. And no one thinks they're alpha males anymore. It's all what have you done for me lately? Like holding on to alphaness is like holding on to a puff of smoke in your hands. You can have it for just a second, but you have to maintain certain things in order to maintain that alphaness. And you can, like if you're super famous like The Rock, or then you can maintain that for a long time. But if you really look, The Rock says some extremely beta male shit sometimes. The reason why is because he's being controlled by people who are telling him what to say and how to say it. I don't know if you saw The Rock told Logan Paul to take down pictures of him in The Rock at one point because Logan Paul had done the suicide thing. Do you remember that? The Rock told Logan Paul to take down pictures of him. I mean, that's kind of beta male behavior. I'm sorry, it is. Right? I think what Logan did was stupid, but I'm not going to sell him out if I'm his homeboy. And now, like, we're getting to the point really quick where Logan's gonna be more famous than The Rock. Better watch out. Better fucking watch out. Cool. All right, guys. How many more questions you got? Because I want to finish this off. We've been on for 4 hours.
Maybe just a few little ones, and then previously you said that 35% of men of action is unfucking people's minds from PUA shit. What kind of PUA garbage do you have to undo?
Hey, listen, I don't want to do the straw man thing where I say it's all garbage. Not all of PUA stuff is garbage. They missed the boat in 3 main areas. Number one, social media, just absolute fucking disaster. They completely did not tell guys to get on social media. I saw very clearly, you can lie. All the PUAs can lie about it now, but I very clearly remember 2013, 2014, PUAs making fun of guys for getting on Instagram. Very, very clearly remember this. It was a guy, I remember getting off the phone with one instructor saying, you've got to stop telling these guys to get on social media. It makes them look weird, all this kind of stuff. Completely missed the boat on that. Secondarily, they completely missed the boat when it comes to logistics. They were like, how do I get the girl to come back to my mom's basement, instead of saying, how do I get out of my mom's basement? Logistics were always very, very much utilized. Like, very rarely did you watch one of these PUA videos where they were like, hey, got to move to a city with hotter girls. Never did they say that shit. They were always just like, here's how to pick up the playmates in Waco, Texas. You know what I'm saying? It was just stupid. And then instead of because it's very easy to teach a course when you don't when you don't have actionable change. Moving was very important. The most underrated part of self-help is logistics. Get up and fucking move. Okay. And then the third one, if you've ever been in the US military, or if you've ever been a coach's son, you understand this concept. You move to where the opportunity is. Okay. And then the third one was obviously the female friends. They were just like ultimate, just DEFCON 1, complete unmitigated fucking disaster. In fact, if I was going to say one specific thing that sank that entire fucking industry, is that they missed the boat on this one. Like, having women introduce you to women, complete and total, utter miss. The total mismatch on that one. They got it completely wrong. And I personally believe it destroyed their entire fucking industry from the inside out, because the guys who did understand how to have female friends did so much better. The proof was so unassailable that I think eventually guys were like, why would I take your course when you don't know what the fuck you're doing? Why are you making fun of people in the club when you can't even get in, bitch? That's the problem. That's essentially what was happening. So those are the 3 main things. And then other than that, then it was just like, you know, General Patton had a great quote. He said, the enemy gets a vote too. I don't consider women the enemy, but some of these tactics were done with the intent of, here's a man and you're just doing these tactics in a vacuum because a woman's brain is a vacuum. Instead of understanding a woman's brain is designed through evolution exactly the same way that yours is designed through evolution. They took no notice of this, had no understanding of it. There was no deep introspection into evolutionary studies, anthropology, evolutionary biology, or anything like that. None of it was scientific. Nothing in the PUA community was scientific whatsoever. And the last one is, I mean, I hate to say this, bro, because I'm going to get in a lot of trouble with this. I know Neil Strauss. Most of the shit in that book didn't happen. Sorry. It didn't fucking happen. The dude hardly ever went out. He just stayed in his room the whole fucking time. I have multiple witnesses to tell me this. People are like based their entire life off that book. Most of the shit did not ever fucking happen. None of it, almost none of it happened. Owen was like a super cool guy. Like, you know, I know Owen and I know Neil. No, dude, most of that shit didn't happen. Sorry. No, I'm talking about the game. Neil Strauss has this really, really great ability to write these books where like, ho hum, I'm the lovable loser, and whoops, I accidentally fucked 16 girls, and in the end, I found happiness, da, 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 da. And in the end, he's like the lovable loser who becomes the winner at the end. If you guys notice, all of his books are like that. I wonder what that's all about. He's writing nonfiction fiction. And I like Neil. He's a fantastic writer. To be fair, the setup by Dan Bilzerian, the first edit of that book was done by Neil Strauss because can you move him? Because Dan wanted the book to read like the game. And the game probably did motivate a lot of people to do a lot of stuff, but that's not what happened. It's an approximation of what happened, but it wasn't really what happened. He really spiced it up a lot. And a lot of people base their entire livelihood on this idea that I'm just going to go out, and if the girl doesn't like me, it's because I didn't do game good enough. What game became is there was this delta between having status and not. So you would go into a social situation with no status. There are all these ways of you creating status, but fuck that. We're PUAs. We don't create status. We just use words. And then our game is going to make up for the fact that we have no status. And then we're going to get the girl. And if you don't get the girl, it's because you didn't do game good enough. All of these things were false. All of these things were false. And that's where they screwed up. And it's not, I'm going to say it's garbage. I understand that they were trying to improve themselves. I understand what they were trying to do. The initial wave of game stuff wasn't like manosphere stuff, was they were just, these guys had no chance whatsoever with women, and they just wanted like one girl, two girls. And then there were a couple of guys that were like, okay, I want to bang like a couple of girls. That was it. There was no thought of how this affected the world sociologically. There was absolutely no consideration when it came to anthropology, sociology, or evolutionary psychology at all. None whatsoever. I know. And people are like, no, Michael, you're just talking shit. No, I went out with RSD every weekend for like 4 years. I fucking used to work for the Venusian Arts. Don't tell me I don't know shit. And don't tell me I don't approach. I've approached more than most of the people you've ever met in your entire fucking life. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm telling you this because I've seen both sides of it. And it's very clear to me that the side that creates win-win situations for other people, networking is an evolutionary adaptation. Remember that? That is the side that wins 99 times out of 100. Regardless of what that fat loser in Brazil says, I'm right and he's wrong. He pays prostitutes to sleep with his clients, and I don't. So believe whatever the fuck you want.
It was all a dream.
Oh, by
Nice.
the way, someone's asking you, I have thoughts on Mystery Method. The Mystery Method is a good book. It is a very good foundation. Love Drop is terrific at what he wrote. However, that's not what Mystery does. If you hang out with Mystery, he doesn't do the shit that's in the book. It was a really great way to package what he did. I used to sit around Mystery all the time and listen to him. He can make himself cry in front of women. I've never seen anything like it. The guy's fucking incredible. If you're asking whether or not Mystery's good, he was good. Mystery was fucking incredible. That part was not fake. That part that Neil wrote about was not fake. Cool. Any other questions?
Interesting. Yeah. The average human lifespan is almost 28,000 days. How do you keep yourself productive and on track towards your goals on a daily basis?
How do I do to keep I don't worry about the 28,000 days, just today. I just do tomorrow, today, do the next day, today, do the day after that, today. And I have a checklist, and I have checklists, and I have alarms that are always set on my phone. And I use those in order to maintain discipline on what I'm doing. That's it. Every day this week, I'm picking one particular guest, and I'm studying him for two hours at double speed, so 4 hours. Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 8 guests this week, so I can't do 8 hours on each person. I just don't have enough time. So every day in the gym, I'm picking one person. I did David Goggins. I read both of his books, so I may have an interview with him on Wednesday. And then I've got fucking Baron Davis. I got to do an hour on Baron Davis, 2 hours of Baron Davis tonight. And then I got Phil Ivey. And then I have Zion Clark. Those are my 4 guests coming up.
Nice.
I mean, that's the focus comes from check. It's a very boring answer. It comes from The One Thing by Gary Keller, and it comes from checklists and alarms. That's it.
Similar to what I do, but just without the alarms.
Yep.
I'll give it one more question. What would your advice be for someone who spends money on escorts for social proof, who wants to transition away from that and stop using escorts and just not use escorts?
Yeah, that's interesting. You asked that, John. I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? Sorry. My bad. I apologize. My bad. Sorry. It's hard, dude. That's coming from a really hard place, man. When guys use escorts, those are some of the toughest clients that I have to work with, because every time I put them in a situation where they're talking to women in a normal situation, the girls aren't as hot and they aren't as receptive, and the guys get very bored and then very frustrated very quickly. And so it's hard. The other part is a lot of these guys would talk a girl into having sex with them, and the girl would be like $2,000, and they'd sleep with them for like $1,200 or something. And they thought they had game because they talked a prostitute into sleeping with them for less money. They thought they had game. And when you tell them, dude, you don't have game, you're actually just a weirdo who pays women for sex, they don't want to hear that. And it's very hard for them to hear that. Does that make sense, Ice?
Yeah.
It's like playing NFL football just loaded on roids, and then the next time you're like, hey man, we're gonna do some testing, don't take your steroids, and like you come to the realize you won't even be able to like play high school football without steroids. That's what it's like hiring hookers. Like it's such a fucking advantage when it comes to getting girls. It's such an incredible advantage. And by the way, if you're wealthy enough, it's not really that big of a hit on you financially, but what it does is it destroys your ability to communicate with humans. Make sense? And then here's the other thing. When the woman then takes your money and then leaves, your resentment for her then carries over to every woman you see. And you just become further and further away from having a normal relationship with a woman. That's the problem with it. Make sense?
Yeah.
I fucking envy those people who like just average people who live in an average city and have no social media and can just like just be madly in love with each other and just think this is the best thing ever. I'm sorry but none of those people exist anymore. They don't. And if I'm right, if I'm wrong, then explain, why 2 billion people are on Instagram. Okay, we're going to Arkansas tomorrow. I've made up my mind. MOA Arkansas immersion starting next month. Get ready. We're hunting alligators, and we're getting in a hot tub with our cousin. All right. Is that any other questions, Ice?
Oh, one more, and then that's it. This is about the voice. I grew up with difficulty speaking. I was a very quiet person, and I always had a weak voice, probably on me right now because it's early hours of the morning. As there's someone doing podcasts for hours each week, including doing this call right now for however many hours this has been going, hosting events and projecting your voice very well, what could you recommend someone who wants to improve their vocals and the strength of their voice in general?
Yeah, same thing I said before, immersion. So it's going to be come on to shows like this frequently. Ask me. I tell one of the modules in MOA is watching yourself on camera. Get used to seeing yourself. Everyone should have a set, maybe not quite like mine, but everyone should have a decent lit setup with a microphone in their house somewhere for business. Everyone should have this. Someday you may be doing sales calls. Someday you may apply for a job. Everyone needs this thing somewhere in your fucking house. And if you do this long enough, you're going to hear what you sound like. You'll be like, oh, fuck, okay, now I understand. I do sound like a whiny little bitch. Wait, my voice, is that what my voice really sounds like? I need to go get my fucking testosterone levels checked if that's actually what I sound like. Many of you, I know you need TRT when I listen to your fucking voice. That's where it comes from. You're fucking 6'3", weigh 270. You're fat as shit. You're built like a marshmallow. And you're like, Michael, I don't know why girls don't like me. I don't know what the problem is. Why is it that they don't like me, Michael? It's like, I know what the problem is. Look, did you go to the TRD doctor? Yeah, I'm going to do it next week. Okay, Sam. I'm sorry. My bad. I didn't mean to do that out loud. Anyway, so that's the whole thing, Ice. It's just immersion. It's the boring answer. You're going to keep getting the boring answers from me. This again, I'm never going to be as popular as like Pearl. I'm never going to be as popular as Myron. I'm never going to be there as popular as them. The reason why is because I don't go for the red meat. I tell you the easy, obvious, one standard, the normal distribution, 68.27%, middle standard deviation, plus minus 1 sigma answer. The middle fucking boring answer. The middle way, like Buddha says. It is the boring fucking answer. There is only try harder. It's like Alex Hormozy said, there is only try harder. There is only work harder. There is only that. People get into MOA. First thing they ask me, Michael, what's the way that I can get the most information from MOA in the shortest amount of time? And I stop them and I say, you're looking for the shortcut in MOA. MOA is the shortcut. There is no shortcut in MOA. There's only work harder. There's only try more. There's only stay up late. There's only finish the assignment. That's all there is. That's all there ever is. It's so fucking boring to hear that, but that's the answer. I want to get better at something. Immersion is almost always the answer because immersion follows under rule number 3, which is what? Abundance is almost always the answer. Got it?
Yeah. Oh God, I can't even speak there. Yeah.
All right, man. Any other questions?
No, that's it. I'm good call.
I love
Thanks.
it, man. All right. Last 2 questions. Then I got to go, guys. Ice. Awesome, brother. Here we go. Last 2 questions. Then I got to go. What's going on? Faraz, what's your question?
Yo, Mike, can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. So a couple of questions regarding photo shoots. So we're throwing the first one on the 21st of Jan, and the location was the hardest part to get. So we basically cold called realtors, and a lot of them said no, and that's weird and fuck off. But one person said yes. It's kind of a house. It's like a $3.3 million house. Nothing too crazy. My question is, moving forward, how can we make that, like, did we, it was like 100 cold calls or something. So it was kind of a grind, but I'm sure there's like an easier way to do things.
Roz, what city were you in?
I'm in Toronto.
Okay. And you talked to the other guys in MOA that have been to Toronto and they had an issue with this?
None of the guys are in the program, or at least graduated from it.
Got it. Okay. So the answer to your question is, well, anyway, somebody want to unmute themselves in MOA who knows the answer to where would I find these locations easier? What would I do? What is the secret sauce to that? Anybody?
Female friends, Zillow. Go on Zillow, find them,
No, not
find female
Zillow.
friends, introduce you.
What's the other
talk
resource
guys.
you have, guys? When I want to find a
Instagram.
place to shoot, I have one other resource. What is my other resource?
Oh, Pure Space or one of those sites.
What's my other resource, Luke?
Instagram.
Email friends.
No. God damn, are you guys serious?
Yeah, female friends.
Who do
Yeah,
I
first thing
thank
I
you?
said.
Who do I ask whenever I'm looking for a place to shoot? I ask girls, dude.
Right. Yeah, they know a rich guy. Yeah.
Froz, you never thought of this?
I did not think about that. No.
Yeah, dude, it's so obvious when you think about it. Yes, they know. They all know about Creepy John with a fucking $8 billion mansion that lives off on the east side and wants people to do photo shoots. All of them do. Every one of these girls know about it. They're getting creeped on their DMs all the time. I ask girls, dude. Guess where I get my sponsors from for my events, Faraz? I ask girls.
Faraz, I was in a nightclub and two of my female friends had come down to Miami because a restaurant owner that we know is opening up a restaurant. So if I go down there and I network with the guy, then that gets me to other places. Female friends just get you places. Just don't be weird and be a normal dude and be nice to them and they'll invite you places. It's pretty easy.
Make sense?
Dope. Okay. Awesome.
That's the answer, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, that sounds like that'll be a lot easier than what we did. My next question is, so during the first one, building my list is kind of slow. So we're aiming for like, I don't know, 300-400 invites and see just how many we get, because we don't know how many yeses we're gonna get and flakes we're gonna get. So just to be safe, we're just gonna go all out. Building that list is kind of slow because I don't know, going on Instagram, just like trying to search for models. It's just,
You don't
it's
search
like
for
one
models for us.
one.
Have you done the program? Or are you just
I
going off somebody else?
I have not. No, I'm just going like to the Monday calls, and there was one
Faraz,
guy who didn't.
you're way off, bro. You're missing like
Okay.
90% of stuff. Yeah, man, you're way off. Here,
Okay.
bro. Yeah, you find a girl, then you look at all the people she follows. So you don't. It's not just randomly going through lists. No.
How do you do that?
You just go to follow. Who does she follow? What do you mean? How do you do that? You just go to the
Dude,
girl.
look at suggested, look at tags, look at geotag mine, look at the best clubs and restaurants in your area, and you'll find like a bunch of girls that are tagged in it. Then you go to their tagged photos, and look at their suggested. Then you can just go down a whole little hole. Like you'll find 100 girls in like an hour.
Are you see on my screen, dude? You see Amber Emery?
Yeah.
You'll never believe what city she lives in, bro. You want to guess what city she lives in?
She lives in Toronto.
She lives in Toronto. What is this? Following? She's following people? What the fuck? You mean I can see all the people she's following for us? For us. I'm not trying to say this. I'm not saying this unironically. You definitely need to join the program.
I know.
It's kind of silly that you're going to go this far and message hundreds of people cold calling when we could have fixed this problem in 2 seconds. It seems a little silly you haven't joined the program. It feels like you've done more work, more hours of work than what it would be worth to buy the program. I also have several guys in Toronto in MOA who would have given you their list.
Okay, dope. I'll see you in February.
All right, brother. Awesome. Joey, last question. What's going on, man?
Hey, Mike. Yeah, I got some questions. I'm struggling to figure out my why. I've been just doing a bit of putting everything out on in the new year, making some new plans. And I think the thing that's restricting me from getting like a much razor sharp vision is my why. And I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on if that's essential to chasing goals and pursuing dreams.
You've already read the book, obviously, right?
Which book?
Start with why.
No, I'm familiar with Simon Sinek's work. I wanted
a lot of weird reactions in the chat. How have you not read the book? Like, it's really obvious when guys come on and they're not an MOA. There's no joy. I'm going to tell you something. I don't care. You read the book. I'm sure you'll read the book. There is no way you would make it through my course with that answer. Everyone in the course would have fucking grilled you. How dare you not take action? How dare you join MOA and not take action? The book is called Start with Why, Joey. And you're saying you don't know how to find your why. How to find your why is not a correct grammatical statement. The reason why we say find your why is because of the book, Start with Why. That's where that term came from. You got to read the book, okay? And there's also a bunch of other things that come along with that book that you can read. There's a bunch of compendiums that come along with it that can help you as well, okay? As far as starting to find your why, this is something that happens with experience. So what I would do is become a subject matter expertise. I would explore a bunch of different things and then find the ones that help you. So classes on Coursera, videos on YouTube, and fucking audiobooks. That's how you find your why.
Mm-hmm.
Got it, Joey?
Yeah,
you got to read that book, man. Joey, also on the Discord server is 28 other books you should probably read. Joey, I'll bet you if you read half those books, you would not have this question.
Okay.
I'll bet you anything. If you read half the books on that list, you would not have this question.
Yeah, I guess tying into the context of that, like I'm creative. I've done a lot of writing, filmmaking, music, and photography, and I keep getting to this like same point with everything.
Because you're not in a hard science, dude. You go into these fields that are based in like art, but they're based in like I promise you, bro, maybe. I know it's going to sound crazy, but if you joined the Marine Corps and learned how to do a fucking L-shaped ambush and got in the best fucking shape of your life, you'd find out, wait a second, maybe it's not all the painting and piano work and art history that I thought it was. Maybe I actually want to accomplish some shit. Maybe that's what my why is. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That I'm just something, like for me, I know that's my why is not playing the piano. I know that for a fact. Okay. So I would get as far away from that kind of, art history type of major as I could get for a while, and just try to learn some other things. Okay.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Play some chess.
Yeah.
Something a little bit more analytical and stay away from the artsy stuff, because honestly, dude, I appreciate the fact that there is art, and I appreciate the fact there are artists, and some of them are incredible for me. When the fucking zombies show up, we don't fucking need them.
Mm-hmm.
When we got to build the building, when we got to fix the dam, we have to fight the war, and when we have to put out the fire. Thank you for the artists. We don't fucking need you right now. We need men who accomplish it. I'm not trying to downplay art. I'm not. I'm just saying there's a reason why your ancestors probably weren't creating art. They were out killing meat.
Mm-hmm.
Something to think about. You know what I'm saying? Because this is the life I live, and I have no fucking question about what my life is.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I guess. Can I ask another
toxic masculinity for your Monday there?
Can I ask another question that I've been relating with the manosphere? Like a lot of guys talk about.
Sorry.
A lot of guys are like really big on getting in the gym and getting in shape, which is what I do and what I'm about. But I'm trying to square it with like, as opposed to boxing, like looking like you're a bodybuilder versus being skinny and wormy, but you can beat the shit out of someone, like, and which to focus on how to prioritize those two things as a man.
We're reading the book Mate right now by Jeffrey Wilson, and they talk about this. Also, you'll see Greg O'Gallagher talks about this. There's the warrior physique, and then there's like the superhero physique. There's the Greek warrior physique, the Greek god physique, and the superhero physique. And the reality is, man, while the warrior physique is very attractive to a lot of women, you can't really see it when you have a t-shirt on. The superhero physique, you can see it while you have a t-shirt on. It just depends on what you want, dude. I will tell you this, Joey. Here's the ultimate. This will get me canceled in 2 seconds, but I'm just going to tell you. Ready? When someone looks at you, do you look like the dude who's going to be somebody's bitch in jail? If you do, let's get in the gym more. That's it. That's it, dude.
But like in terms of in terms of being successful and living in America and stuff, like guys like Steve Jobs, Steve Aoki, David Bowie, you know, they're all fucking skinny worms, but they're majorly successful and girls want to have sex with them. So
Steve Aoki is in shape. He's not that skinny. Steve Aoki has like the fucking warrior fitness thing. He's always walking around with his shirt on. He has no fat on his body. He's in pretty good shape. He works out a lot.
I guess it's just like going to the gym 4 times a week is like fucking boring compared to going to boxing class 4 times a week, learning to Krav Maga and stuff.
There's nothing, no one said you don't have to, you can't go to boxing class. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It builds your testosterone. There's nothing wrong with that. Joey, how old are you?
34.
Cool. I would get my levels checked.
Yeah.
That's ultimately a reason why you might not be that focused or find a why. Because your free test may be in the 200s. I don't know what it is, and I can't tell you to take TRT, but I can tell you, go get your stuff checked. Make sense?
Yeah.
Love it. All right, guys, 4 hours and 25 minutes. Thank you guys all for coming on. This is a great time. I'm glad. I'm really proud of all the guys that are in MOA. It's really fucking cool that so many of you guys came out. We have an incredible year of packed stuff for you. One more time, if you're not in Men of Action, put a 1 in the chat. If you're not in Men of Action, goddamn, dude, you guys made it 4 hours and 26 minutes. Put a 1 in the chat. Okay, at this point, like for fuck's sake, click the link. You just spent 4 hours and 25 minutes listening to me. I think you're ready for the goddamn program. I think you're ready to do some things to change your life. That it is a life or death situation. And by the way, there's a ton of guys on this program. If you're in MOA, put a 2 in the chat. If you are currently in Men of Action, put a 2 in the chat. Put it in there right now. Guys, hit up some of these guys that are in MOA right now. Hit them up and just ask them whether or not this is a thing you should do. Because I promise you, if money is the issue in the beginning, when you join the program, none of them say money is an issue anymore. We'll help you with all of it. This is a team. This is a family. We try to teach you networking as an evolutionary adaptation. Everything is evidence-based. Almost none of this comes from my opinion, and absolutely none of this program comes from my feelings. All of this program comes from tested techniques and tested ideas. Love it. Cool. Hey, someone asked, how much does it cost? It costs this much. It costs you to click that link. That's how much it costs. You got to click that link. You have to go through the process, because I don't care if you have $10 billion. I'm not taking your fucking money if you're not ready for this course. And we're going to ask you some questions to see if you're ready for this course. We don't just take your fucking money in MOA. There are certain things we need from. We deny people all the time when they're bad fits. All the time. We had somebody the other day. He was saying some kind of very, I'm going to just say it. He's some borderline anti-Semitic shit. He was not a good fit for this program. He wasn't a good fit for this program. Okay. Other people that are just like, they wanted to pay me and then just like bring women to them in their life. We said, no, thank you. We'll tell you, no, thank you. If you're not willing to work, this program is not good for you. Click that link. I will see you guys. I'm about to die here. It's 4 hours and 28 minutes. Thank you. All right. So a couple things is going to happen. On Tuesday, I'm doing the call with the MOA guys. I'll see you tomorrow on Tuesday. For those of you who didn't ask any questions from MOA, thank you for helping this out. Tomorrow, it's all about you guys. Okay. Wednesday, I'm like I said, I have some huge interviews, at least 4 of them on Wednesday. On Thursday, I'm going to who am I doing an interview with? I'm doing an interview with I forgot what her name is. I've got an hour and 15-minute block where I'm doing an interview at the AVN Awards. On Friday at 11 a.m., we're doing Bridget B's podcast. Me and Rollo are. Friday night at 7 p.m., we're doing Access Vegas. Saturday at 1 something or 3 something, I'm doing another interview. I'm not sure with who. And then Saturday night, I drive to Los Angeles, and then Sunday is Babes and Ballers. Okay. You're going to see all that stuff. If you guys want to come out to Babes and Ballers, just go to Babes and Ballers Instagram. You guys can buy a ticket there. And I read a lot of the books on Booklet. Good. Awesome. Guys, make sure you click that link, and I will see all of you. Those of you who are smart enough to join the fucking program, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.